Hello.
Ladies and gentlemen. Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Astha.
Hi, this is Shruti, and we would be your host for the day.
It gives us immense pleasure to welcome you all to the second edition of CCD Bhopal, the Cloud Community Day Bhopal 2023, brought to you by GDG Cloud Bhopal.
Cloud Community Days is all about celebrating the power of cloud computing and the endless possibilities it presents for businesses and society as a whole.
And we hope that you are just as eager as we are to get things starting.
So, to set the tone of the event, I cordially invite the pillars of GDG Cloud Bhopal, Mr. Aditya Shah, and hosting support lead at INSUB LLC, and Mr. Mayur Rathi, consultant at Capgemini.
So let's jump right in and enjoy the afternoon together.
Hi everyone. Hello. Good morning. How is the Josh? Excited? So I welcome you all in today's Cloud Community Days event. This is the second edition. We are hosting CCD in Bhopal for the second time. Last year we started this community. Okay. Now we have grown 100x. Can you clap all for all of us?
So my name is Aditya Shah and I'm working as a hosting support manager at INSUB LLC.
My name is Mayur. I am cloud consultant with Capgemini. I am multiple Google certification as well. I am a technical trainer as well.
Thank you, Mayur. So I and Mayur, back in 2021, January, came up with an idea since we were working with cloud. So we came up with an idea to start a community of cloud developers or cloud users in Bhopal. So we started this community thinking of joining everyone who is involved with cloud, no matter it is Google Cloud or AWS or Azure or DigitalOcean, whatever. We wanted everyone to come together and talk about cloud, bring networking and provide job opportunities. There would be job seekers, there would be different kind of opportunities for everyone who is involved with the community. So that is one of the reasons that we are doing this kind of events, so we can all come together and learn from each other, network with each other, do certain things together, collaborate, right? So this was the motive behind our idea of making this community. And let's make this community a vibrant one. So we grown from 21 to 2100 people. And we like that's just in one year or similar, right? So let's hope that we keep these numbers increasing every year by 100. So let's become 21,000 next year, and similarly grow and grow and grow more, right? So let's clap for all of us. Thank you.
So let me give you a brief who we are. So just as you, way back in 2016, I guess, I met Aditya. Okay, we were student developers and organizers of student communities at that time, and we started doing community work around 10 years back. So we started with multiple communities. He is already managing other open source communities such as WordPress. You know WordPress? Yes or no? And he is pro at that. तुमको कुछ भी जानना है इसको connect करना है, ठीक है? Similarly, like if you need any more references, we have a range of speakers with us today. These are industry experts, Google experts, and best in their own domain. Okay, so उनके detailed sessions होंगे, and during the breaks, okay, please try to reach out to them and to try to get some more career guidance. Additionally, why we wanted to start this community, to give it back to the students. Okay, we were students once. हम भी भोपाल से ही हैं. We are based out of Bhopal. Okay, and we have seen that what is the career gap. Okay, what is the education gap in the industry, and the education we have at our universities right here. So also additionally, we have reached out to additional principal secretary. Okay, he would be here to facilitate this event, and we would try to ask him to enhance our curriculum as well. So that is our goal, and we are hosting this for all of you. Earlier we thought we would do it for a shorter audience, but I wanted you all to get an experience, a conference experience. That is the reason we are hosting this community. Now talking about Google Cloud Community Days, what it is. So this is a flagship event of GDG Cloud Communities. Okay, there are 20 such cloud chapters across India, and if I talk about GDG ecosystem, we have 70 plus chapters, and globally it has hundreds of chapters. Okay, so being a member of GDG Cloud Bhopal chapter, you can consider yourself as a member of global GDG community. Can you clap? And not just in Bhopal, you can search for these similar communities in Bhopal, in nearby region, at your hometowns, at tier 1, tier 2 cities. But we are trying our best to give and to host events right here in Bhopal. So if you want very specific events on certain technologies, please feel free to reach out to us on our email IDs. Okay, we will try to get experts, not for these flagship events, but on a regular basis also. Okay. Now, additionally, let me give you a brief of today's lineup. So today we have 10 speakers with us. Okay. So we would start at 10. We have already started. Okay. With technical sessions, we would start. In between, there are 2 activity breaks. Additionally, we would be having lunch break at 1. Okay. Apart from this, at the end of the event, we would be having a panel discussion, like what you can do. That would be basically a panel discussion on career guidance. So that would be very key for you. Please look for it. And at the end of the event, feel free to collect your swags, then only leave from the venue. Okay? And I would like Aditya to add more if I have missed any points.
I think we have covered almost everything. So I think that I would just say one thing, like, class for us.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Aditya Shah and Mayur Rathi, for your opening remarks. All right, folks, as you know the drill, before calling up on the first resource person for a later surprise, it's time to spread the word and get this started. It would be great if highlights of the event reach all of your tech-savvy friends out there. So let's make some noise on social media. Show us your best hashtag name, and let's see those posts flying high with the hashtags we have got on the screen. So grab your phones, fire up your accounts, and let's get hashtagging.
The hashtags would be on the screen in a while. Till then, starting with the amazing lineup of speakers, I cordially invite our foremost speaker, Mr. Abhishek Sharma, the cloud engineer at SIAC, a Google Cloud Champions innovator in hybrid or multi-cloud, a Google Cloud certified professional cloud architect, a Google Cloud mentor, a blogger, and a cloud teacher on YouTube. During a session, he will be sharing his expertise on architecturing with Google Cloud, which will cover the concepts of cloud architecture, tuning your architecture with GCP, and an introduction to the GCP diagramming tool. We are excited to learn from Mr. Abhishek's valuable insights on this topic.
I think I'm audible, right? Hello. इसको डुप्लीकेट करो क्या एक मिनट जस्ट होल्ड ऑन डुप्लीकेट करके क्या करना नहीं ऐसे ही दिखेगा शेयर करना
Hello everyone. I request everyone who is going out to please use the back door. Make sure to not hinder the camera view. Thank you for your patience.
Hello, hello, hello. Am I audible? All of you? Am I audible, right? Last? No? Yeah, I think I'm audible. Okay. So, hi everyone. This is Abhishek Sharma. I have a separate slide for my introduction. So, let's get started. So, today we are going to talk about architecting with Google Cloud. So, how many of you are aware with architecture or architect? Have you heard about this particular word, cloud architect? How many of you? Just raise your hands. So, yeah, there are lots of folks. We have one more mic so that we can provide to. Yeah. So, who is going to tell about who is cloud architect? Then I will brief you about exactly what is cloud architect and what they do, and how you can utilize that particular learnings for your use case or for your applications. So, yeah. So, this is my brief introduction. Who am I? So, currently, I am a cloud engineer at Sears and Google Cloud Champions Innovator in hybrid or multi-cloud space. So, I more work on Anthos, one of Google Cloud product. I also am a Google Cloud mentor, a blogger, and your neighborhood teacher in one of the YouTube channel that is Guys in the Cloud. So this is my brief introduction. So yeah, so this is the agenda. We are talking about, first we'll talk about what is architecting in cloud, and then we'll see what are the fundamental points of architecting in cloud, and then how to choose Google Cloud services based on that, and then we'll see one of the amazing tool from Google Cloud, that is diagramming tool, and then I will give you some additional resources so that you can utilize those resources in your architecture, and then we'll see how Google help you tuning your architecture based on some kind of recommendations or suggestions actually. So yeah, before moving forward, let's talk about what is architecting in cloud. So some of you guys already talked about, already know what is cloud architect and what they do, right? So anybody who want to answer this particular question, who is cloud architect? Yeah. Can somebody help with mic, please? Yeah. Is it a buzzing word for you guys? Architecture, architecting in cloud? Yeah. Okay, that is good thing. Anyone else? Yeah. For people who are setting above, they don't have this
बेसिकली
flex-
क्लाउड आर्किटेक्चर जिसको क्लाउड केयर में सब पता हो कि लाइक अगर मुझे कोई सर्विस बनानी है तो बेसिकली तीन तरह की होती है प्लेटफॉर्म एज अ सर्विस इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर एज अ सर्विस एंड सॉफ्टवेयर एज अ सर्विस तो किस नीड के लिए हमें कौन सी सर्विस यूज करनी है वो आर्किटेक्चर डिजाइन करता है कौन सा उसमें डाटाबेस यूज करना है ये पूरा आर्किटेक्चर और कौन सा लोड बैलेंसर लगाना है कब उसको स्केलिंग करना है कितना करना है basically this is a cloud architecture.
So this is one of the great example actually. So basically as a cloud architect, as a cloud architecture, right, you have to make sure that whenever your application, yeah, So yeah, nice one. Okay. So whenever your application goes to cloud or any of the cloud platform, how we are gonna build that particular application so that it can able to serve millions of users without any hacking issues or something like that, right? So we'll talk about all those things. First we'll check what is architecting in cloud. So I think this is visible to you all, right? Have you heard about this particular word? Flipkart, Chrome, Google Maps, YouTube, Gmail, Disney plus Hotstar, right? We every time, whenever like India versus Pakistan was over there, right? We always talk about this particular thing that, yeah, this time Hotstar made this much of users, right? Live at that particular point of time. So, have you ever worried about this particular thing that how their engineers work behind the scene? They can able to serve application like this, which is serving this much people. Right? This is amazing thing, right? Daily basis or in every match, there are lots of folks over there who are watching that particular match, and their backend can able to handle that much traffic. So how they have built this particular architecture? So basically, behind the scene, if you have your application, you have to take your application into the cloud in a way that it can able to serve millions of users without any latency issue, without any error or something like that. Also, there are some more concerns, like if you are putting something in cloud, we just have to pay for that particular amount which we consume. This is the basic funda, right, in cloud. But you have to make sure that you are not billing for lots of amount of money, right? Because if I just go to cloud and provision thousands of VM, I have to pay for that, and your companies have to pay for that, right? And if you are the owner of the company, after some time you are like, kahan pe dal diya yaar, itna sara billing aa raha hai, right? So these kind of situations are over there. Also, there are, like, if something happens to your application or some hackers try to hack your application, then all your users' data get compromised. And this is not a best practice. You put your application in a way, right? So architecting or configuring your application in a cloud that it can able to serve your application with reliability, with security compliances, and with cost optimization is called as architecting in cloud. So behind the scene, every cloud platform having structure like this. We just have some kind of end user, and then we have some kind of load balancer in place. We have some cloud armor. If we talk about Google Cloud for the security purpose, then we have multiple backends so that we can give a high availability thing, and we have monitoring and logging solutions over there. This is from a user prospect, and this is from a engineer prospect who is working on that particular application for the reliability. But behind the scene, there are a lot of developers like us, right? Whenever we build an application, every time, let's talk about Flipkart. So, कुछ time के बाद वो आता है क्या? Sales के लिए एक आता है, right? कुछ time के बाद sale आते हैं websites पे, right? So, developer have to put that sale bar in your application. So this is a new rollout, right? From this particular date to this particular date, we have a sale, right? And there are lots of products which comes under that particular sale. So if I have some kind of automation tool over there where we just have to change that particular part and it automatically rolled out into your existing application, then this is the best practice, right? From a developer prospect. So these kind of things we normally have while architecting in cloud. Yeah. So let's talk about what are the fundamental props while architecting in cloud. So what do you think? If I want to put my application into the cloud, what are the things I have to consider while architecting in cloud? Let's suppose one of the example is cost optimization. I need to make sure that I'm not spending lots of money over there, right? Based on use case, based on user. Let's suppose India versus Pakistan है, वहाँ पर 1.2 billion users आ रहे हैं, right? So उस time पे तुम्हारा जो backend है वो बहुत ज़्यादा लगेगा. Like let's suppose in the previous slide, I just used this particular 3 VMs, 3 backends behind the scene. But let's suppose India versus Pakistan है वहाँ पे 1.2 billions कितने सारे users हैं, so 3 से काम चलेगा क्या? चलेगा क्या? नहीं. अगर हम कोई मशीन लर्निंग का एप्लीकेशन अपने खुद के लैपटॉप में चलाते हैं और अगर बहुत ज्यादा बड़ा डेटा सेट ले लिया, मॉडल चला रहे, हमारा लैपटॉप क्या हो जाता है? क्या हो जाता है? हैंग हो जाता है, राइट? सो इन द सेम वे क्लाउड में भी अगर तुम्हारा वर्कलोड बढ़ेगा और तुम्हारे पास अगर लिमिटेड रिसोर्सेस हैं तो तुम्हारा पूरा बैकएंड डाउन हो जाएगा. बट कभी ऐसा देखा है कि हॉटस्टार डाउन हो गया, इंडियावर्स नहीं, राइट? ऐसा कभी नहीं होता, राइट? So they have configured their architecture in a way that they can scale up to a threshold so that they can able to serve n number of users, right? So this is how they architect their application. So scalability is one of the parameter while considering architecting in cloud. Second one is cost optimization. If I am having hundreds of VM all the time, so I have to pay for that 100 VMs, right? But if there are less number of users, I can scale down up to 3 VMs. It can able to serve, and as soon as more users comes into our application, I have to move to 100 number of VMs, right? This is how we configure. So this is the second parameter. Apart from that, anyone else? You have in your mind what are the fundamental points while architecting in cloud? Security is one of the parameter. Anything else? No? Be interactive, guys, please. There are lots of things already mentioned in the slide. Operational excellence. This, I think CI/CD part is over there. Then performance optimization, then reliability is also over there, right? So these are the fundamental points you have to consider while you architect your application into the cloud. Okay. Okay. So now we know what is architecting in cloud. Any doubts? No? Everything is clear? यार इतना अच्छा नहीं समझा रहा मैं. Okay. So just be interactive, right? Okay. So let's suppose, assume करते हैं तुम्हारे पास एक simple सा application है. Let's suppose your portfolio. Now you want this particular portfolio is hosted into the Google Cloud. So how you are gonna proceed for this particular approach and how you are gonna architect your portfolio into the cloud. So first thing is how to choose a Google Cloud service. So as mentioned by, I don't know the name, but yeah. So architect is the person who know everything about any specific cloud and they know their best practices so that they can choose best solution for a specific application, right? So in this particular slide, we are gonna see how to choose a Google Cloud service. So have you ever interacted with this particular diagram? No? So this is from Priyanka ma'am, actually. Developer cheat sheet. So in this particular cheat sheet, you have all the services which are present in cloud, especially in Google Cloud actually, and how to choose those services based on your requirement. So let's suppose you have your portfolio. So as you build your portfolio in your local laptop, you have memory and CPU power in your laptop and you are using that particular memory or CPU power to host your application, to run your application. If I want to same thing in cloud, which particular field I want? First one is compute, right? Because it has some kind of processing power, right? So for that, if you see this red block, this is related to compute power, right? Whatever machine learning application we build, whatever portfolio we want to build, first I have to choose my compute offering. Then maybe chances that we are using some database offering over there. I have to store my user information in some databases or some like let's suppose Flipkart is over there, right? So whenever user comes to Flipkart, I have to store their data as a user, valid user. Then next time it comes to our website, I have to use those credentials to log in into our application. So for that, I have to use storage solution, databases. Then if I want to see how many purchases I have in this particular month, then I have to do some kind of analytics, right? So for each and every use case, whatever you want to do, we have different services. Like in compute, we have compute engine instance, like the same you have laptop, right? If I want to run a containerized application, I have Cloud Run or Kubernetes engine in compute offering. For storage, based on type of data, if we have relational data, have you ever heard about this word relational database? Yeah? Anyone want to say something? What is relational database? Yeah? Just raise your hand, someone put your mic. No? Why? Okay. So basically, based on our type of data, right, we have three kinds of data: relational, non-relational, and semi-structured data, right? So based on that, we have different offerings in Google Cloud Platform to store your data. Also, if I want to do the analytics thing, I have list of services which I can utilize and use in that particular thing. Also, while architecting in cloud, security is one of the main concerns. For that, we have identity and security. So let's suppose I am a cloud engineer in some specific company, or I am building a specific application into the cloud. So I have to make sure that based on my recognition, I can only access those services where I have access, right? Let's suppose I am a network engineer, so I just have to access to network resources, right? This is the best practice. So based on those use cases, based on your thoughts, right, you can able to choose these number of services present in this particular slide. Okay, now we know if I have a portfolio site, I can build this particular portfolio site in the cloud compute engine instance. Then I can use the storage thing, then I can use some identity and access management so that I can enforce the security. So now, how to build your architecture in a diagrammatic way? Because if I just go and show you that in a list of contents that this is how I am going to enable the security, how I can use the compute resources and all those things, this is not a good practice. I have a pictorial view so that I can show, yeah, these are the things, this is how it is working, aisa data ja raha hai, idhar se yahan process ho raha hai, then this is how it is working, right? So that is the good way of presentation actually, where I show you in a way that it is a pictorial and how the data is flowing. So for that, Google is having their amazing tool that is called Google Cloud Architecture Diagramming Tool. Yeah. So what are the flexibilities this particular slide, this particular tool will give you? First, you can able to your architecture diagrams, and then you can also take a reference from a previous pre-created reference architecture. Let's suppose you are building a data pipeline, right? You have lots of data you just want to ingest into your application and do some kind of processing. So in Google Cloud Platform, we already have some architecture created with the best practices by the Google Cloud Architect. You can just go and take the reference. I will show you how to take the reference. And after that, you can deploy your architecture in one click. So it is not like you are building your architecture in a pictorial view. If you are using this particular, you just go and click whatever resources you have built in that particular architecture, it's gonna deploy automatically. You don't have to separately go and create different resources. So I will show you how amazing it is. Yeah. Hello. Yeah. So this is the first part, build architecture diagrams. So here if you can see, there are lots of tools, whatever tools we discussed, right? In the last slide, there developer cheat sheet. So just take those services and pull it here. Drag and drop, drag and drop, drag and drop. That is the only thing. So this is how you can build. I just taken Cloud Run and then Cloud Storage and then Firestore. So this is how you can just drag and drop and create your architecture. So this is building a serverless application in Google Cloud where I have a user which is accessing Cloud Run, which is serverless offering in cloud. And it is going to take some data from Cloud Storage and Firestore, and after that I have BigQuery for the analyze purpose, right? So this is how it looks like. I just need to drag and drop the resources and map it. This is how I can build architecture diagram. It is very easy, right? It's not a rocket science. You just go and drag and drop the services and your application is up and running. Yeah. Now, how to access the pre-built reference architecture? So maybe chances that if you are a beginner, I don't know much more about how to architect in cloud. So let's suppose you have a use case that I just want to host my portfolio application in cloud. So we already have lots of reference here which you can utilize, like sample app is over there, cloud architecture, containerized application. So you just take that particular part and pull it here. automatically this whole diagram will comes into the picture. And this is created by Google Cloud Architects with the best practices, and all the security compliance, scalability, all are handled by Google itself, right? So this is how you can just drag and drop, pull your application and build your architecture automatically. Yeah. And after that, there is a one more hack is over there, deploy with one click. So let's suppose I build my application. Okay, now if you just go to Google Cloud Platform, have you ever interacted with Google Cloud Console? किए हैं ना साबरे? GCRF program, there are lots of programs over there, right? So वहाँ पर हम जो cloud से console से interact करते हैं, so for each and every lab, I have to go inside my compute engine resources, storage resources, ताकि मैं उसको create कर सकूँ, right? This is how we do. But here, if you just create your architecture diagram, below we have one button, run in Cloud Cell. Automatically, whatever resources you have put it in that particular architecture get deployed automatically. Let's suppose we have an architecture of load balancer. I think so. Here, if I clicked, just hold on, it will come again. Okay. So let's suppose I just wanted to host my application with MIG, where I have some load balancer and having some kind of machines over there, which is running my application. So I just have to create an architecture diagram. These are my MIGs, matlab virtual machine instance. On top of that, I have a load balancer and I just want an endpoint. So this is the architecture diagram. Load balancer is over there, compute engine is over there, and we have some devices, right? So I just created a sample diagram like this. And below we have one button, open in Cloud Cell. So you just need to click on that particular button. So can you just go back and come back here again? No, it's not running actually. Go back. Why it is not running? No. Okay. So after this particular thing, you just have to click on this open in Google Cloud Cell. Automatically, whatever you have mentioned in this particular architecture, one load balancer, some MIGs, so automatically this particular thing is deployed in your Google Cloud Platform. This is how it easy. Like you just need to create a diagram, just few clicks, and your application is up and running over there, right? So this is how you can deploy your application in one click. Yeah. So let's suppose we have some kind of additional resources where we can utilize Google Cloud Knowledge over there. So here we have one website called Google Cloud Architecture Center, where we have lots of architectures already built. So you can utilize learnings from here related to system design, reliability. Just go learn about it, create your architecture diagram, and you are good to go in one click using the same thing. Yeah, so these are the resources. Now, the last part is that tuning your architecture with Google Cloud. So let's suppose you build your architecture with roughly basis. I'm using tens of MIGs, tens of VMs, lots of load balancer. So let's suppose you are expending very high amount of money, right? Because I have created lots of resources. Okay, so Google will help you how to how to optimize your resources into the cloud. So we have one recommendation section over there where you can utilize, like you are spending this much amount, you can spend very less. So this is how Google will help you by recommending different parameters, and you can save your cost. So this is all from my end, guide. Thank you and have an awesome journey.
Thank you, Mr. Abhishek, for sharing insights and shedding light on such a significant theme. So, our esteemed chief guest has arrived. We are absolutely delighted to have amongst us Mr. Manu Srivastav at the Cloud Community Day Bhopal 2023. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce our esteemed chief guest for today's event. Mr. Manu Srivastav, who has kindly agreed to grace this occasion with his presence, is currently the Principal Secretary of two departments, namely the Department of Technical Education, Skill Development and Employment, and the Department of Cottage and Rural Industries in the Government of Madhya Pradesh. Mr. Manu Srivastav. Thank you. I'd request Sir to kindly come up on the stage, and Mr. Aditya Shah and Mr. Mayur Rathi, organizers of GDG Cloud Bhopal, to kindly welcome our honorable chief guest. Mr. Manu Srivastav is a 1991 batch IAS officer, and he holds a BTech and MTech degree from IIT Delhi. I'd request the organizers to kindly welcome Sir with a bouquet. Thank you. Thank you, sir. I would like to request Mr. Srivastav to kindly address the gathering, and we are eager to hear his valuable insights and thoughts on the role of technical education in driving innovation and entrepreneurship. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Manu Srivastav, IAS, with a big round of applause.
It's a great pleasure to be here and to be interacting with all of you. Really, technology has come along in a long way. As was mentioned, I myself have a technical background. I studied in Delhi IIT. I did electrical in Delhi IIT. I did BTech and MTech there. And most of my work in the government has also been something to do with technology. So it gives, right now also I'm working in a department that looks after technical education, skill and employment. So that means all the engineering colleges, polytechnics, ITIs, etc., skilling, such things. I look after that. So I have a natural interest or inclination towards these things. It's a great pleasure to be here. I must share with you how fast technology is changing. When I joined IIT, at that time, the computer center that we had was something twice this room, but that was the computer itself. So the computer was that big, and perhaps it had as much power as a mobile that I carry or any one of you carry. So at that time, how we used to function on the computer was that there used to be dumb terminals, and you would input on your program on that, and it would go to the server, the processor, which would, as I said, the big machine, like twice this room. And whatever program you write, you would get the printout the next day. It might sound funny to all of you in these days of laptops and mobiles, that this is how it used to function. But the point is the technology has moved so fast. And it's an exponential rate of change. So what used to take place 20 years earlier took 10 years, and further on 5, and so on and so forth. So we are at it's a beautiful time to be active in this area. A lot of things are happening. And the value of distances is diminishing. Earlier, you were at a distinct disadvantage if you were, let's say, in Delhi compared to San Francisco. And you were at an even greater disadvantage if you were, let's say, in a place like Bhopal or Lucknow or Meerut compared to Delhi. And you were at a still greater disadvantage to, the place where I studied, a small place, town called Modinagar in UP, compared to Lucknow or Bhopal or Meerut, etc. So these differences have now diminished. Now it becomes less and less important how, where you are. It is not that it is not important, but it has become less and less important where you are. Technology has bridged these distances. It is now the value of an idea, the strength of an idea that matters more. I presume most of you are from technical backgrounds. I understand that the technical education in the state, there are challenges there, But I would also feel that these days there are online methods to address that deficiency. I suppose the passion or the interest that drives most of you to this place is not really because of what you are taught in your classroom, but really perhaps it would have at best created some sort of a building block over which you could climb or put atop your passion, your interest, and that is what brings all of you here. So it is not really what is taught in the classroom. What is taught in the classroom is more of an enabler that allows you to fly high. To be honest, I mean, I have done a lot of work in renewable energy, and I studied electrical engineering. But I must say that for example, a paper on what, a case study on what I have actually done is actually being taught in Harvard. It's not Singapore Management University. But I must be honest that there is very little of what was actually taught in BTech Electrical Engineering in IIT Delhi, which was enabled me to do that directly. But perhaps what happens is that it gives you the confidence or gives you the basic knowledge to solve new problems. If you, I mean, you might think, I mean, as I said, my first statement was that nothing that I said, I studied directly prepared me for what I did. But conversely, had I not studied that, perhaps I would not have been able to do that. So someone with, let's say, with due respect to people who study history and Sanskrit, but let's say someone who studied history and Sanskrit might not have been able to do what I do, even though what I was taught in electrical engineering did not directly enable me to do that. So what has happened, because what happens that when you study, it makes your mind tick in that direction. It makes your mind think in that direction. And then you look for solutions in that direction. Also, it enables you to have contacts, to know people who have the right solutions. So you interact with them, that gives you, it's a beautiful interaction that you have. I was interacting with the organizers of the Google Cloud community who have organized this program. I had said that we would be very happy to incorporate the principles of what you are doing into our curriculum. See, one of the challenges of deciding the curriculum these days is that the people who decide the curriculum are those who had studied, are typically your faculty. So, so it is, I mean, they studied, let's say, 20, 30 years back. So for them to decide what the curriculum today should be might not always be the best thing, because they might themselves not be in step with the latest changes that have happened and what is required to be done. So one input that I had was that we would be more than happy to have your inputs in modifying our syllabus of what we teach in the engineering colleges in the state. Furthermore, if you want to have any formal interactions with the students in the engineering colleges, in the polytechnics, in the ITIs, we would be more than happy to collaborate. And if you have some new ideas, now the present government policy allows a lot of work being given to startups and things like that. There are incubators coming up. So if there are incubators at large number of places, if you want to use those facilities, that is an option that you could have. I mean, I don't need to elaborate on that, but if any one of you want, there are facilitators. I mean, see, most of you are obviously, I mean, all of you are in the field of IT. Most of the incubators that we have are tailored largely around IT. So the incubator facility would really address your requirement. Also, there are specific policies to encourage startups and to encourage work being given to startups. So these are things that you could think of, and if there any interest in that matter, we'd be more than happy to take it forward. I would just finally like to say that I'm very happy to see the huge participation of all of you here, and how it's a natural agglomeration of people who are actually interested in something, who are here. Otherwise, when you were studying, then I suppose you would have to have some letter from a dean or your someone to make you come here on a Sunday morning. But if you're doing it on a Sunday morning without the force of your dean or whatever, that shows the natural interest that all of you have in this subject, in this area. And really wishing the best to all of you and to the Google Cloud community. Thank you so much.
Thank you for sharing the knowledge and your insights, sir. I request Mr. Aditya Shah and Mr. Mayur Rathi to kindly felicitate our honorable chief guest, Mr. Manu Srivastav, Additional Chief Secretary, the Department of Technical Education, Skill Development and Employment, and Department of Cottage and Rural Industries, in the Government of Madhya Pradesh, with a memento. Kindly accept this as a token of gratitude from our side, sir. Once again, we extend our sincere gratitude to you to have joined us and motivate the attendees present here. Thank you, sir. I'd request all the speakers to kindly come up on the stage for a group photo. I request the audience to kindly maintain the decorum. Thank you, sir. Thank you, all the speakers. I request all the speakers and our chief guests to kindly take up the seats.
Next in line, we have with us Mr. Ashok Vishwakarma. Mr. Ashok Vishwakarma is from GDE Web Technologies, who has 15 plus years of experience in driving technology for products used by millions of people, has sound knowledge of web technologies, system design, performance, databases, cloud, and tools. As a consultant, he speaks at tech conferences, writes blogs, and contributes to open source. His talk on Road to DevOps Engineer would cover which aims to assist students and professionals in comprehending the DevOps landscape and identifying the prerequisites necessary to get started. So let's welcome him.
Hello? Am I audible? So how's the Josh? इससे पहले वाली टॉक में तो बोर हो गए आई थिंक, है ना? ये उसका प्रीक्वल है, okay? Let's do this. So whatever he talked about what you do when you become a DevOps. And I'm here to talk about how you can become a DevOps, okay? So first, let me introduce myself. I'm Ashok Vishwakarma. I run a company called Impulsive Web, and I happens to be a Google developer expert as well. I've been in industry for around 15 plus years as of now, and I've worked with companies like Adobe, Google, and PayU and Paytm. The thing which I wanted to discuss in this is what exactly the DevOps is. Should we really care about it? How much importance that actually plays in our day-to-day role? How you can get started to thinking about moving into DevOps, and what sort of things you have to do over there, and what sort of things which I happens to do, and specifically those specific learnings from my side. So what happens is that when I was working in companies, I was playing majority of time the actual development role. And then when I started my company, I had to do all of those specific stuff as well. So DevOps was the one thing which every product I have to build for my client, I have to support the DevOps. So this whole thing is a little bit about my journey, that how I taken up that responsibility, what sort of challenges I have faced, what I have learned, and how you can also enable yourself in that specific domain if you want to. So majority of us thinks that the journey of DevOps looks like this, okay? And for most of the cases, it's actually true as well. Like, you have to know a lot of stuff before you even think about going into that particular zone. My idea here is to summarize that path in a way so that it becomes something like this. A smaller step, achievable steps, achievable goals, which you can think of taking up and then improving on top of that. So first thing first, what is DevOps? How many of you have any idea what DevOps is? Okay. So I didn't write this, ChatGPT actually did. And what it's saying is the methodology that integrates and automates the work and software development and IT operations. So to summarize this, I would say, remember when we have IT and admin and support, those people are taking care of a lot of day-to-day jobs like installing antiviruses, okay, installing system updates. Those IT admins were the people who are taking care of your development operations. And now we have put that into a very good word called DevOps, but it's expanded its nature in completely different direction when cloud get introduced. So we will be talking about everything around the cloud only, and how exactly a DevOps engineers and what's supposed to be the role this should be playing. What a DevOps engineer is, it's also generated by ChatGPT again. So it's similar thing. The thing which we have mentioned in DevOps, a professional who is doing that, that's called a DevOps engineer. So everybody in your BTech or your college, you may have seen this somewhere, okay? This is called SDLC, Software Development Lifecycle. How many of you remember that? Cool. So the first step in that is planning, okay? Nowadays we have product managers, okay, product owners, and lots of business people who kind of do this planning stuff. Then we have building. Building is something which we do on day-to-day basis, okay? We kind of take those in unnecessary requirements, code them into software and pieces, whatever garbage it came out, and then we hand over to our cool people, the QA guys, okay? Here is the responsibility, test it and make it work. They test it, they find bugs, those bugs get resolved, and then the deployment happen. Deployment is something which taken care by the DevOps people. Then the next step is monitoring. Monitoring is also sort of responsibility of DevOps people only, but those DevOps are little different than what these deployment DevOps are doing. And for actually once and all, this is what a full stack look like, okay? Having just knowledge of front end and back end doesn't look like a full stack engineer. This is what a full stack engineering is supposed to be. And this is what we'll be talking in this whole DevOps specific stuff. So first thing first, deployment. So majority of time what happens is that you build a software and you build that particular software by a specific process. Use certain tools and certain technologies. So when you want to release that code to production, there are n number of steps which needs to be taken. All these specific steps are combined into one specific stage in software development process called deployment. And that deployment is further divided into two separate pieces. Okay, one is this continuous integration, which means that whatever you need to do in order to package your application, build your application. And we also take the responsibility to generate just the builds. How it looks like is that you have some code, you compile it, you package it, then you have n number of testing to be performed, your unit testing, your integration testing, your end-to-end testing, performance testing, load testing, security testings, all those testing happen in that particular stage. And then finally it generates an analysis, okay? The static code analysis nowadays is kind of a term. Earlier it was a report which getting sent to people and then, okay, testing, passed and all. And then after that, it generates a package. That package comes to the continuous deployment. Continuous deployment is actually the process which takes that bundle code and deploy into multiple servers. So as of now, the process is not that only one individual machine where the code needs to be. You have a load balancer. Behind that load balancer, you have tons of servers which actually getting replicated with an updated code. So there is a different process to do that. So the continuous deployment looks like this. You have your build, you have certain bash scripts or Puppet or certain automation programs which take those specific things, deploy it on a testing environment first. After it deploys on testing environment, you again do some testing. These are UAT testing, I would say, like user acceptance things which our product manager and QA actually prepare. And then the release process starts. So the previous one, we call it the build pipeline, because every step we do over here is catered to the build, and then the output is a package. And here, what we do is we make this pipeline to make the release happen, like from one specific location to distribute that code in n number of nodes which we have in the system. Then the next responsibility of DevOps engineers is called monitoring. Monitoring is something which lets you monitor whatever you have deployed, how they are performing. Are they doing the work they're supposed to do? Are they having those specific features and functionality enabled? So the thing we monitor in this monitoring process is matrices. So matrices are your pure numeric values, okay? How much uses your resources are getting, like your hardware uses, your CPU uses, RAM uses, and tons of disk storage and other specific aspects. Then you talk about your response times, your throughputs, and all those specific aspects around that. So whatever numeric value you measure, that's called as matrices in DevOps language. Then we have logs. We also call it logging. All of the textual values, like the things which we generate, the things our services generate, the thing our pipeline generates, all those textual information actually called as logs. These could be your access logs generated by your web server, error logs generated by your third-party services, and your request and other specific logs, like, okay, I just want to dump the whole request object into my log just to, actually for sake of actually tracing is back. Then we have traces. So traces comes handy when we have a multi-system architecture, okay? We have multiple nodes. Traces become very important. When we have multiple microservices, traces become very important. When we have lots of third-party integration, actually traces become very important, because actually what traces provides you that once you initiate a request and until that request sends a response back to the initiator, every specific system it's talked to, every specific origination and deletion what has happened, all those specific information is available in traces. So you can see how request initiated, where it actually went through, what kind of mess is made, and then come back to the user. So all those specific scenarios happens when you have microservices, third-party integrations, or an infrastructure behind a load balancer. The next thing what actually monitoring needs to do is, so we have gathered all this information. We have matrices, we have logs, we have trace. Now we also need to have some alert mechanism. Okay, we need to inform ourselves and the audience or the people who are responsible for that particular deployment that what the hell those specific errors or code is supposed to do. And the channels we are using over here is email, SMS, Slack integration. Sometimes we also use other specific integrations, or it's always good to call people over there on the phone. So that is still not there, but I don't see it's not feasible as of now. People are integrating BOIP services to do that as well. Then we have gathered all those information. We have alerts and everything running. Now we need some mechanism to show that information to every specific stakeholder. Dashboards comes handy on those specific cases. There are Tableau, Power BI, Grafana. These are the examples of some of those specific solutions which you can use behind any specific data store, and you can actually populate any way possible graphs, charts, logs, and actually all those specific aspects around that. The other important aspect of monitoring is feedback loop. So remember, whenever you read an article or you go on Google or some other specific aspect or try to do something different, there is a one specific question they ask, was this helpful? And there is an actually thumbs up and thumbs down. This is called the feedback system. So every feature you use, every services you request, every specific time you spent on especially those systems, the owners wants to collect some sort of feedback that how they did, like and these feedbacks are helpful to improve the system based on your feedback. Also formulate new product ideas and strategy around that. So this also become a very important inside the monitoring ecosystem. Okay, so this is the things which DevOps have to do. What are the actually career options which we have? So we have DevOps architect. I mean, they are the senior people in the DevOps ecosystem. They kind of become the backbone of the whole DevOps team. They are responsible to performing any specific scale operation or release operation or automation operation. Similarly, everything else falls alongside, like automation engineers are responsible for automation, security engineers are taking care of security aspect of the DevOps, integration specialists are thinking that how we can integrate multiple services into one and automate them. Similarly, the release manager is the last, especially the last people into the ecosystem who manages that once code is built, how it's going to distribute it among multiple nodes. So, any questions so far? Okay, let's move on to the next step. Why it's important? So, I'm just thinking about a perspective here that why it's important for me when I was doing my business. So, majority of these specific scenarios works for businesses and product owners. But there are a lot of insights for us developers as well over there. So speed. Speed is one thing which actually works well when you use the DevOps practices. It lets you create better product. It lets you own everybody on their specific aspect. Like there is not only one specific person responsible for everything else. So it's actually increases your effort of releasing your code and deploying your code. Then it's also have some sort of mechanism by which you can have multiple deliveries going on a very parallel basis. Like take an example of certain big companies. They do n number of development in a single day, and that's feasible because we have continuous delivery available. They don't have to go manually trigger and deploy and release those specific pieces. They're an automation system which is working over there. Then we have reliability, like if we have automation and mechanism and all those specific DevOps practices around that, our system become much more reliable. It's also help you on a scale. I mean, when you go from n number of users to 100 number of users and so far, your system needs to scale as well. If you invested in DevOps practices and if you know how DevOps works and you automated some of the processes, your scale would be just one click away. It also helps you in collaboration. When you define individuals with their specific goals and individuals with a specific responsibility, collaboration become much more easier. Very similar thing which we did on microservices. Similarly, we can do on engineering side as well. DevOps is a separate practice. And it's also helping in security because one person is responsible to managing all the configs. Okay, infrastructure as a code or policy as a code are the examples which actually is the practices by which we enhance the security of the system. So how you should get started? So there are some prerequisites which you should have. The first thing is you should have a basic understanding that how operating system works, what are the some of those specific concepts and all, and how the technology underneath or system and thread management and all those things, IO, file system pretty much works in a way. You also have to know at least one or some basic programming languages like Perl, Python, Node.js, I mean JavaScript or Bash. Anything works well. Then you also have to have very good understanding of networking concepts because DevOps is completely networking. Like you talking to system is the only thing which DevOps solves. So everything happens on web happens through those TCP layers. So you should have a very good understanding of your networking concepts. And also along with that network security as well, that how you can think about especially firewall, proxies, reverse proxies and all those specific things. And you at least have some familiarity with cloud services like Google Cloud Platform, AWS, Azure, anything could work. So what you need to learn apart from that? So first thing you need to learn is CI/CD. As I mentioned in that, CI is your continuous integration and CD is your continuous deployment. So before go and try out some automated managed service on the long, try to create one CI/CD using Git and Jenkins. Jenkins is very good handy tool. It's a very raw and you will learn a lot if you try it out. Maybe you fail, but the idea here is to understand how this whole CI/CD things works. And you should avoid using GitHub Action or other pre-built services as I mentioned because the idea here is to learn, not to get the job done. Then you need to learn about containers. I mean, virtualization was there when we talk about virtual boxes and all. I mean, Dockerization and containerization were very old specific topics. Now Docker and container architecture become a very hot topic. But there are certain changes happens. But at a system level and OS level, you need to understand how this container works, how separate environment works, how we can separate our config from having any collide with other specific services, those things where containers works. So what you need to do is try to containerize your specific app. Maybe you have created a blog for you or something else, okay? Just containerize that specific app, try to run in a Docker and see what kind of challenges you're facing over there. Make sure you deep dive into Docker file because that's where the whole, rules and responsibilities lies. Then you also need to learn about container architecture. I mean, creating these containers on runtime, managing those containers. There are tons of tools available, but I would say that you should start with Kubernetes, the raw Kubernetes, and Docker Swarm or especially maybe OpenShift, rather than, and if you stuck somewhere, go and explore Google Kubernetes engine. It have pre-built recipes which you can start with. Then you have configuration management. The configuration management is something where you have those individual configuration available on a common place which you take and then scale your system from especially one node to n node. This configuration could be your environment variables, this configuration could be your security aspect, your certificates and other specific aspects around that. There are certain things like Ansible, Puppet and Chef you can use if you want to go in a raw and a learning perspective. But if you want to try out and understand that how it can be done, then Google have a very specific service for that. Infrastructure provisioning is another thing. How you can write some code which can create new servers on the fly. Those are the infrastructure provisioning stuff that you can also explore if you want to do on your own, or if you want to just go on Google platform and specifically use some services over there. Then monitoring. You need to expand a little bit on monitoring, like what sort of things the monitoring happens, how you can set up monitoring, how you can create an infrastructure around monitoring. And also, if you're stuck somewhere, Google have already a service around called Google Cloud Monitoring, which you can spin up and look into. So learning doesn't stop there. It continues. Okay, like you need to learn about I/O, you need to learn about thread and process management. So DevOps is something where you need to have a very vast understanding that how systems actually works. And these are the things which we learn in our engineering classes, but because those are not being used that much and we kind of tend to forget. But when you go into DevOps, these things gonna come back and you need to have a better grasp on these. So try to learn as much as possible. But yeah, there are so many things to learn. So here are some key points which I observed when I was doing the transition and trying to do some of the specific aspect. So Linux is one thing which you should love if you want to go in DevOps direction, because the reason is very simple. Majority of production servers are Linux. So that's where you will be facing Linux on every specific aspect. You need to learn a little bit about version control if you're not, because everybody, I would say, that using some sort of version control, and Git is the most popular one. So you also have to think about learning some of those specific aspects as well. Then you also need to spend some time on trying out some of the cloud services. Like the idea here is to know what actually the service is and what kind of service it actually provides and what problem it solves. You also have a little bit familiarity of system design, how one system talks to another, how the connection happens between them, how latency and everything works in those, how the scale, how we can scale that system, how caching and everything else works. So system design is also play a very vital role when we talk about DevOps. Generally, these system design stuff, DevOps people does not have to do, but they need to have a fair amount of understanding to create an infrastructure around that. Then you also need to think about security. Like I told you earlier that security is something. So you need to think about ways to sanitize your logs so that no PIL information or some sort of information which is sensitive can get into the logs. You need to also think about how you can protect your environmental configuration, like your environment variables, your CA certificates, your security tokens, and all those specific aspects around that. And you have to be patient. And that's a very important one. Because there is a lot of things to do in this, and you only need to do is step by step. So if you're not patient, if you're trying to do everything at once, things things gonna get very dirty. And frankly speaking, I'm still learning in those specific aspects. And I would say that everybody is doing the same thing. So nobody knows everything at once. You just have to go on a step by step. And here are some resources which I think can help you if you want to dig deeper and try to actually get your hands dirty. So this roadmap thing you should check out, and then you will figure out that how vast the roadmap for a DevOps engineers are. And these are the one, like some certifications are available which you can take after you learn some specific aspects around that. And you also, if you want to learn the whole cloud infrastructure and how cloud works, you can go on Google platform/learn, and there are tons of articles available over there. So that's all from my side. If you have any questions. Yeah. Can someone give him a mic?
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah. First of all, thanks for your great session on how to get started with DevOps. So my question is about, I wanted to ask about the job prospects and job opportunities available for a DevOps engineer in India.
So, see, as I mentioned that now we are moving in an era where a lot of these responsibilities are separating out, okay? Like earlier, we were tend to do back end and front end. I mean, I don't know how much of you remember the PHP era. There was no front end and back end. Like everybody was doing the same thing. Now we see a clear distinction over there. Similarly, it happening in other specific dimension as well. But yeah, I mean, these things happening on a very process-oriented companies. I mean, companies who are doing specific tasks around very high scale. They are taking about those specific things. The idea here is to why I given this specific things in this specific conference is that every engineer should know a little bit about DevOps. And the reason being that is because you are there to build stuff, okay? If you're not able to release those stuff to the public or specifically to the user, and you passed on that responsibility to somebody else, you will not able to see that how those, I mean, whatever you have built is actually not being used. So idea here is to think about actually reducing that gap and try to get your hands dirty on that. As per your concern about job prospect, so DevOps is something is going to get merged into the development itself. So whether you talk about doing it willingly or not willingly, it's going to happen. Similarly, what happens with testing, okay? Now we are writing unit test, integration test, and all those specific aspects around that. So this is what is going to happen on DevOps as well. So job prospects will remain same. It's just the responsibility gonna get wider a little bit. Yeah. Sorry? Okay, benefits of what?
What are the core benefits of DevOps?
So I think I actually explained that why DevOps is important, and those are the benefits which companies and product needs to have. I mean, you need to think about certain aspect around those specific cases, like when you're building something, it needs to go on a specific user hands, okay? And there is a process to that. Who gonna manage that process, that running it efficiently? And it increases, I mean, I can give you one specific case study. So Atlassian, I have some people working over there and I also done some case studies with them. They release approximately 1,000 of experiments on Jira every specific day. Would you think that's possible if DevOps was not there? If automation was not there? So they are experimenting that much so that they can serve their user better, they can make the product better. And these are the benefit DevOps provides with the automation tools, infrastructure, clouds, and all those specific aspects around that.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you everyone. I'm still available if you have any other question. I think we can connect.
Thank you for your insightful session, Mr. Ashok. It's always been a pleasure hosting you. Reiterating what you mentioned, the need for patience in life is a must. Just see our audience. Moving ahead, we have with us Mr. Ankit Patel, who would be shedding light on Kubernetes and the use on Google Cloud. Please come along to welcome him.
Hi guys, am I audible to all? Okay, so today's agenda of this talk is to introduce you with the Google Kubernetes engine on GCP. So before we move into the GCP and understand what Kubernetes is and how it helps us in today's industry world, so let me introduce myself. I am Ankit Patel, working as a senior DevOps engineer with the LTI Mindtree, and I am the GCP developer architect as well as the DevOps engineer, and I also provide technical training over the DevOps and GCP, and I mentor professionals. So this is my LinkedIn. If you wish to connect, then we can connect and have a technical discussion further about GCP and cloud. So yeah, today's agenda of this talk would be how the previous traditional deployment application deployment is followed, and how container helps that traditional deployment, and what is GKE on the Google Cloud, and how we can utilize the GCP in today's world, which can quickly deploy our applications in a fraction of seconds. And at the last, we will go with the demo of a sample Hello App application, which we will deploy over the GKE. So let's move it further. So the traditional app deployment, where we have to develop application code, then it has to move into the testing phase. Then it has to move into the packaging, where all the dependencies, it should be converted into the one converted raw format. Then we have to deploy that particular those dependencies and those for converted format into a server. So once it is deployed over the server, the IT operation team comes into the picture, where application monitoring as well as the troubleshoot, like all of those monitoring stuffs comes in the picture. So if we talk about the traditional deployment, where it follows, like if my application is deployed over a server and some dependencies mismatch happens, like it is working fine in my local system while the server is having some application dependencies. So that might actually take quite long time to address that issues. So there comes the solution to that, those time complexities and all of those traditional deployment stuffs. So that's how like this was the thing I was talking about, where everything is working fine in my local system. I have the server version as well as the database version, which is working fine in my local system, while the same version is crashing over the server. This problem is addressed by the container. So yeah, so the container addressed this solution which the traditional app deployment was actually facing. Container helps us to package the application code as well as the dependencies in a box, which box called image, or which can be deployed over the cluster where your actual application will be running inside a container. So yeah, the basic principle of container here is the build, ship, and run. So like I have my application code and all the dependencies. So I will build a Docker image out of those application code, and I will ship that into a GCR registry. That is another service provided by the Google, and that image which is shipped to the GCR registry will be deployed over the GKE. So the three most basic principle of the container is the build, ship, and run. So this will be followed, and after that, so the container solves the issue which my traditional environment was actually facing that. So yeah, so this is the basic architecture of the GKE, how things actually work. So this is the command line tool. Like I can use the command line tool to interact with the Kubernetes cluster, or I can use the declarative way as well. So kubelet is a agent provided by the cluster Kubernetes. So I can use the kubelet to connect to interact with the cluster, and inside the cluster I have two node. Node is nothing but a server, we can say, or a group of instances machines. I have two machines, that is master node as well as the worker node. and master node is the one where my whole application resides. Like not like my whole Kubernetes cluster component will reside, and the worker node where my actual application will be running inside a Docker container. So this is the overview where users will be accessing application via the request goes via node, which is like which manages all the resources, which schedules pod, which schedule deployment over the worker node. So yeah, the cluster is nothing. As I said, cluster is a combination of two nodes. That is the master node as the worker node, which have a group of servers, group of machines combined together forms a cluster. So inside the cluster, I have a basic structure. I will say, like inside the cluster, I have master, and these are the worker node. Inside the worker node, my pod will reside. Pod is a simple basic unit in a Kubernetes cluster. So that pod will reside inside a node, and inside a node, like inside the pod, my application container will reside, where my application will be up and running there. So yeah, this is the deployment file. I would say a deployment file is more like a template which we are giving to the cluster, how many pod and how the things will work. So if I'm applying the deployment file over the cluster via kubectl command line tool, so it will route via master node. So master node will schedule all the pod which I have defined in the replica section of the deployment YAML. So that is the declarative way which I have taken the sample YAML deployment file. You can see the replica inside the spec. So replicas are nothing but the number of pod I need. My deployment will schedule over the node. So inside the pod, my application will reside. So this is the sample deployment YAML, and the pod which I am talking about, where my actual application will be running in a container, is more like I have the node, inside the node I have the pod, and inside the pod my application will be running inside a container. So like my pod will share all the operating, like one operating system and all the hard disk and all the memory and CPU uses as well. So this is the architecture of pod. And another one which I'm like, my application is deployed over the Kubernetes cluster. I have deployed it. Now I want to expose it, how my end user can access that application by a single IP, right? So my application is deployed, and that application will be accessed via, like, if I want to expose my application so that you can use it, I will be using the service. So there are multiple services you can utilize. So basically the one which I have mentioned is the load balancer service. Load balancer is nothing but a cloud native load balancer will be provisioned. So that load balancer will provide external static IP to my service which is deployed over the Kubernetes cluster. So that will give me the static IP, external IP. That IP I can access, like end users can access that actual IP and access the application. So this is the common architecture with all the applications which are deployed over the Kubernetes. So I would say, like, I'm the developer, and there are two ways which the things are working here. I have Docker file. I can create the Docker image out of Docker file, and I can store that in a GCR registry. And from GCR registry, the image will be pulled, and the image will be pulled by the Kubernetes cluster. So this is the I can automate it. Like once I have the Docker file, it will create image, and from GCR, Kubernetes can access that. Another way of interacting with the cluster, that is via kubectl command line tool. I have kubectl command line tool which will be interacting via master node. So master node, which I talked about, is the brain of the Kubernetes cluster. So that master node will be like, I can access that application via master node, and my actual application is residing on a worker node. And end user, like the consumer, as I said, if you want to access that application, right? So that request will be routed through a gateway. So all the routing policies will be done by the gateway, which will reside inside the cluster. And so this is the common architecture which it will look like if I have my application deployed. So this is the common one. This is not the actual standard one which we can say. So there comes a lot of configuration as well. If I talk about the service mesh or the HTO thing will come into the picture as well. So yeah, we should use Kubernetes because it helps my life easier. It helps me to automate the thing as Ravi mentioned previously. To orchestrate all of the container as a DevOps engineer, I should have the good understanding about the Kubernetes as well. So this is the basic, like you can just say this is the basic thing which you can understand by Kubernetes. You should at least know what deployment do, what pod do, and how can you can expose your application to the outer world. So before we move next, let me take you to the demo. Yeah, before we move into the demo, you can understand the general CI/CD pipeline which we follow here. So I am the developer here. I have the source control, like I'm using GitHub as a storing like all of those my application code there. So from GitHub, if I push and pull any action performed over the GitHub branch, my branch will trigger a build that will utilize that cloud build. That is a CI/CD tool provided by the CI/CD service, we can say. So that will help me to build that container image or the Docker image out of that. So I will utilize the Docker like a cloud build to create a Docker image, and that Docker image I will store in a container registry. So this will be a whole automated process. From the Docker container registry, my GKE cluster can actually utilize that image. Okay, so my application will utilize that, and my end user can access that via service, which I will expose my service. So this is the general CI/CD pipeline we follow here in the industry. So, and there comes another thing comes in the picture, that is Terraform. That is like infrastructure as a tool script which we can use to provision resources over the cloud. So apart from GKE, you should also have good understanding about the Terraform, how it works, and this will be helpful for you in a cloud. This will help you to provision multiple resources over the GKE or over the cloud. And at the end, you can expose application via service, which I talked about in my YAML file. I have used the HTTP load balancer service, which will give me the external IP. So yeah, like if you have any question, you can shoot it to me right now about the GKE, about the DevOps, or about the cloud, or we can connect later to discuss further. So yeah, thank you guys.
Thank you for your insightful session, Mr. Ankit. This is now the time to engage you all for a fun quiz. Again, I'm not sure if we did mention it before or not, but there are surprises in the form of swags awaiting for you all. Again, not for everybody in general, but then we'll be seeing who is, getting the swags at a later point. Yeah. So for the activity, we have on stage Ms. Shruti and Ms. Dipali. Thank you.
Are you guys getting bored? So we are conducting a fun and engaging activity for you. And for the same, I would like to introduce your quiz master. Is there a mic? ये वाला use करना।
माइक स्टार्ट करना पड़ता है कहीं से हाँ हो गया ना नहीं चल रहा
नहीं चल रहा था।
नहीं
इधर बोल दे।
इधर ही आई श्योर
नहीं यार, पर इधर नहीं बोलना।
माइक नहीं चल रहा माइक नहीं चल रहा हेलो सॉरी स्टार्ट
So here's your quiz master. Hello people.
I'm your quiz master Deepali Pathak here with you to conduct a quiz for you. So are you ready all? So let's begin. Shruti will tell you the instructions for the quiz.
So basically, there are 3 instructions which you all have to follow. First one is you will be raising the hands before answering the question. Second, you will be having only 30 seconds to answer the question. And the third one is the most important one. Your quiz master is the one who will be deciding who among you will be answering the questions. So maintain the decorum and have fun.
There's one more thing. There's a secret surprise for you all. To the one who is the most active through the quiz session. So yeah, let's begin. Let's begin. So here's the first question on your screen. What is the purpose of command line interface in a computer system? Option A, to manage the graphical user interface, to communicate with other computers over the internet, to execute command and perform tasks using text-based commands, to provide access to hardware components of the computer. Guys, maintain decorum. Time starts now.
Okay, Deep.
Okay, so people seems to be very interesting. This one, raising both of his hands. Mike.
Hello.
Huh.
Third one, C.
Let's see what's the answer. Yay! Big round of applause.
Make a round of applause for him.
Moving to the next question. Which of the following is an example of command line interface commands in Windows? Okay. From this side now. To the one here, the one in checks, the one in blue checks. Yeah. Huh.
Just a moment, guys and girls. Before you answer, please let us know your name,
Yeah.
full name, and then answer. Yeah, thank you.
Mike? Where's the mic? Mike?
Please maintain decorum.
Guys, just be calm. It's okay. You will get the opportunity. Okay. So just be seated.
Hello.
Okay, go on.
Good afternoon, all of you. My name is Munip Paratkar.
Cool.
The answer is A.
Let's check the answer. Yay! Next question, Shruti. What is the purpose of an Android emulator?
Easy question.
So many hands raising.
Let's see.
Don't stand up, guys. Be seated. Okay, your answer. Green one.
Please don't answer before heading your mic.
Yeah, just go on. Mike.
Okay. Please introduce yourself.
Okay, my name is Apoor Baghel,
Okay.
and answer is B. Second one.
Good work, Apoor. Okay. ahead. Which of the following is a popular web server software?
Don't answer before she decides.
It seems very exciting that everyone knows the answer.
It seems we have an intelligent audience.
That seems so good. Okay, ma'am, please.
Hello, I am Mayakrati and the answer is C.
Okay, let's go. Oh!
It's okay.
Yeah, it's cool to get the wrong answers as well, no? Okay, moving ahead to the next question. What is the main purpose of the Android manifest file? Okay, who knows this answer?
Let her choose you. Don't answer. Ekdam.
Let me choose, guys. Just be seated. I'm not telling there. You guys are very excited. Okay, you answer. The green one.
B.
Please introduce yourself before answering. Can you please give your name?
Aman Rajdas.
Okay.
Okay. Next question. What is the purpose of web API? Okay, do we have mics over upstairs? There also? Do we have mics there? Okay, no. So, okay, right.
Give your name.
Hello everyone, my name is Aryan and the answer is B.
Okay, let's see. Okay, so the last question on your screens now. You are designing a GCP replacement for your on-premises data warehouse. Which server do you select?
Don't answer like this.
Don't answer like this. I told you. Okay, the green. Yeah, ma'am. Please. Yeah.
Hello, I am Tanisha and the answer is A.
Oh. Okay, so it was a fun meeting you all. Have a good day, guys. Thank you so much.
Bye. We hope you enjoyed the activity.
I can see that the thrill has not yet, settled down. So thank you, Shruti and Dipali, for the activity. I request everybody to please maintain the calm and the decorum of the auditorium. Thank you. Now I take the pleasure to call upon the stage Mr. Anubhav Singh to deliver his address on the topic, Scheduled Events on GCP, How Many Ways, Which and Why. Thank you.
वो उसको अपन नोट्स आएंगे, बट नोट्स इस पे रखना और उसको अपने को सरकाना पड़ेगा आई गेस. एक्सटेंडेड व्यू है. हाँ. Let's keep silence, please.
हाय, गुड आफ्टरनून. देखो, फर्स्ट थिंग, हिंदी में कितने लोग कंफर्टेबल है? अच्छा, आगे कुछ लोग कंफर्टेबल नहीं है. मैं बता देना चाहता हूं, आप मध्य प्रदेश भोपाल में है. मैं हिंदी बोलूंगा. मैं यूपी से हूं. ठीक है. यूपी वाले जब एमपी वालों से मिले तो हिंदी में बात होनी चाहिए. ठीक है. बाकी स्लाइड्स पूरी इंग्लिश में है, तो देख लेना अपना. ठीक है. चलो स्टार्ट करते हैं. शेड्यूलिंग इन जीसीपी, व्हेन एंड हाउ. शेड्यूलिंग होती क्या है? व्हाट इज शेड्यूलिंग? शेड्यूलिंग सुना है पहले, कभी सुना है? सुना है? ठीक है. कौन बताएगा शेड्यूलिंग? वहां पीछे. चलो आप बताओ शेड्यूलिंग क्या होती है. यार इतने हट्टे कट्टे हो, चिल्लाओ ना. अच्छा नहीं, माइक पहुंचा दो यार. माइक है? एक्स्ट्रा माइक है? एक ही माइक तो मेरे पास है. हाँ बोलो. बिल्कुल सही, भाई को पता है. नाइस. चलो थोड़ा सा इंट्रोडक्शन. हाय, नाम अनुभव, को फाउंडर डायनोपाई, गूगल डेवलपर एक्सपर्ट, गूगल क्लाउड. बहुत जल्द रिसेंटली बनाओ, ताजा ताजा. ठीक है. बाकी घूमता भी हो बहुत, तो किसी को घूमने के बारे में पूछना है वो भी पूछ सकते हो. नंबर ऑफ थिंग्स लिस्टेड, जिसके बारे में पूछना है मुझे पकड़ो बाहर, मुझसे पूछना, मैं बताऊंगा. एंड ये करना है. ठीक है. पूरे सेशन में इंटरेक्शन रहेगा. ठीक है. क्वेश्चंस पूछूंगा, आपको जवाब देना है. सबसे पहले ये, उसके बाद जवाब. ठीक है. चिल्लाना नहीं है. चलो, why the topic? Why are we going to talk about scheduling? ठीक है. Because Benjamin did not say this exactly, लेकिन what he meant was कि अगर आप शेड्यूल नहीं करते हो सही से, then you are scheduling to fail. ठीक है. Something like this, right? आप अलार्म लगाना भूल गए, अगले दिन एग्जाम है. Are you scheduling to fail? Kind of, right? कितने लोगों की ट्रेन मिस हुई है? ट्रेन फ्लाइट मिस हुई है? रिलेटेबल कंटेंट? कोई नहीं. चलो, जॉब शेड्यूलिंग जैसे उन्होंने बताया. ठीक है. कौन सा टास्क कब एग्जीक्यूट होगा उसको हम शेड्यूल करते हैं. एक सर्टेन टाइम में हो सकता है, टाइम बेस्ड शेड्यूलिंग. इवेंट बेस्ड शेड्यूलिंग हो सकता है. से फॉर एग्जांपल किसी यूजर ने नया अकाउंट बनाया. आप लोग अकाउंट बनाते हो किसी वेबसाइट में, ईमेल पे आता है कि वेलकम टू दिस वेबसाइट. ठीक है. जैसे आपको पता नहीं है, बट ठीक है, आपको ईमेल आता है, राइट? वो इवेंट बेस्ड शेड्यूलिंग है. आपने अकाउंट बनाया तो आपको ईमेल आया. ठीक है. इवेंट बेस्ड शेड्यूलिंग. हाइब्रिड भी हो सकता है, एग्जांपल दूंगा मैं आगे. ठीक है. मॉनिटरिंग एंड लॉगिंग बेस्ड हो सकता है. किसी का सर्वर अगर क्रैश हो गया तो आपको ईमेल आ गया कि भाई आपका सर्वर क्रैश हो गया, जाके देखो. ठीक है. मॉनिटरिंग एंड लॉगिंग बेस्ड. एरर हैंडलिंग भी हो सकता है. कभी कुछ एरर आ गया सिस्टम में तो आपको वार्निंग आ जाती है कि ये चीज फेल हो चुकी है, इसको जाके फिक्स कर लो। सिस्टम मेंटेनेंस, इवेंट रेस्पॉन्स, देखा होगा गूगल डाउन हुआ है कभी? नहीं हुआ है, मुझे थोड़ी ना पता है, लेकिन मैंने और भी सर्विसेज देखी है जो डाउन हुई हैं। और जब भी ऐसी सर्विसेज डाउन होती है तो आपको उनकी स्टेटस वेबसाइट में दिखता है कि चलो व्हाट्सएप डाउन हो गया है, राइट? बीच में अभी रिसेंटली व्हाट्सएप बहुत डाउन हुआ था, आप देखते होगे व्हाट्सएप का एक स्टेटस पेज होता है जिसमें लिख के आता है कि व्हाट्सएप डाउन है इस पर्टिकुलर रीजन में, ठीक है? टाइम बेस्ड शेड्यूलिंग, राइट? एग्जैक्टली टाइम बेस्ड शेड्यूलिंग क्या क्या करती है? टाइम बेस्ड शेड्यूलिंग देखो, सबसे सिंपल शेड्यूलिंग ना टाइम बेस्ड ही है। डेली आप अलार्म लगा लोगे 8 बजे का, ठीक है? अगर आप कॉलेज स्टूडेंट हो तो, अदरवाइज आप 10 बजे का भी लगा सकते हो, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, ठीक है? आपने सुबह अलार्म लगाया 8 बजे का, वो टाइम बेस्ड शेड्यूलिंग है, ठीक है? 8 बजे अलार्म बजेगा, आप उठोगे या नहीं उठोगे वो आपके ऊपर है, लेकिन अलार्म बजेगा, ठीक है? ये आपका पीरियोडिक होता है, राइट? किस टाइप की पीरियोडिसिटी हो सकती है? इन टर्म्स ऑफ सॉफ्टवेयर ये पर मिनट रन कर सकता है। क्रॉन जॉब सुना है किसने? क्रॉन जॉब्स, क्रॉन जॉब्स की मिनिमम पीरियोडिसिटी कितनी होती है? कितने कितने मिनिमम टाइम में आप बार बार क्रॉन जॉब्स रन कर सकते हो? नॉट एवरी सेकेंड। कर लो सब गेस कर लो। 1 मिनट, यस, 1 मिनट इज द मिनिमम फ्रीक्वेंसी। यस, स्लाइड में लिखा है, इससे ज्यादा हिंट क्या दे दूं, ठीक है? मिनिमम 1 मिनट होता है और लोकली ऑन द सर्वर्स रन करता है। जॉब्स अगर आप क्रिएट करते हो वो लोकली ऑन द सर्वर होता है। इसको हम लोग देखेंगे आगे कि उससे निकाल सकते हो, उसकी प्रॉब्लम क्या है, उसको कैसे निकाल सकते हैं, ठीक है? चलो, टाइम बेस्ड शेड्यूलिंग जो एक सर्टेन टाइम पे होता है, पीरियोडिकली होता है, महीने में एक बार सैलरी आती है कुछ लोगों की, बाकी जो स्टूडेंट्स है शायद आप लोग को डेली जाना पड़ता है कॉलेज अटेंडेंस देने के लिए, हर क्लास में अटेंडेंस होती है, वो भी बोल सकते हो पीरियोडिक है, ठीक है? सो अलग अलग टाइप की पीरियोडिसिटी। इवेंट बेस्ड शेड्यूलिंग जो मैंने बताया, कुछ एक इवेंट हुआ, उसके रिस्पॉन्स में आपके सपोज ईमेल आ गया, राइट? कोई एक इवेंट हुआ सिस्टम में, फॉर एग्जांपल जब आप ट्रांजैक्शंस करते हो, राइट? बुक शो में बुकिंग सबने करी होगी, मूवी गए थे, बुक माई शो में आपने टिकट खरीदा तो आपको ईमेल पे भी आ गया, व्हाट्सएप पे भी आ गया, राइट? ये सारी इवेंट बेस्ड शेड्यूलिंग है। अब देखो, ईमेल तो अलग है, ईमेल अलग सॉफ्टवेयर है, वो जीमेल आपका अलग चल रहा है, व्हाट्सएप अलग सॉफ्टवेयर है, दोनों के बीच में कोई कनेक्शन नहीं है। लेकिन इवेंट कहां पे हुआ? बुक माई शो में हुआ, वो भी एक अलग सॉफ्टवेयर है। लेकिन इवेंट बेस्ड शेड्यूलिंग क्या कर रही है? अगर आप बुक माई शो पे टिकट खरीद रहे हो तो वो इन्फॉर्म कर रही है कि ऐसा एक इवेंट हुआ है, अब आपको क्या करना है वो आप देख लो। वो जीमेल के ऊपर है कि आपको वो ईमेल दिखाएगा कि नहीं, व्हाट्सएप के ऊपर है कि वो आपको नोटिफिकेशन दिखाएगा कि नहीं, राइट? ये अलग अलग सिस्टम्स है जिनको कनेक्ट किया गया है, कैसे? इवेंट बेस्ड शेड्यूलिंग से, ठीक है? चलो आगे इसको और देखेंगे। नोटिफिकेशन आता है, राइट? फोन में नोटिफिकेशन सबके आते हैं। कुछ एक इवेंट होता है, फेसबुक में फ्रेंड रिक्वेस्ट भेजा किसी ने तो आपको नोटिफिकेशन आ गया, इवेंट बेस्ड, ठीक है? हाइब्रिड शेड्यूलिंग। हाइब्रिड शेड्यूलिंग थोड़ा हल्का सा ट्रिकी हो जाता है, बिकॉज देन यू थिंक लाइक ऐसा क्या है जिसमें टाइम बेस्ड और इवेंट बेस्ड दोनों शेड्यूलिंग हो रही है, राइट? इसका एक एग्जांपल दूंगा मैं, इन्वेंट्री, ठीक है? सपोज आपके आसपास कोई छोटा सा स्टोर है, जनरल स्टोर, ठीक है, जिसमें आप दाल, आटा, चावल, साबुन जो भी खरीदना है आप जाके खरीद सकते हो। अभी क्या है ना कि उसमें आप अगर जाके साबुन खरीद लोगे, सपोज उसके पास 10 साबुन के बार्स है, ठीक है, सोप बार्स, ठीक है, आपने जाके खरीद लिया, उसके पास 10 थे, आपने एक जाके खरीद लिया, उसके पास इन्वेंट्री कितनी? 9, ठीक है? आपने खरीदा तो उसकी इन्वेंट्री में इमीडिएटली 1 माइनस हुआ, ये इवेंट बेस्ड शेड्यूलिंग है, ठीक है? जब आप अगर उसका प्रोडक्ट खरीद रहे हो तो उसका इन्वेंट्री में 1 घटना चाहिए, ये इवेंट बेस्ड शेड्यूलिंग हुआ। अभी पूरे दिन लोगों ने खरीदा, उसका इन्वेंट्री जितना भी 2 या 3 बचा रात तक, उसके बाद अगले दिन सुबह सुबह एक ट्रक आई, उसको और सोप बार्स देके गई, ठीक है? तो ये क्या हो रही है? वो ट्रक कब आ रही है? दिन में 1 बार सुबह, ठीक है? ये क्या है? ये टाइम बेस्ड शेड्यूलिंग है। तो उसकी जो इन्वेंट्री है वो हाइब्रिड शेड्यूलिंग का एग्जांपल हुआ, ठीक है? जिसमें जब आप खरीदते हो तो इवेंट बेस्ड बेसिस पे उसका रिड्यूस होता रहता है और उसका रिप्लेनिश जब होता है हर दिन सुबह 1 बार, ठीक है? ये टाइम बेस्ड। चलो, मॉनिटरिंग एंड लॉगिंग। मॉनिटरिंग एंड लॉगिंग बहुत सिंपल है। देयर आर scripts and dashboards and softwares which you can be used to monitor and log everything that is happening in a software system, ठीक है? Say for example, आप अपनी अटेंडेंस प्रोवाइड करते हो क्लासेस में, ठीक है? सब अटेंडेंस प्रोवाइड करते हो, इस अटेंडेंस का कुछ तो यूज किया जाता है आपको एग्जाम में नहीं बैठने देने के लिए, है ना? वो किससे हो रहा है? वो मॉनिटरिंग से हो रहा है, राइट? आपकी जो अटेंडेंस डाली जा रही है, जो आपका टीचर डाल रहा है, वो क्या है? वो लॉगिंग है, ठीक है? एंड समवन इज मॉनिटरिंग दैट. कौन? जो भी डिसाइड कर रहा है कि एग्जाम में बैठने देना है कि नहीं, ठीक है? सो इस तरह के जितने भी सिस्टम्स होते हैं ना, जहां पे कंटिन्यूअसली कुछ एक लॉग पढ़ रहा है, उसके बाद उस लॉग को मॉनिटर करके, उस लॉग को ऑब्जर्व करके व्हेनेवर डिसीजंस आर बीइंग मेड, ठीक है? सो मॉनिटरिंग कि किसी वो मॉनिटरिंग में एक सर्टेन कंडीशन मीट होगा, देन समथिंग विल हैपन. अलर्टिंग भी हो सकता है, ठीक है? अगर आप 3 दिन लगातार स्कूल नहीं गए, टाइम पे होता था, 3 दिन लगातार स्कूल नहीं गए तो पेरेंट्स को कॉल आ गया, ठीक है? वो भी यही हो रहा था, लोग मॉनिटर कर रहे थे कि बच्चे नहीं वो स्कूल पहुंच रहे कि मूवी थिएटर पहुंच रहे, ठीक है? सो पेरेंट्स को कॉल जा रहा है, वो अलर्टिंग हो गई. सिस्टम ये आई थिंक बहुत कॉमन है, सिस्टम हेल्थ रिपोर्टिंग, जो आप स्टेटस देखते हो, राइट? कोई सर्विस अप है, कोई सर्विस डाउन है, वो आपकी सिस्टम रिपोर्टिंग हो गई. एंड यस, अगर आप मॉनिटरिंग इंप्लीमेंट कर रहे हो, देन डोंट बी अ पर्सन लाइक दिस. जस्ट मेक श्योर कि आप उस मॉनिटरिंग का कुछ यूज भी कर रहे हो, नॉट लाइक कि हाँ ठीक है सब क्रैश हो गया, मैं देख रहा हूँ खुशी खुशी. ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए. चलो, एरर हैंडलिंग एंड रिट्राइज. अगर आपके सिस्टम में कहीं पे एरर आ गया तो रिट्राई होना चाहिए. आप लोगों ने देखा है कभी कभी क्रोम में क्या होता है? क्रोम में जब आप कोई वेबसाइट खोलने जाते हो और इंटरनेट नहीं होता है या अनस्टेबल होता है, तो इमीडिएटली पहले आपको दिख जाता है इंटरनेट नॉट अवेलेबल, ठीक है? उसके बाद वो खुद से रिट्राई करता है, राइट? वो रिट्राई मैकेनिज्म वहां पे इंप्लीमेंटेड है. सो दैट इज अनदर काइंड ऑफ शेड्यूलिंग, कि अगर इंटरनेट नॉट अवेलेबल का एरर होता है क्रोम में, देन इट रिट्राइज, ठीक है? दैट इज अ काइंड ऑफ शेड्यूलिंग, कि अगर कोई भी प्रोसेस जो नॉर्मल प्रोसेस होता है, अगर वो कहीं पे फेल करता है, देन द सिस्टम विल ऑटोमेटिकली रीट्राई, ठीक है? सो व्हाट दिस एनेबल्स इज कि ऑटो हीलिंग सिस्टम्स, राइट? कोई भी सिस्टम क्रैश कर गया, खुद से वापस अपने आप को रीस्टार्ट कर रहा है, अपनी जो भी प्रॉब्लम थी उसको आइडेंटिफाई या रिजॉल्व करके, या उसको सेंड टू द मैनुअल टीम टू रिजॉल्व, उसको मैनुअल टीम को भेज के वो खुद रीस्टार्ट कर रहा है. सो दीज काइंड ऑफ सिस्टम्स ऑटो हील, ये अगर ब्रेक गए तो खुद से खड़े हो जाते हैं, ठीक है? हाई रेजिलियंसी, विच मीन्स कि द एप्लीकेशन इज प्रीटी मच ऑलवेज अवेलेबल, क्योंकि अगर उसमें एरर आ भी रहा है तो भी वो उसको इग्नोर करके या रीस्टार्ट करके वो वापस उसको रीस्टार्ट कर दे रहा है सिस्टम को. सो द सिस्टम ऑलमोस्ट नेवर गोज डाउन. यहाँ पे सीबीएसई स्टूडेंट्स कितने हैं? सीबीएसई रिजल्ट चेक किया था, इमीडिएटली मस्त वेबसाइट खुल गई थी, सब कुछ जल्दी जल्दी हो गया था, ठीक है? याद आ रहा है रेजिलियंसी का मतलब क्या होता है? वो खुलना चाहिए था, ठीक है? चलो कोई नहीं. सो ठीक है, एनीवे, इन अ रेजिलियंट सिस्टम दिस विल हैपन, राइट? इफ एनीथिंग फेल्स, इट इज लाइक ओके, नो वरीज, ठीक है? फेल हो गया, कोई बात नहीं, चलो आगे बढ़ते हैं. रिसोर्स एलोकेशन, राइट? व्हाई इज दिस इंपॉर्टेंट? किसी वेबसाइट पे, से फॉर एग्जांपल, रात के 4 बजे कितने लोग शॉपिंग करते हैं Amazon पे? रात के 4 बजे ऑन ए डेली बेसिस. सर आपका क्या एक्सपीरियंस है? क्या करते हो आप रात को 4 बजे शॉपिंग? ऐसा क्या है जो रात के 4 बजे खरीदा जाता है? अच्छा, माइक भी पहुंच गया, देखो.
हेलो,
हाय.
कंट्रोलर्स देख रहा था.
किसके?
गेम के लिए.
चलो सही है. देखो लोड कितना है यहाँ पे, मान लो 500-600 लोग हैं, वो एक बंदा रात को 4 बजे कंट्रोलर खरीद रहा है, ठीक है? बाकी मान लो दोपहर के 12 बजे कितने लोग करते हैं ऑन ए रेगुलर बेसिस, राइट? मान लो हफ्ते में 2-3 बार, दोपहर 12 बजे आ रहा हूं, या मान लो दोपहर 12 से 3 कह रहा हूं, थोड़े लोग, ठीक है? 5 से 8, शाम में 5 से 8 या 5 से 10, a lot of you, right? So इसमें क्या हो रहा है ना, टाइम के बेसिस पे लोड इंक्रीजेस, ठीक है? रात के 4 बजे कितने लोग उस पर्टिकुलर साइट को चलाएंगे की प्रोबेबिलिटी बहुत कम है. बट देन शाम में मान लो 5 से 10 बजे या दिन में, राइट, सुबह 10 बजे से रात के 10 बजे तक कितने लोग उस वेबसाइट को चलाएंगे, इसकी प्रोबेबिलिटी बहुत हाई है, राइट? नंबर ऑफ पीपल यूजिंग दैट वेबसाइट हाइयर. सो सीधी सी बात है कि उस टाइम पे Amazon or any other shopping application will have to scale up unke resources, right? ये कैसे possible है? They have to monitor the load on their system all the time. Based on that, they have to take decision of either scaling up or scaling down. ठीक है? Does not make sense to have 100 computers handling the same request for one user. लेकिन अगर 10,000 users आते हैं, then you might think about something like say 100 computers handling the request, right? So that is why resource allocation done with right event scheduling, right? Job scheduling से अगर आप करते हो resource allocation, then it becomes very cost efficient. क्योंकि जब एक यूजर यूज कर रहा है तो आपने एक सर्वर लगा रखा है, जब 10,000 लोग यूज कर रहे हैं तो आपने अपना सर्विस बढ़ा दिया, ठीक है? And yes, this is the situation which happens auto scale. अगर किसी ने auto scaling pods ये सब study करे, then this is what happens, right? When the load increases, then you increase the number of replicas for your system. Otherwise एक भी काफी है. Job scheduling specifically on GCP, अभी जो हम लोग बात कर रहे थे, GCP का कोई सर्विस मेंशन नहीं किया अभी तक. Let's come to it. ठीक है? Job scheduling on GCP, the main services which are provided are Cloud Scheduler, Cloud PubSub, Cloud Functions, Workflows, and there are some supporting tools like EventArc and previously Stackdriver, अभी Cloud Operations Suite. कितने लोगों ने इन सब का नाम सुना है? ये कौन से देश की चिड़िया है? पीछे सुना है? कौन सा सुना है? नहीं? सही है यार, वो हाथ उठा के अभी पीछे देखा. ठीक है, कोई और? क्लाउड फंक्शंस, फायरबेस में फंक्शंस देखे? नहीं? अरे यार कैसे लोग हैं? ठीक है, चलो आपने देखा है, सही है. पबसब का नाम सुना है? पबसब सुना है? चलो ठीक है, उसके बारे में मीम डाला है मैंने, अभी दिखाऊंगा. देखो, these are the main services जो आपको शेड्यूलिंग प्रोवाइड करती हैं, and they provide different kinds of scheduling, right? मैंने आपको दिखाया अलग अलग टाइप की शेड्यूलिंग होती है, right? और ऑब्वियसली बात है, एक सिंगल प्रोडक्ट सब कुछ हैंडल करे ये पॉसिबल नहीं है. दैट इज वाई फॉर एवरी डिफरेंट टाइप ऑफ शेड्यूलिंग वी हैव डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ प्रोडक्ट्स जो एक पर्टिकुलर सिनेरियो में काम आएंगे, राइट? गिवन द सिनेरियो यू हैव टू डिसाइड व्हिच टूल टू यूज, एंड दिस इज व्हाट वी एक्सप्लोरिंग. पहले देख लेते हैं इस सर्विसेज डू स्पेसिफिकली. ठीक है, व्हाट इज गूगल क्लाउड शेड्यूलर? नाउ दिस इज अ फुली मैनेज्ड क्रॉन सर्विस. अभी क्या हो रहा है, देखो क्रॉन क्या होता है ना, क्रॉन विद इन द वीएम चलता है. ठीक है, अगर आपके पास एक लैपटॉप है तो उस लैपटॉप के अंदर ही क्रॉन चलेगा. इट विल नॉट वर्क फ्रॉम आउटसाइड. सो दिस इज अ प्रॉब्लम. अगर आपका लैपटॉप क्रैश हो गया तो, राइट, इफ योर सर्वर क्रैशेस एंड द वीएम लाइक ऑल द शेड्यूलिंग इज इनसाइड दैट सर्वर, व्हाट विल यू डू, राइट? सो दैट्स द क्वेश्चन. तो क्लाउड शेड्यूलर क्या करता है? इट डिकपल्स द सिस्टम्स एंड द क्रॉन जॉब्स, राइट? सो क्लाउड शेड्यूलर प्रोवाइड्स अ वेरी सिंपल क्रॉन इंटरफेस which is managed within Google Cloud and not inside the VMs. What this means is that even if your VM crashes, you don't have to worry about it. You can use a scheduling function to restart it, right? Yes, different type of targets. Cloud Scheduler allows you to work maybe on the GCP services, maybe hit an API, maybe send a message on PubSub, right? So pretty much anything can be done with Cloud Scheduler in a time-based scheduling fashion. Right, and these are the kind of tasks which are easy to do with Cloud Scheduler, like backups, database, like once in a day or something like that. Automated backup if you're taking backups of your system, right? And yeah, something like this, right? Anyone who understands this meme? किसी को समझ में आ रहा है इसमें क्या हो रहा है? What is happening here? Can someone tell me what is that doing? That star, star, 2 star, star. Yes? Let run every 2 days.
क्योंकि फर्स्ट होता है, सेकंड आवर्स के लिए होता है, एंड थर्ड डेज के लिए होता है. Which day or day?
Yes, that is right. It will run every. This is a function which will run every 2 days, and that means this is a job which saying that rain should happen every 2 days, right? So kudos to you for getting this meme. ये I'll share the slides घर में बैठ के ना थोड़ा सोचना इस बारे में. चल. Cloud functions, right? So cloud functions which I was talking about, these are usually single functions which can be run in response to any event happening on the system, right? And this is for event-based scheduling, and mostly they do one atomic operation, right? Cloud functions will do one single thing, and be done with it. For example, user signed up, send a mail, done. Right? User signed up being the event, send a mail being the cloud function. Right? These are the kind of examples that it works great with. Real-time image processing. For example, when you buy a ticket, mention your name, they will mention your event date, venue, QR code and everything, and they'll send it to you on WhatsApp or email, right? So that is real-time image processing. Transforming data on the fly. आप लोगों ने request करी and that request was transformed into something else, something which the server understands, transforming data on the fly. Notification systems, right? Friend request bheja, notification aaya. This is usually handled by cloud functions kind of software. PubSub, right? PubSub is made of two parts, right? Publisher and subscriber, right? And if you think about publisher and subscriber model, can you think about anything which we might use in daily lives? Publisher and subscriber. Koi example where publisher and subscriber model is visible to you? News, YouTube, Quora. Interesting. On Quora you can write answers. You don't, that is a different question. Medium you can write the blogs. You are also the publisher and the subscriber. IoT, Insta, Post. Okay, so what I'm talking about here is, right, the publisher cannot be the subscriber and the subscriber cannot be the publisher. Sorry?
गूगल प्ले सर्विस गेम पास सब्सक्रिप्शन जो हम लेते हैं वो प्ले स्टोर पे.
Okay, that's not exactly a messaging service kind of thing. So I think I'll have to consider that, but then I can give you a better example. Let's come to that. Right? So real-time messages are sent, right? What happens in a publisher and subscriber model is that there are topics, right? There are some topics to which some publishers send messages on, and there are subscribers which listen to those topics. They are always listening to those topics, and based on whatever they are getting from the publisher, which has been published to that topic, they can choose to perform actions, or they can choose to ignore, or they can choose to do whatever they want to do with it, right? And this kind of allows us to stream a lot of data, much at a huge, like millions requests per second scale, in which you can ingest data and then you can decide to trigger some atomic functions using ways coming into the system. Right, and real-time event responses, stream analytics and processing. Now this is very important, right? Because if there's a lot of users on your system, they're probably creating a lot of data. IoT is a great example because the sensors produce data down to pretty much like every half second, every few milliseconds, right? So when you're getting data at that rate, you need to have streaming analytics present there. And this is an example, right? Think about it. FM radio, suna hai? Right? What happens there? There is one person who is speaking on that FM, on that particular channel, and everyone else is just listening, right? As a person who is listening to the radio, can you start speaking on it? No? Right? And that is why FM radio is a very great example, where there's a PubSub model running. So the topic, what is the topic? Can anyone guess that? What is the topic in this case? That particular band, 93.5. Right? That particular radio band is the topic, 93.5. If you are tuned into 93.5 band, that means you are subscribed to that band, and whatever the publisher or the radio jockey is saying there, the publisher, you will receive that message particularly on that band itself. If you switch to any other band, you will get the message from whatever someone else is publishing there. Right? So this is a very good example for PubSub. And you can choose to do whatever you want to do with it. Right? You can choose to just listen to the radio, you can choose to ignore it, you can choose to perform actions based on it. There was a time in India, sometimes around 15-20 years back, when to calibrate our watches in the home, right? घर में जो घड़ियां होती थी, उसको calibrate करने के लिए we used to wait for radio to announce कि अभी 12 बज गए. Right? That is how we used to know कि 12 बज चुके. Right? And this is the time for us to do something. Right? So you can choose to schedule things. Okay, cloud workflows. Now there might be situations जहाँ पे आपको atomic operations नहीं करने हैं, right? There might be situations जहाँ पे आपको number of steps करने हैं, where each step is interdependent upon पिछला step सही से execute हुआ कि नहीं, उसका output क्या आया, right? So in these complex kind of scenarios, we use cloud workflows, right? And think about this. Say for example, one of your servers crashed due to probably a malicious file uploaded onto that server by some attacker, right? So the first thing that you need to do is you need to identify the error. That is step one. Second is after identifying the error, which is the malicious file, you need to make sure that you remove it, right? You need to remove that malicious file from the server. Second step. Third step, restart the server with all the original code, right? Download the original code, restart the server. All these things are complex processes and they depend upon whether the previous step executed correctly or not, right? You will remove the malicious file when you know that there has been a malicious file, which a checker system will do, right? So in these kind of complex cases, cloud workflows is very useful because it can orchestrate. क्या भाई? ठीक है. Cool. Workflows, right? Multi-step API integrations, multi-step services integrations. That is what you can do with cloud workflows. And you know, whatever the request the user is making, you can use cloud workflows to dumb it down to make it simpler for your system, right? How many of you here have done web development? Have you seen the request variable? It contains a lot of information, right? It contains the user agent, it contains the referrer, pretty much like at least 15-20 headers every time. And what we take out of that is, what is the username, what is the password, right? Only the form responses. So cloud workflows can do something similar. Whatever big information you're getting, you can use it to dumb it down, you can use it to break it down into actionable steps, right? That is possible with cloud workflows. And finally, yes, let's take a look at, very quickly take a look at how to schedule some jobs, right? First of all, the easiest way to schedule jobs is using crons, which I told you, right? Using crons, you can simply just do time-based scheduling. And it's not a great idea, right? If you do a lot of cron jobs, you are bound to run issues. So please do not try that. Just remember this meme every time you think about creating a cron job. Just know that it's not a great idea. You can use in-framework events, right? A lot of frameworks that we use for developing applications, they might have, within the framework, they have triggers or any such systems, right? For example, in Django, there is signals. In TensorFlow, you have triggers. In Node, I'm not sure what they have, probably something like async triggers, right? So you can use present in the framework itself. You don't have to code anything. You get it out of the box. You can use Cloud Scheduler. Just one command line on the G Cloud can get you the scheduler function running at a certain time, probably doing whatever you want it to do. So that will be time-based scheduling, and then you can create a function. You can create a cloud function and connect it with PubSub to make an event-based system, listening to the streams coming in from PubSub and then deciding what to do with that. When to use which method? Now this is important. Let's take a look, right? If it is a single script, right? If it is a single script which has to run with a certain periodicity and you don't have a real need to change it. Say for example, if there is a script which is making a backup of a database every 1 day or maybe every week and just making the backup, that is it. Probably uploading it somewhere. There is a very simple thing which you don't really have to control a lot of times. You don't have to change it often. And that is why it's okay to use a cron job for that, right? Because it's a system-based thing. You can just use a cron job to do this. But if likely to interfere in its execution, you don't always want to SSH into the VM and then have to change the cron tab every time. And that is why it might be better to use Google Cloud Scheduler in that case, if you're going to access it and change it often. If your code base, if your frameworks trigger, you can think of using that. Otherwise, if it does not, you can always do event triggers through Cloud Function. If there's a stream of messages coming in, very simple, use Cloud PubSub. There is no good alternative as such. To be honest, I have worked a lot of times with stream data. PubSub is always the best service to use in this case. If it's a multi-step process, do not try to connect a lot of cloud functions together. It should not be like, this cloud function will execute and then it will trigger another cloud function. The suggested way is to just put them all in a cloud workflow and get your task done with proper visibility of what is happening in the system. Right, and that is all. Thank you. Questions? I'll take at max one question right now, and the rest will have off the stage. Yes. Can we get him a mic?
सर आपने स्लाइड में मेंशन करा था कि क्रॉन की लेटेंसी बस 1 मिनट की होती हैगी. तो प्रीवियसली मैंने एक प्रोजेक्ट बनाया था Node.js पे जिस पे क्रॉन हर 3 सेकंड में रन हो रहा था. तो ये सिर्फ जीसीपी के लिए एप्लीकेबल है, लाइक 1 मिनट लेटेंसी वाला, या फिर ये दूसरे प्लेटफॉर्म पे भी?
Okay. So the thing is कि cron is not a GCP service.
Okay.
Cron is a Linux service, right?
Yes.
It's a Linux-based application which you can choose to use, and उसकी minimum frequency 1 minute ही है. So if you are working directly with Linux, then that is the frequency you can achieve. If you are using crons directly, if you are using something else, maybe there was an event provider, right? As I said, there are always event-based like frameworks or scheduling frameworks inside multiple frameworks, right? So Node might have that they are allowing you to do it at 3 seconds. I know for certain Laravel has that. It's a PHP-based framework. It has like 1 second scheduling as well, right? But then if you are using cron, the pure cron one, then you will have like at least 1 minute.
Okay, like if we use third-party app, then we can use in a second.
Yeah, I think I mentioned it here. Probably I did not dwell on it a lot, right? So if you look at this, right, event framework, like framework-based scheduling, the one thing which I mentioned here is that implementation is specific to framework, right?
Okay.
So I did not spend a lot of time on these slides, but they're specific to framework.
Okay.
It can be different.
Thank you.
Yes. So that is it. Thank you for being an amazing audience. This is the first time I'm in Bhopal. And yeah, I love the city. You have it like really beautiful. If you want to connect with me, pretty much on any platform, the same Trillion, and you can get the deck. If you want to get this slide deck, you can quickly take a photo of that or scan it or as you like it. So thank you. Thanks a lot, people.
Thank you for such an engaging session, Anubhav. Seeing the forward in the audience, that I very well say that it's always a great idea to have one community in solidarity with another. We've been glad to host the lead of GDG Cloud Kolkata here at GDG Cloud Bhopal's event, that is the Cloud Community Days Bhopal 2023. Now, it's time to call upon the stage Mr. Harsh Dattani. He's joining us all the way from Bangalore, and he'd be shedding light on the Google developers community like the one we have here. Thank you.
हेलो, नमस्ते। सेटल हो जाए अभी? मस्ती करेंगे आराम से, पहले सेटल हो जाता है। थोड़ा नॉइज है, नॉइज कम करो तो ही सुनोगे, जब बातें करोगे सुन नहीं पाते। बातें बाद में करो, लंच टाइम में, राइट? सेटअप में थोड़ा चेक कर रहे हैं वो लोग। माय नेम इज हर्ष, मैं रखूंगा हिंदी इंग्लिश। तो माय नेम इज हर्ष, मैं बेंगलोर, गूगल के बेंगलोर ऑफिस में काम करता हूँ एज अ प्रोग्राम मैनेजर। डे टू डे वर्क इज टॉकिंग टू डेवलपर्स, कनेक्टिंग विद देम, बिल्डिंग कम्युनिटीज, हेल्प कम्युनिटीज सस्टेन। सो मेरा ज्यादा फोकस होता है गूगल क्लाउड अराउंड टेक्नोलॉजीज पे, उसके अराउंड कम्युनिटीज क्रिएट करना, डेवलपर्स को हेल्प करना, एक्सपर्ट को हेल्प करना। बेसिकली जितना भी आप कम्युनिटी एक्टिविटी देख रहे हैं वो, ये तो हो गया मेरे बारे में, उसमें कुछ उतना है नहीं। स्टार्ट। हो गया, ठीक है। विदाउट स्लाइड हो गया, प्रॉब्लम नहीं, ठीक है। क्विज खेलते हैं, जैसे इसके पहले था वैसे नहीं करूंगा, ठीक है। ये फोटो गैस करना है कहां का है, कब। दो क्वेश्चन, कहां का है और कब का है।
हेलो।
अब इसमें फोटो में अपने आप को नहीं ढूंढना है, ट्रेजर हंट नहीं चल रहा है, अपने आप को नहीं ढूंढना है, आपको बोलना है ये फोटो कहां का, कब का है। पॉइंट आउट कर रहा है, ये रहा, ये रहा, ये मैं हूं, नहीं है, ठीक है। एक हिंट देता हूं, मयूर भाई मुझे दिख रहे हैं, दोनों फोटो में दिख रहे हैं, दो हिंट मिल गई। लास्ट ईयर आईओ एक्सटेंडेड जीडीजी क्लाउड भोपाल, उनका इवेंट है। हाँ, लास्ट ईयर। होता है, कभी एक्साइटमेंट हो जाता है तो इसीलिए बोला पहले सुनो ठीक है। तो तब लो आप देख सकते हैं, देर आर 21 20-21 लोग का मीटअप हुआ होगा। एनी आइडिया हाउ मेनी मेंबर्स आर देयर इन जीडीजी क्लाउड भोपाल नाउ? चेक करो, कम्युनिटी पेज पे चेक करो। नहीं, 2100। एक साल पहले मीटअप स्टार्टेड विद 2100, देयर आर सॉरी मीटअप स्टार्ट 21, नाउ देयर आर 2100 मेंबर्स। और अभी का क्या है, ये आज का फोटो है। क्लैप फॉर योरसेल्फ। अभी इसमें पॉइंट आउट करो, ये मैं हूं, ये मैं हूं, ये मैं हूं। वो आगे वाले में गलत कर रहे थे, अभी करना है। Oh, yours office only? Oh, nice. Thank you for hosting us. So, how this community is built? How this community is built? First, it's built with passion. ठीक है। क्विज अभी भी मैं खेल सकता हूं, यू शुड नो योर फोक डांस ऑफ योर स्टेट, इसलिए ये फोटो डाला है। बट इट कम्स विथ पैशन। आप में कम्युनिटी का एक पैशन होना चाहिए, पैशन टुवर्ड्स लर्निंग न्यू थिंग्स। हिंदी में बोले तो एक उद्वेग होना चाहिए आपके अंदर, यू शुड पैशनेट, ठीक है। मैं यहाँ पे ज्ञान और मोटिवेशन स्पीच देने नहीं आया हूँ, जल्दी छोड़ दूंगा खाने के लिए, टेंशन मत लो। बट एक पैशन होना चाहिए। पैशन के साथ क्या चाहिए आपको, ये स्लाइड ये साइड ही चलता है, ठीक है। आपकी एट माई एज, जब मैं इंजीनियरिंग कर रहा था, देयर वेर वेरी लेस कम्युनिटीज। एक मिनट बॉस, पहले बाद में यू हैव ऑल द लंच टाइम टू टॉक। जब when I was doing engineering, there were less communities. There were less communities, so there were less opportunities to become a member. ठीक है? So you have many communities, you have more opportunities to become a member of community. You have the passion. खाली passion से कुछ नहीं होता है. You have to become a member of a community. जहाँ पे नहीं है, start a community. When I talk about community, it's like same passionate people coming together, talking about a specific thing. It can be a photography skill. ऐसा भी हो सकता है 4 लोग मिलके अपनी इंस्टाग्राम रील कैसे अच्छी बनाओ, that's also a community. तो लोग मिलके बात कर रहे हैं गूगल क्लाउड टेक्नोलॉजीज पे, दिस इज ऑल्सो अ कम्युनिटी. तो विद पैशन यू हैव टू बिकम मेंबर्स ऑफ सच कम्युनिटीज, राइट. मेंबरशिप से खाली कुछ नहीं होता है, सो इट्स अ लिंक. खाली पैशन से कुछ नहीं होगा, मेंबरशिप बनने से कुछ नहीं होगा. अब मेंबर बन गए, खाली बैठे हो, यू आर नॉट कनेक्टिंग विद अदर फोक्स, यू आर नॉट क्रिएटिंग योर नेटवर्क, इट माइट नॉट हेल्प यू. किसी को कर जाता है, किसी को नहीं, बट लेट्स नॉट टेक रिस्क. बिकम अ मेंबर, गेट अ पैशन, बिकम अ मेंबर, डू नेटवर्किंग, कनेक्ट विद पीपल. ठीक है, कनेक्शन करो. आज आए हो, टॉक विद मी, टॉक विद अदर स्पीकर्स, एक दूसरे कॉलेज के, दूसरे कंपनी के डेवलपर्स के साथ बात करो, कोई स्टार्टअप से, फाउंडर से बात करो. जॉब भी चाहिए ना हमको, ऐसा तो नहीं है कि पैशन से सब हो गया. ठीक है, राइट. सो कनेक्शन करो, राइट. कनेक्शन करने से कुछ नहीं होगा. दिस इज ऑल सीरीज, थिंक अबाउट इट. जो मैं बोल रहा हूं आप लिंक करो. पैशन हो गया, मेंबर बन गए, मेंबर बन के कनेक्ट कर लिया. कनेक्शन करने के बाद कुछ नहीं होगा इफ यू डोंट लर्न. इसके पहले क्लाउड का टॉक, कनेक्टेड विद द स्पीकर, तो अपने घर पे जाके काम करेंगे, दैट पर्सन विल अर्न. भी कर रहा है, दैट पर्सन विल डू. यहां से सीखा जान. इफ यू डोंट लर्न, हेल्प नहीं करेगा. वी आर नॉट अटेंडिंग इवेंट्स जस्ट फॉर अ फोटो मूवमेंट और जस्ट फॉर स्वैग्स. यू हैव टू लर्न, यू हैव टू बिल्ड न्यू स्किल्स. ठीक है, तो लर्निंग हो गया. अब खाली लर्निंग से भी कुछ नहीं होगा. इसके बाद कुछ नहीं है, टेंशन मत लेना. यू हैव टू एडॉप्ट इट, उसको इंप्लीमेंट करो. हम लोग कम्युनिटी में आ गए, पैशन है हमारे में, मेंबर बन गया, कनेक्शन भी ले लिया, सीख भी लिया, बट जब तक एडॉप्ट नहीं करोगे, इट विल नॉट हेल्प यू. इट विल नॉट हेल्प यू इन योर करियर, इट विल नॉट हेल्प यू इन योर कॉलेज प्रोजेक्ट, एनीवेयर. जो कुछ भी आप कर रहे हो, इफ यू डोंट इंप्लीमेंट योर लर्निंग्स, कुछ मीनिंग नहीं है. ठीक है, तो एडॉप्ट करो, उसके अनुकूल बनो, एडॉप्ट. ठीक है, सो ये भी हो जाता है कभी कभी कम्युनिटी में. हाँ, सो नाउ आई विल टॉक कि व्हाट अपॉर्चुनिटीज यू हैव फ्रॉम गूगल साइड ऑफ कम्युनिटीज वी हैव. We have a network of 90 plus GDG TensorFlow user group communities. Total निकल के आ रहा है 40 to 50 cities, 50 plus cities में we have community. Once you get a job, दूसरे सिटी में भी जा रहे हो, इधर जॉब मिल रहा है, दूसरे सिटी में भी जा रहे हो, look for such communities. उधर जाके भी you have to follow same process जो मैंने पहले दिखाया. So we talked about the process. Now I'm talking about the opportunities you have. You have opportunities to connect with GDG network. If you in college, you have opportunities to connect with GDSC network. खुद का you can start. अभी application process चल रहा है. You can apply for a new GDSC chapter. If you have an existing GDSC chapter, you can connect in it as well. There is a network of Google developer expert as well. So if you think you are an expert in any of the Google technologies, you can sign up and become a part of expert as well. ठीक है, so तीन का community है. We have 3 type communities in which you can connect. Okay. अभी लास्ट स्लाइड का मुझे सब लोगों को सुबह से इसी का इंतजार था. फॉर दिस लास्ट स्लाइड, एवरीवन वाज वेटिंग फॉर दिस लास्ट स्लाइड. थोड़ा वेट में टाइम लगेगा. ये राइट. सो once you are part of community, you are doing all these things. Now enjoy. Spend your time, enjoy. If you don't enjoy, it will become boring and monotonous. So with this, I conclude my talk. एक thank you का slide, oh, backup आ गया. Thank you.
हाय गाइस, भूख लग रही है? क्या खाना है खाने में? ये जो दिख रहा था, अरे यार, सागर गहरे के छोले कुलचे के न्यू मार्केट की
क्या छोले भटूरे, उनकी आइसक्रीम, क्या खाना है बताओ? कि अब्दुल्लागंज की गुलाब जामुन, क्या खाना है? यार थोड़ा और वेट करना पड़ेगा.
Hello, hello. Am I audible? Yes. So, thank you for joining us, Harsh. The session was very much insightful and engaging, and we're glad to have you here. Now, as we're halfway to the event, obviously before we move to the banquet for lunch, it's time to take a moment to express our sincere gratitude to all the speakers who have delivered an address already and shared their insights and knowledge to the attendees present here, as well as the ones present online. I'd request Mr. Abhishek Sharma, Mr. Ashok Vishwakarma, Mr. Anubhav Singh, Mr. Ankit Patel, and Mr. Harsh to kindly come up on the stage, along with our organizers, Mr. Mayur and Mr. Aditya. To express our appreciation, we would like to present each of our speakers and guests with a small memento
Aditya.
as a token of our gratitude. We hope that this memento will serve as a reminder of the great contribution that these speakers have made to make this event a success already. I request Mr. Mayur to kindly present the memento to our speaker. Yeah. I request all the other speakers to also join up on the stage for group photographs. I request Mr. Aditya to kindly present the memento to our next speaker. Yeah. Mr. Anubhav Singh. Thank you. I request Mr. Ashok Vishwakarma to kindly come up on the stage. Oh. I request Mr. Harsh Dattani to kindly come up on the stage for the felicitation. Kindly accept our token of gratitude, sir. Yeah. Thank you. I request Mr. Ankit Patel to kindly come up on the stage. After the felicitation, there is an activity scheduled. And after the activity, you all may kindly proceed to the banquet upstairs for the lunch. And after the lunch, we have certain other sessions scheduled for you, which definitely would be very much insightful and engaging. I hope for the same, and I think that that should be it. Apart from it, there would be a panel discussion wherein certain experts from the industry, let it be academicians or let it be, professionals per se, would be joining us for a panel discussion here, and they would be dealing with the career aspect with respect to cloud computing and the related technologies. So yeah, thank you. Also, as we mentioned earlier as well, there are surprises awaiting for the attendees, which would again be revealed at the end of this event. So there are certain hashtags and there are certain hashtags which are active for this particular event. That is the Cloud Community Days Bhopal 2023. Again, we highly recommend you all to mention the particular official Instagram handle apart from the active hashtags, and let's see if we are able to make it a trend, which though it already is, but what about today, right? Yeah. So, Mr. Ankit Patel is here with us. I'd request sir to kindly come on the stage for the felicitation. Kindly accept the memento as a token of gratitude from our side. Thank you. Thank you, Aditya sir, and Mayur sir.
So we have an ongoing social media campaign, which is a surprise campaign. You might get some swags at the end of the session, additional swags. एक टी-शर्ट तो पक्का मिलेगी, ठीक है? और ये अपने हैशटैग्स हैं, ये अकाउंट सारे सोशल मीडिया पे यही अकाउंट है, ठीक है? So take pictures. बाहर भी बहुत सारा हमने फोटो अपॉर्चुनिटी के लिए स्टैंडीज लगाए हैं, ठीक है? Then we have sticky notes, so we want you to share your message, greetings at the end of session, ठीक है? That's it.
One more thing, one last thing. अब हमने ये क्लाउड स्पेसिफिक अपना क्लाउड कम्युनिटी डे स्पेसिफिक हैशटैग्स तो बना ही दिए, तो इनको वायरल कर दें, एक ट्रेंडिंग कर दें इनको ट्विटर पे सब लोग. भाई अपन कितने लोग हैं? 600 लोग हैं. अगर 600 ट्वीट्स जाएंगे तो डेफिनेटली ये ट्रेंडिंग हो रहा है. तो लेट्स डू इट.
Last one was interesting. Last quiz was interesting. Not getting the answer. Raise up your voices.
We are back with another session of the quiz, and this time we are back with harder questions, and we want you to answer according to वही वाले instructions जो पहले बताए थे. If you want, I can repeat all the instructions right now. Do you remember all the instructions, or should I repeat it?
Shruti, please repeat it again.
Okay, so there are 3 basic instructions. First one is you will raise your hand before answering the question. Second one, quiz master is the one who will be deciding who will answer the question. And third one, you will be having 30 seconds to answer the question. And this time the most important and the fourth instruction is you will be introducing yourself before answering the question. Simple.
Okay. One more thing I want to add. Please maintain the decorum. We all are so good, so please maintain it. Okay, so let's continue. Okay, so the first question is, which of the following is not a key characteristic of cloud computing? Just raise your hand, simply. Okay, the green one. Mike, please.
Please introduce yourself.
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Kushak Srivastava. The correct answer is option D, centralized control.
Oh. And it is the correct answer.
Okay, so the next question. Which type of cloud deployment model allows organization to maintain more control over their data and applications? Are the questions really hard, Shruti? People are like, this time there are less people who are answering. Okay?
Don't shout.
Okay, the last one, the
answer.
checks, the blue checks. Yeah.
My name is Punit Verma.
Okay.
And the correct answer is hybrid cloud, C.
Oh.
It is the wrong answer.
Better luck next time. Okay, moving to the next question. Which of the following is a common challenge faced by the organizations when migrating to the cloud? Okay. Raise your hand. Okay, the one with the flashlight. Can you please shout it from there? Yeah.
It's the correct answer. What is your name?
The one with flashlight. Good. Okay. So next question. What is the name for a type of cloud service that provide access to virtualized desktops and applications over the internet? Okay. This is this an easy question? Easy one? Okay, so you answer
Let's
the
find
one
out.
in white.
Hello guys, my name is Sudhanshu Ranjan and I guess the answer is A, infrastructure.
You aren't audible perfectly. Repeat.
Hello guys, my name is Sudhanshu Ranjan and the answer is infrastructure as a service.
Oh. Okay. The correct answer was desktop as a service. So next question. What is the name of the open source machine learning framework created by Google? This is very easy. Even I know. Even I know the answer.
Don't shout. Let her choose.
Okay. अब flashlights जलाने का मतलब नहीं है सब flashlights मत जलाओ. Okay, you answer. The one in white. हाँ बताओ बताओ. Sorry?
Please introduce yourself.
Firstly, introduce yourself. Mike?
Hello everyone, my name is Aryan Keir and I am from Oriental College of Technology.
Okay.
And my answer is A.
Oriental people are doing good now. This proves. Okay, next question. What is the name of the Google platform that allows developer to build, test and deploy applications on the Google Cloud? Don't tell the answer. What if it just get the incorrect? Okay, the black one. Yeah, you, the black. Yeah. अरे बोलो हाँ डिसाइड कर लो बी या सी
पोल करवा लेते हैं.
Okay, poll for the B. Who chooses B as the answer? No one. Only that person. Okay, let's check the answer then. Oh. No one's correct here. Okay, moving to the next question. Which Google technology is a platform for building conversational interfaces? Okay. और किसको पता है कौन guesses कर रहा है? Okay, the one in black. Yeah, you like last second. Yeah. Please tell your name first.
Hello guys, this is Sumit Patel and my answer is A. Google Cloud Speech to Text.
Oh, so much confident but wrong answer. Okay, so the next question. Which Google technology allows developer to create and deploy serverless applications? From here, Anas. Please introduce yourself first.
Myself, Mohammed Anas, and the answer is option B, Google Cloud Functions.
Oh. Let's have a round of applause for him. Okay, so next question. Which Google technology uses machine learning to analyze large data sets and generates insights? Okay, you answer the one in blue.
Raising your hands.
The one in blue. Upstairs. Yeah. Sorry? Please tell your name first. Okay. Let's check. Got the name.
Okay, so this will be the last question.
Okay. Last question. Which of the following is a Google technology for deploying and managing containerized applications? Okay,
No
the
need
black
to
one.
shout.
Yeah. Wait for the mic.
Hello.
Huh.
Myself, Aviral Gupta. The answer is C.
Yay. Okay, so it was a nice meeting you people again. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
I'd request everybody to kindly settle down for a moment and maintain the silence. Yeah, thank you. So Ashok Vishwakarma sir is here with us again. I just request Aditya and Mayur to kindly come up on the stage along with Ashok Vishwakarma sir to felicitate him with a memento.
ऐसा लगेगा मेरे को भगा रहे हो तुम
Kindly accept this memento as a token of appreciation and gratitude from our end, sir. Thank you, sir. You all may proceed to the banquet for the lunch. Just a moment, everybody. Just a moment. It is recommended to you all to kindly take pictures and, proceed for the banquet in a while, considering the paucity of space a bit. Just that. Thank you.
Guys, in the balcony. सब लोग जागे हुए हैं, लंच के बाद सो रहे हैं? जागे हुए, लंच नहीं मिला? ऐसा मत बोलो, वापस चलेंगे। अभी के लिए एक काम करते हैं, अपन सेशन स्टार्ट करते हैं। तो ऊपर की जगह नीचे आ जाओ सब. ऐसा नहीं आते किसी को, नीचे बैक्स के चांसेस ज्यादा है. एक एक्टिविटी अभी हम कराएंगे, सो दैट्स अप टू यू. ठीक है, और किसी के भी फ्रेंड्स आने वाले हो तो उनको बुला लो, अपन सेशन मिनट के बाद स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं.
Hello, hello. The wait is finally over. So we have with us Mr. Lavi Nigam from Google. His address would be based on Google's AI ecosystem for cloud developers. We're glad to have you on board, sir. The time everything is getting set, I just like to point out that this session will provide an overview of Google's AI offerings for cloud developers, and that will let you learn about various tools for ML or AI on Google Cloud Platform. So I guess this should be one of the very engaging sessions after the lunch specifically. So just looking forward to it. Also to add on, in a while, after certain sessions, we would be joined by our guest of honor, who would be joining us virtually. And I hope that, all of you would love to interact with him. It's just a surprise as of now, but the wait should be worth it. Yeah, thank you.
Hello. Audible in the back? All good? Can we gate? Can you close the gate in the above? Just close it. There's a sound coming from there. All right. Start the session. Okay. So we'll start the session. So hi everyone, this is Lavi Nigam. I'm part of the ML engineering group at Vertex AI and Google. I'm happy to be here and thank you to Anubhav to set the precedence that we can talk in Hindi. तो ये सेशन थोड़ा सा मिक्स रहेगा हिंदी इंग्लिश मैं भोपाल से हूँ तो this is a great time to be here hosting this session. Like I said, थोड़ा सा मिक्स रहेगा हिंदी इंग्लिश but हमारा main focus of the session is to understand what technologies do we have from AI/ML from Google. As you all know that Google is one of the leading companies who do anything AI. And these are the products that you're already using. So we'll see how those products can be useful to you from a developer's point of view. And of course, I'm talking about Google Cloud perspective. There are also APIs outside of it, but we are specifically talking about Google AI. Before I go further, how many of you जिसने भी यहाँ पे AI/ML पे कुछ भी काम किया है? Raise your hands. Good. What about people at the back? Balcony wale? I don't see just one hand too. कम जनता है AI/ML. Why is that so? Why are people not doing AI/ML stuff in Bhopal? Any specific reason? हाँ. अच्छा. Asking why people are not doing AI/ML in Bhopal. Anybody? Any reason? Yeah. चिल्ला दो. हाँ? आप यूज कर रहे हो? अच्छा, नहीं मेरा क्वेश्चन था कि लोग क्यों नहीं यूज कर रहे हैं. बहुत कम हाथ उठे थे. मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है कि लोग मशीन लर्निंग क्यों नहीं यूज कर रहे हैं. कोई है यहाँ आंसर? हाँ. डिफिकल्ट है या टूल डिफिकल्ट है? टेक्नोलॉजी डिफिकल्ट है, विच मेक्स मोर सेंस टू लर्न इट, राइट? सो ठीक है, वील ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड सम ऑफ द बेसिक्स. सो इस पूरे सेशन में हम क्या सीखेंगे कि कौन से टूल्स हैं जो यू हैव टू फोकस to build your portfolio around AI/ML and GCP, and that's all the takeaway that you have to do, right? So technology थोड़ी सी tough है, doesn't mean कि it's something you cannot do, but हमारा main focus बस यही है कि कौन से वो tools हैं जो हम use कर सकते हैं. But before I start, उससे पहले हम एक छोटी सी surprise बात करेंगे, which is how many of you know about ChatGPT? अब सबके हाथ खड़े हो गए? सबने यूज किया है? What is the equivalent of that ecosystem? Bard, किसी ने वो यूज किया है? करा है किसी ने यूज? Some of you VPN लगा के US से? Nice. So I'll show you a demo of that. I'll show you Bard how it functions and all. हम उस पे बात करेंगे कि basically आपको as a developer क्या सोचना है. I'll show you how जो बार्ड जैसी टेक्नोलॉजीज हैं या चैट जीपीटी जैसी टेक्नोलॉजीज हैं वो डेवलपर्स उसका क्या करेंगे. मैं ये बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ कि आप अपना काम कैसे ऑटोमेट करोगे या आपको कोड लिख के दे देगा, आप खुद क्या करोगे. मैं एक कंपनी के हम देखेंगे कि एक वर्टेक्स जैसे टूल में जब ये चीजें पब्लिश तो आप एज अ डेवलपर उसमें क्या कर सकते हो. सो जस्ट अ कैवियट कि मैं कुछ चीजें ऐसी दिखाऊंगा जो पब्लिश नहीं हुई हैं. सो मेक श्योर दैट यू आर नॉट टेकिंग फोटोज, बट आप देखो, अपने आप को प्रिपेयर करो कि ये सब चीजें आने वाली हैं. तो आई होप एवरीबडी अग्रीज टू दिस, राइट. एंड आर यू एक्साइटेड टू सी बार्ड एंड अदर थिंग्स अराउंड जनरेटिव एआई. कोई मुझे बताएगा जनरेटिव एआई है क्या? एनीबडी? मतलब चैट जीपीटी तो सबने यूज, बट व्हाट इज दैट टेक्नोलॉजी? वो कर क्या रहा है, कैसे कर रहा है, है या कोई कुछ है लॉजिक बिहाइंड दैट? यस. हाँ, बट वो कैसे कर रहा है? इमेज का हम बाद में लेंगे, अभी सिर्फ टेक्स्ट टू टेक्स्ट का एग्जांपल लेते हैं. जैसे वो कोड जनरेट कर रहा है, राइट, या तुम उसको पोएम लिखने को बोलते हो तो पोएम बना देता है. कैसे बना रहा है वो? Right. So in a very simple term, yes, you're right. Like technically it's very complicated, but बहुत simple example उसने बताया कि आप कुछ भी चीज लिखते हो, उसकी most probable next word is the whole premise of LLM. वही हो रहा है कि आप अगर पूरे इंटरनेट का टेक्स्ट किसी एल्गोरिथम को दे देते हो और उससे बोलते हो कि सारे पैटर्न सीख लो कि अगर एक वर्ड है उसका नेक्स्ट वर्ड क्या होना है. थिंग्स अराउंड दोज आर समथिंग जो LLMs कर रहे हैं, राइट. तो ये टेक्नोलॉजी इसलिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है आपके लिए सीखना. तो उसका कॉन्टेक्स्ट देखेंगे, कुछ चीजें देखेंगे कि आपको एक्सेस कैसे मिलेगी उन सब चीजों की. बट गिवन दैट यू आर गोइंग टू गो इन योर careers in data science, ML, if you do choose to, this is a very important technology for you. So let's start. All of these different use cases, I'll not go into much detail of it, but these are the different use cases जो आप ML use करके solve करते हो. For example, demand forecasting, customer segmentation. So pretty much अगर आप ये list देखो, and it's important you can take a snapshot of this. आप कोई भी app यूज करते हो इंटरनेट की, चाहे फ्लिपकार्ट, चाहे जोमैटो, चाहे कोई भी जहाँ पे डेटा कलेक्ट होता है यूजर का, आप देखोगे इसमें से सारे यूज केसेस वही यूज केसेस हैं जो यूज होते हैं फ्रॉम AIML. ये मैं स्लाइड इसलिए रखी थी कि अगर आप में से किसी को भी इंटरेस्ट हो ये सारी प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करने का, देन दैट इज व्हेन यू नो दैट यू हैव टू स्टार्ट लर्निंग मशीन लर्निंग, क्योंकि ये प्रॉब्लम्स डायरेक्टली ML रिलेटेड है. ठीक है, तो take a picture of this, go ahead, do a research around each and every keyword कि ये क्या चीजें हैं. But most importantly अगर आप देखो पहली डिमांड फोरकास्टिंग, कोई मुझे एग्जांपल बता सकता है? डिमांड फोरकास्टिंग का सिंपल मतलब ये होता है डिमांड को प्रिडिक्ट करना. ठीक है, कोई मुझे एक ऐप का एग्जांपल देगा और बताएगा कहाँ यूज होता होगा ये, जो आप यूज कर रहे हो डे ऑन डे बेसिस? Amazon or Grofers, good. Ola, right? हाँ, correct. What else? Zomato में हाँ, correct, right? Sorry. Rapid, good example. So you get the idea, right? So demand forecasting is a very general problem, but you can see how most of the companies do the same problem, right? So again, if you want to work in some problems like this, you should know that AIML is the key area that you want to focus on. So, what do Google Cloud offers AIML into that, right? So we have everything out of the box till DIY, which means you can do bunch of tools that we'll talk about one by one. So this is the complete ecosystem at a very high level, what we have and what is that you can learn. Take a picture of this slide. The reason I say this is what you have to learn as a user or a developer, right? So if you're aiming to be, let's say, a software developer or data scientist, data engineers, this is the stack that you have to focus on if your focus is on Google Cloud, of course, right? So if you see on the top, these are industry vertical cases. For example, you have contact center API. I'll give you the cool definitions of it so that it stays with you. Contact center AI is, imagine an automation where the whole call center is being automated, where there are no humans sitting and everything is being automated. So if somebody is submitting a user query and it is automatically being addressed, you get the answer. This is what the product contact center AI is. Then you have document AI. A very simple, cool example of it is, you know, all challans and invoices and all of those documents, right? What if you have to extract information out of it? So that is the product called as document AI. Again, these are all part of GCP. Then you have discovery AI, which is in a cool way saying, what if you want to do Google search on your documents, if you want to. And then the healthcare AI, which is the part. So this is the industry vertical. Now the second part of the stack is generative AI app builder. So just like I said, this is something which is not released. I will show you this in at least the one that I have access to. But what you're going to see, at least in the next 2 months, and Google I/O is coming around, so you'll see a lot of things around it. We'll have 3 different products that are coming. One is foundational models. The second is conversation AI. In a simple way, conversation AI is just like saying you have ChatGPT kind of a thing. And then you have enterprise search, which is Google search on steroids. So a much, much better version of search for your enterprise folks. Now these are 3 products which I said on AI. So something very similar to what you see in ChatGPT. If I have to ask a quick question, how many of you have used OpenAI API? Not the ChatGPT, but GPT 3.5. How many of you have used it? You? Who else? You have used? What have you done with that? So you wrote a code of it. Okay. Using the API or the ChatGPT? API. Good. Somebody here. What did you use for? LangChain. Okay.
GPT is most popular nowadays, and GitHub, it is in GitHub repositories, and I installed it and actually used that tool, and that's where I use it.
अच्छा, you would play with it.
Yeah.
उसके अलावा कुछ नहीं किया?
No.
Okay, good. Anybody else? क्या कर रहे हैं भोपाल यार? Why are you guys not using OpenAI APIs? Not that I'll be happy, but at least is somebody. What did you use? अच्छा, चैटबॉट बनाया. क्या करता है चैटबॉट? अच्छा, चैट जीपीटी जैसा. Okay, so you use the chat completion API या generative API? अच्छा, something would say when I was a 3rd or 4th year. यहाँ पे कितने लोग हैं 4th year के? 3rd year? 2nd year? First year? तो first ज़्यादा हैं. 3rd और 4th वाले क्यों नहीं हैं? They don't care. तो और second वाले क्यों हैं? Why are so many people from 2nd year? अच्छा, ठीक है. So another thing is this slide. Again, take a screenshot. I'll not bore you with what each product does and all that, but take a screenshot. The reason is again same. This is the name of the technology that you probably would have to learn if you want to master doing AI/ML on GCP. So this is the whole stack. It starts with from the top, no code, low code workflow. We have something called as AutoML. In fact, let me ask you this. किसी को पता है यहाँ AutoML क्या होता है? What is AutoML? हाँ when you say module you mean model right? अच्छा हाँ अच्छा हम्म ट्रेन करना पड़ेगा करेक्ट गिव इट अप फॉर हिम दैट्स अ वेरी गुड आंसर गुड सो said let me repeat AutoML is just a fancy way of saying ki you don't build your own model you ask Google to do it so you take your data you say hey I have these 10 cat images I have these 10 dog images throw that to the AutoML model and then say hey give me a model that can do a classification की अगर कल को आपको कोई नई कैट या डॉग की इमेज देता है तो वो मॉडल आपको ऑटोमेटिकली बता देगा कि कहाँ पे कौन सी इमेज डॉग है कौन सी कैट है गिवन दैट एग्जाम्पल कोई मुझे गूगल प्रोडक्ट बता सकता है जहाँ पे मॉडल यूज करके हम इमेज को क्लासिफाई करते हैं क्लासिफाई इन अ वेरी सिंपल टर्म इज अगर मैं एक कैट और डॉग की फोटो दूं तो मुझे मॉडल या एआई मॉडल बताए कि कौन सी कैट है कौन सी डॉग है गूगल लेंस गूगल फोटोज स्पेसिफिक एग्जाम्पल बताएगा कोई फोटो में कहाँ यूज होता है फेस रिकग्निशन ओके गुड व्हाट एल्स चलो इधर से बताओ कोई हाँ सर्च में नहीं अच्छा सर्च में या सेइंग क्लासिफिकेशन ओके करेक्ट दिस इज द न्यू वन राइट जो आजकल वो अपने आप ही क्लस्टर कर देता है कि ये पार्टी वाली या आपके ग्रुप वाली फोटोज या आपकी पुरानी फोटोज या आपके एक पर्सन के फेस से रिलेटेड फोटोज बालकनी वाले कुछ और एग्जांपल्स दैट यू गाइस हैव नहीं हाँ एआई अच्छा हाँ हाँ करेक्ट एक जो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट फीचर है recently introduced and I think last year it got introduced जिसमें वो फोटो ऑब्जेक्ट डिलीट कर देता है have you seen that right now the reason I'm saying all of this is because ये जो AutoML stack है जो which is very powerful technology उसमें अगर आप देखो vision video language speech translation tables forecast tabnet workflows स्पेसिफिकली विजन वीडियो लैंग्वेज और स्पीच तो जो चीजें आप गूगल टेक्नोलॉजीज में यूज करते हो वही पावरफुल चीजें आपके बैकएंड में यहाँ पे हैं तो इट मेक्स मोर सेंस फॉर यू टू नो हाउ टू यूज दैट फॉर एनी कस्टमर और एनी कंपनी राइट जब आप कल को काम करोगे अगर आपको खुद का ऐसा कुछ बनाना है या किसी कंपनी को ऐसा बनाना है तो वो टेक्नोलॉजीज डायरेक्ट कर सकती है एंड दैट्स द होल पॉइंट ऑफ कि आपको गूगल क्लाउड में अपना इन्वेस्ट करना चाहिए इसलिए करना चाहिए क्योंकि जो टेक्नोलॉजीज यहाँ आप सीखोगे वो चीज हैं जो बिलियंस ऑफ ये वो टेक्नोलॉजीज हैं जो बिलियंस ऑफ यूजर्स आर यूजिंग अक्रॉस द वर्ल्ड राइट इसीलिए इट्स इंपॉर्टेंट टू मेक दैट इन्वेस्टमेंट एआईएमएल में एटलीस्ट फ्रॉम दैट पॉइंट सो वो सबसे ऊपर का नो कोड लो कोड है नीचे फिर डेटा साइंस टूल किट है ये भी अपने बहुत सारे टूल्स हैं बिग क्वेरी है क्लाउड स्टोरेज है स्पार्क आई एम श्योर सम ऑफ यू मे नो यहाँ पे कितने लोगों को बिग क्वेरी पता है सम हैंड्स इन द बैक कैन यू एक्सप्लेन मी व्हाट बिग क्वेरी इज एमएल मॉडल इनबिल्ट और क्या करता है क्यों यूज करना चाहिए बिग क्वेरी अच्छा ओके डेटा वेयरहाउस होता क्या है राइट करेक्ट तो अगर बहुत सारा एंटरप्राइज आप सोच जैसे उबर ही है, ओला है, आप सोच सकते हो कि उनके पास कितना डेटा आता है, कितने डिफरेंट डिफरेंट तरीके का डेटा आता है, तब आप टेक्नोलॉजी यूज करते हो बिग क्वेरी जैसी, ताकि आप वो सारा डेटा एक तो स्टोर कर सको बैकएंड पे और फिर उसे क्वेरी कर सको, ताकि आप फास्ट एट द पेटाबाइट स्केल आप उसे क्वेरी कर सको। कोई एग्जांपल आप बताओ कि बिग क्वेरी, नाउ दैट आई हैव शेयर्ड दिस एग्जांपल कि आप पेटाबाइट स्केल पे सर्च कर सकते हो, तो ये कहाँ यूज होता होगा गूगल में? गूगल सर्च। एंड दैट इज ट्रू बिकॉज BigQuery जो प्रोडक्ट है वो आया था ड्रेमल करके एक प्रोडक्ट से। सो आप कभी इसकी हिस्ट्री पढ़ोगे तो गूगल का एक प्रोडक्ट था ड्रेमल, एक्चुअली सर्च के कोर में यूज होता था। तो आप सोच के देखो, जब आप गूगल में कुछ सर्च करते हो तो कितनी ज्यादा इंडेक्सेस उसे सर्च करना पड़ता है आपको एक टॉप 10 रिजल्ट देने के लिए, राइट? और वो होता एकदम फ्रैक्शन ऑफ सेकेंड्स है। सेम टेक्नोलॉजी इज देयर इन BigQuery। तो अगर आपको बिलियंस एंड बिलियंस ऑफ रोज एंड कॉलम्स, या आप मान लो पेटाबाइट स्केल का आपके पास डेटा है, तो आप BigQuery यूज करके उस डेटा को बहुत क्विकली फ्रैक्शन ऑफ सेकंड में सर्च कर सकते हो विदाउट ये सेटअप करे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के। तो आपको कोई इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर सेटअप नहीं करना, आपको कुछ नहीं करना, गूगल विल टेक केयर ऑफ एवरीथिंग ऑटोमेटिकली फॉर यू। तो अगर आप मुझसे पूछो एज अ सेकेंड ईयर कॉलेज ग्रेजुएट, बिकॉज मेजॉरिटी यहाँ वो हैं, मैं आपको कहूंगा कि आप BigQuery सीखो। BigQuery बहुत पावरफुल टूल है। हर क्लाउड में BigQuery जैसा एक टूल होता है। मैं आपको ये भी बता दूं, AWS में भी है, अजोर में भी है, नाम नहीं बताऊंगा, आपको सर्च कर लेना। बट अगर बिकॉज हम गूगल क्लाउड की बात कर रहे हैं, BigQuery इज वन ऑफ दोज टूल्स, और इसमें जनरली SQL ही यूज होती है। तो आप एनीवे SQL सीखोगे तो कोई नई चीज नहीं सीखना पड़ेगी आपको बहुत ज्यादा, बट BigQuery इज अ टूल जहां पे आपको जनरली इन्वेस्ट करना चाहिए अपना टाइम। देन वी हैव द थर्ड विच इज द कस्टम वर्कफ्लो, जहां पे आप एक्सपेरिमेंट, ट्रेन और डिप्लॉय कर सकते हो। अगेन दीज आर टेक्नोलॉजीज विच आर वेरी पावरफुल। हम बात करेंगे उन सारी टेक्नोलॉजीज की। और फिर सबसे लास्ट में आता है ML Ops। आप लोगों ने आज प्रेजेंटेशन में DevOps देखा था, कोई मुझे बता सकता है ML Ops क्या होगा? इफ यू क्या चीज? डिप्लॉय मॉडल्स। ओके, गुड। सो ML Ops is just like DevOps, not exactly, but in a very basic analogy. ML Ops और DevOps बहुत सेम चीजें हैं, बिकॉज वहां पे आप क्या कर रहे हो, सॉफ्टवेयर डिप्लॉय, आप एक मॉडल को डिप्लॉय करते हो। आप सोच के देखो, जब कोई बहुत बड़ा मॉडल बनता है, जैसे कि आपकी इमेज गूगल फोटोज में जब आप अपनी फोटोज देखते हो और वो ऑटोमेटिकली क्लस्टर होती हैं, तो आप सोच के देखो बैकएंड पे कितनी प्रोसेसिंग होती होगी कि कोई एक मॉडल है, वो प्रिडिक्ट करता है, फिर वो रीडिप्लॉय होता है और आपके पास एज अ अपडेटेड आपके लैपटॉप सॉरी आपके मोबाइल्स में आता है। तो ये जो पूरा प्रोसेस है, इट इज बियॉन्ड दी मॉडलिंग पार्ट, मतलब वो सिर्फ मॉडल नहीं बट ये भी कि आपका वो रीडिप्लॉय हो रहा है बार बार, इज व्हाट द होल प्रिसाइज प्रिंसिपल ऑफ ML Ops is। ये अपने में बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट फील्ड है। अगेन सेकंड सजेशन फॉर मोस्ट ऑफ द सेकंड एंड थर्ड ईयर्स, बिकॉज फोर्थ ईयर तो अब हो गए सेट, उनका जो भी है दे हैव चोजन देयर लाइफ। फॉर पीपल हु आर इन सेकंड एंड थर्ड ईयर, आई वुड से इन्वेस्ट अगेन टाइम इन लर्निंग ML Ops, क्योंकि आज की डेट में जितनी भी कंपनीज हैं, एंड यू डोंट हैव टू टेक माय वर्ड फॉर इट, आप खुद जाना, आप सर्च करना मशीन लर्निंग और AI ML की जॉब्स में सबसे ज्यादा क्या स्किल सेट मांग रहे हैं। You will hear this word often, which is either machine learning engineering or machine learning operation. So which makes sense ना, अगर आप second, third year में हो तो invest time in learning this. And I'm not forcing you to learn GCP ML Ops. ML Ops has nothing to do with GCP. ML Ops is a general concept, just like DevOps. वो आप किसी भी cloud में कर सकते हो, but of course ML Ops in Google Cloud is very easy to learn and very scalable in that sense. So I'll stop probably. Okay, so again, why Google Cloud? थोड़ी चीजें मैं पहले कवर कर चुका हूँ, but the most important 3 points that you have to keep in mind is first is access to Google continuously enhanced AI tools. ये हम पहले भी बात कर चुके हैं. There is no company on this earth जो AI पे इतना इन्वेस्टमेंट करती है compared to Google, and you use the product. So ऐसा नहीं है कि just a flap और ऐसे कुछ बोल रहे हैं वो. And all of that technology gets to Google Cloud. So it makes sense कि जो आप सेम चीजें यूज करते हो और आपने अपने आसपास देख रहे हो बिलियंस ऑफ यूजर्स को यूज करते हुए, वही क्यों ना टेक्नोलॉजी सीखी जाए और वही टेक्नोलॉजी क्यों ना एंटरप्राइज को इम्प्लीमेंट करें. सो दैट इज़ वन. सेकेंड इज मेकिंग AI मोर एक्सेसिबल एंड यूजफुल. जितने भी टूल्स हैं जब आप सीखोगे आप रियलाइज करोगे कि हाउ ईजी दे आर टू लर्न एंड हाउ स्केलेबल दे आर बिल्ड. देखो गूगल का फिलॉसफी ना बड़ा सिंपल है प्रोडक्ट्स बनाने में. वो कोई भी प्रोडक्ट बनाते हैं तो वो कभी ये नहीं सोचते कि चलो बस बना देते हैं, फंक्शनैलिटी होनी चाहिए. वो ये सोचते हैं कि अगर मैं एक छोटी सी ऐप भी बना रहा हूँ, इट शुड नॉट क्रैश इवन इफ 1 बिलियन पीपल यूज इट. बहुत सिंपल सा फिलॉसफी है. क्यों? बिकॉज एक्सेसिबिलिटी इज मोर इम्पॉर्टेंट देन फंक्शनैलिटी. तभी आप चीज़ हमेशा नोट करोगे ना. आज मैं आपको बार्ड में भी दिखाऊंगा कि वाई दे वेटेड सो लॉन्ग टू कम आउट ऑफ समथिंग, जबकि फाउंडेशन मॉडल जितने भी LLMs बन रहे हैं वो बने रिसर्च पे किसके हैं? एक पेपर के जो गूगल ने पब्लिश किया था. बट बिकॉज एक्सेसिबिलिटी इज द मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट फैक्टर कि हमें मेक श्योर करना है कि दुनिया में किसी की गूगल सर्च बंद ना हो, दुनिया में किसी का गूगल का फोन बंद ना हो, एंड ऑल द अदर प्रोडक्ट्स दैट यू सी. गूगल मैप्स इमेजिन करो अगर आप गूगल मैप फ्रीक्वेंटली बंद होने लगा तो हाउ dissatisfied you will be, right, with the product. तो सेम फिलॉसफी उनके गूगल क्लाउड की टेक्नोलॉजीज में भी है. एंड द थर्ड इज रिस्पॉन्सिबल AI, सिक्योरिटी एंड सस्टेनेबिलिटी. AI जैसे कि हम देख रहे हैं चैट GPT और कि हाउ डेट्रीमेंटल इट कैन बी समटाइम्स. तो ये एक फोकस बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग रहता है हमारी टेक्नोलॉजीज में. क्यों? अगेन फॉर द सेम रीजन, राइट. हम नहीं चाहते लोग कोई भी टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज गलत करें. तो गूगल सर्च में भी आप देखोगे, आप गलत चीज़ें सर्च करोगे या कुछ ऐसी चीज़ें सर्च करोगे शायद गलत मिले, गूगल आपको हमेशा बोलता है ये चीज़ें कि देखो बेटर टू गो टू अ डॉक्टर एंड आस्क दिस क्वेश्चन. या आप कोविड रिलेटेड इन्फॉर्मेशन ढूंढ रहे हो तो पहले आप WHO की वेबसाइट पे जाओ. सो दैट इज इनबिल्ट इनटू एवरी प्रोडक्ट दैट वी बिल्ड. इसीलिए ये तीन चीज़ें बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है हमारे लिए समझना कि गूगल क्लाउड में इन्वेस्ट करना क्यों इम्पोर्टेंट है. सो आई विल स्किप टू कपल ऑफ द स्लाइड्स आप लोग को अवेलेबल हो जाएंगे एक्सेप्ट कपल ऑफ वीडियोस. व्हाट आई वांट टू शो यू इज couple of things, couple of products which are very interesting at least from a third year and from a college perspective. क्यों? क्योंकि आप इनके बना सकते हो. तो जब मैं आपको जो प्रोडक्ट्स दिखा रहा हूँ आप देखो और आप अपने दिमाग में सोचो कि मैं अपने कॉलेज के प्रोडक्ट में इसको कैसे यूज करूंगा. ठीक है? ओके. पहला प्रोडक्ट है AutoML विजन. तो हम AutoML की बात कर चुके हैं. AutoML वो टेक्नोलॉजी है जहाँ पे आपको मॉडलिंग नहीं करनी. इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि आपको डेटा इंजीनियरिंग का काम नहीं करना, वो आपको फिर भी करना है, बट मॉडल का काम टेक केयर कर लेगा गूगल आपके लिए. इसमें आपके पास क्या क्या चीज़ें हैं? ये आपको डेटा ऑगमेंटेशन देता है, विच मीन्स अगर आपके पास 10 इमेजेस हैं तो वो 10 के 100 इमेज करता है विद डिफरेंट वेरिएशन. न्यूरल आर्किटेक्चर सर्च है जो इन अ वेरी सिंपल वे सेइंग कि आपको एक मॉडल देता है जो खुद ही फिगर आउट कर लेता है बेस्ट क्या है. इन अ वेरी कूल वे ऑफ सेइंग AI खुद AI बताता है कि आपको क्या बेस्ट होना चाहिए. तो मॉडल फॉर मॉडल इन दैट वे. ट्रांसफर लर्निंग, बहुत सारे कॉन्सेप्ट, जैसे आप अगर एक इंसान को देखो, इंसान के पास एक कोर कॉन्सेप्ट हमेशा होता है, राइट, एंड उसी कोर कॉन्सेप्ट से वो नई चीजें सीखता है. तो ट्रांसफर लर्निंग बेसिकली है कि गूगल ने बहुत सारे बेसिक कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ विजन अपने मॉडल्स में एम्बेड कर रखा है. तो उसे पता है कि कौन सी चेयर है, कौन सी लाइट है, कौन ह्यूमन है, कौन क्या है, कौन कैमरा है. अब आपको जब ये सब इंफॉर्मेशन बेस में हो, और इसी को हम फाउंडेशन मॉडल कहते हैं बाय द वे, कि जब आप ह्यूमन इंटेलेक्ट या ह्यूमन कॉमन नॉलेज को एम्बेड कर देते हो मॉडल्स में, उसके ऊपर फिर आप अपना बिजनेस स्पेसिफिक यूज केस बता सकते हो. जैसे अगर आप इमेज देखो तो ये वन ऑफ द कस्टमर्स, उनने क्या किया था, उनने क्लेम का, और ये बहुत लोग एक्सपीरियंस कर चुके होंगे अपनी लाइफ में कि जब आप गाड़ी ठोकते हो तो आपको क्लेम की फोटो भेजनी पड़ती है, राइट, एंड ऑल ऑफ यू हैव एक्सपीरियंस दिस कि वो फोटो जाती है और फिर वो कोई मैनुअली बताता है कि अच्छा आपको मैं इतना पैसा दूंगा और इतना ही लगेगा और ये नहीं है. दिस इज एन ऑटोमेशन ऑफ इट, जहाँ पे आप फोटो खींच के खुद भेजते हो और नीचे आंसर आ जाता है कि आपकी ये और आपका क्लेम अमाउंट इतना बनता है. सो दिस इज द ऑटोमेशन. तो आप सोच के देखो, एक तो आपने काम खत्म कर दिया, इतने दिन का वेट, एंड देन इट इज मच बेटर स्केलेबल देन अ ह्यूमन जजमेंट, राइट, क्योंकि वहां पे आपने देखा है कि कई बार लोग जुगाड़ तुगाड़ करके बड़े बड़े क्लेम ले लेते हैं, बट यहाँ पे आप नहीं कर पाओगे बिकॉज वाई इट्स एन AI सिस्टम. ऑटो स्केल, आप चाहे इसे एक टर्मिनल पे करो, चाहे आप 1 बिलियन टर्मिनल पे करो, ये टेक्नोलॉजी टूटती नहीं है. विच इज वाई आई वाज सेइंग इनिशियली कि गूगल के प्रोडक्ट्स की मेन फिलॉसफी हमेशा से वही है कि चाहे 1 बिलियन एक्सपीरियंस और अवेलेबिलिटी सेम होनी चाहिए. तो जब आप ये देख रहे हो, कोई मुझे कोई अच्छा सा एक यूज केस बता सकता है अपने कॉलेज प्रोजेक्ट के लिए? क्या होता है एनपी? अच्छा, क्यों ट्रैक करना चाहता है? तो कॉलेज में लोग आ रहे थे, जनरल क्यूरियोसिटी, मतलब व्हाई डू यू वांट टू ट्रैक? करेक्ट. करेक्ट. ओपन सीवी में तुमने बनाया है या यू आर गिविंग एन एग्जांपल कि बना सकते? अच्छा, वेरी गुड एग्जांपल. सो ओपन सीवी में जो तुम करने की कोशिश कर रहे हो वो तुम्हें मॉडल करके दे देंगे एज एन एग्जांपल. वेरी गुड, वेरी गुड, नाइस. और कोई? पीछे वाले बैक बेंचर्स, बालकनी आराम से बैठे हैं जो सब, बताएगा कोई? या मैं पिक करना शुरू करूं रैंडमली किसी को? कोई तो हाथ खड़े करो. कोई प्रोजेक्ट आइडिया किसी के दिमाग में विजन को लेके? हाँ, आई कार्ड रीडर, क्या होगा उससे? ये नहीं करना है. मैंने कहा ना रिस्पॉन्सिबली करना है. सो एज अ कॉलेज स्टूडेंट ये नहीं होने देना है. बट हाँ, इट्स अ गुड यूज केस. यस. हाँ हाँ. हम्म. करेक्ट. विजन एपीआई. ओके, दैट्स अ गुड एग्जांपल. और किसी के दिमाग में कुछ नहीं आ रहा? एक और आया, इससे बात करना, इसके बहुत आइडिया है इस लड़के के पास. हाँ. अच्छा, वो तो नहीं बोला कि मैं कॉलेज के सीसीटीवी वो करना चाहता हूँ. देन तो आई वुड हैव सेड कि कुछ तो गड़बड़ है. हाँ, दैट्स अ गुड वन. आइडेंटिफाइंग फेसेस और डेटाबेस में रखना और फिर सडनली मैच करना कि यार ये बंदा तो क्रिमिनल है और इसको तो पकड़ो कहीं पे जहाँ सीसीटीवी में है. आइडियली बहुत खतरनाक यूज केस है. चाइना कर रही है ये. फॉर दोज ऑफ यू डोंट नो, पढ़ना इस बारे में. दिस इज अ यूज केस विच चाइना हैज ऑलरेडी बिल्ड, डिप्लॉयड. और वो ऐसे कोविड में दे हैव डन डिफॉल्टर्स का कैच थ्रू दिस ओनली. इट्स अ वेरी सैड थिंग टू सी. बट इसीलिए मैंने पहले कहा था रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बहुत जरूरी है एआई में, क्योंकि आप कर बहुत कुछ सकते हो, जरूरी नहीं है कि आपको करना चाहिए. तो ध्यान रखना है इस चीज का हमेशा. हाँ हाँ हाँ. बहुत स्पेसिफिक प्रॉब्लम. और घर पे फोटो भी जाएगी. हाँ. आई वुड नॉट एडवाइज दैट, बट ठीक है. हाँ. हाँ, correct. Very good. That's a good use case. ये भाई गर्लफ्रेंड वाले मत करना यार. So again, now you know there is a technology like this. आप सोचो, आप अपने projects इसके around बनाओ, अच्छे से ideas ले और social problem solve करो. देखो मैं बहुत simple logic देता हूँ. अपनी पर्सनल प्रॉब्लम्स मत सॉल्व करो, सोशल प्रॉब्लम्स उठाओ जहां पे लोग स्ट्रगल कर रहे हैं, चाहे आपका कॉलेज हो, चाहे सोसाइटी एट लार्ज हो, और कोशिश करो वो प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करने की. राइट, जैसे उसने कहा ब्लाइंड को आप कितनी हेल्प कर सकते हो इन सब चीजों से. ट्राई टू सॉल्व दीज प्रॉब्लम, उससे तुम्हें ही फायदा होगा. मतलब एक तो देखो फायदा है तुम सोसाइटी का कर रहे हो, लेकिन जब तुम सोशल कोई चीजें करते हो तो तुम्हारे रेज्यूमे में तुम्हें ही फायदा होता है. तो इन ऑलवेज गर्लफ्रेंड वाला लिख के तुम्हें फायदा नहीं होगा. ऑल आई कैन से इज दिस. ठीक है, नेक्स्ट वन इज द NLP एंड डॉक्यूमेंट AI. What this technology does, and I'm just showing you a very brief of it. इसमें एक नॉलेज होती है कि ये टेक्स्ट की इंटेलिजेंस को पकड़ लेता है कि टेक्स्ट किस बारे में बात कर रहा है, टेक्स्ट में क्या क्या बेसिक फैक्टर्स यूज हो रहे हैं, ये सारी चीजें पकड़ लेता है. जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल किसी ने अगर रिव्यू लिखा और वो पॉजिटिव है तो वो बता देगा कि यार आपको ना बहुत पॉजिटिव रिव्यूज आ रहे हैं. अगर नेगेटिव है तो आपको नेगेटिव बता देगा. वो ये भी बता देगा कि यूजर क्या नेगेटिव बता आपके प्रोडक्ट, दैट आप उसको इम्प्रूव कर सको. इट ऑल्सो टेल्स यू थिंग्स लाइक different entities in the data. So this is also a very important API that you can learn. इसका कोई use case बताएगा डॉक्यूमेंट का? हाँ हाँ हाँ, करेक्ट. वेरी गुड, वेरी नाइस. प्लस हमारे अगेन अगर आप कॉलेज के पर्सपेक्टिव से सोचो तो आप बहुत सारी चीजें ऑटोमेट कर सकते हो, जैसे ऑफ योर असाइनमेंट्स. आप सोच के देखो कितनी सारी चीजें आपके प्रोफेसर्स हैव टू गो थ्रू. अगर आप ऐसा सिस्टम बना दो तो दे कैन डू ऑटोमेशन. यस, समरी बना दे. वेरी गुड, दैट्स अ वेरी गुड केस. Okay, good. So I'll skip the forecast. I'll also skip the matching engine. These are all the things which you would not know much at this point, but ठीक है. Like I said, I'll share the presentation. इस presentation में जो तुम्हें keywords दिख रहे हैं, कोशिश करो वो चीजें learn करने की. Take a screenshot of this. This is a white paper which some of my colleagues have written. ये paper है MLOps की पूरी practices के. इंडस्ट्री में हर जगह ये प्रैक्टिस, दे यूज दिस एज अ स्टार्टर टू डू MLOps, राइट. सो इसमें आर्किटेक्चर्स डिस्कस हैं, इसमें टूल्स एंड टेक्नोलॉजीज डिस्कस हैं, इसमें डिस्कस किया गया है कि कैसे आप MLOps करते हो. सो फॉर दोज ऑफ यू हु आर इंटरेस्टेड इन द मशीन लर्निंग साइड, आप जाके व्हाइट पेपर पढ़ना. अगेन जस्ट टेक अ स्क्रीनशॉट एंड सर्च फॉर दिस. इट्स अ वेरी अमेजिंग व्हाइट पेपर. These are some of the supporting materials. इसमें आपके workflow से related बहुत सारी चीज़ों से related machine learning के courses हैं that you can take a screenshot. अब हम आएंगे कुछ एक interesting चीज़ पे. जैसे कि मैंने कहा था Gen AI is something which is coming up. अभी बहुत लोगों के लिए launch नहीं है. But are you guys excited to see Bard? ठीक है, पहले सो विल गो लाइक दिस. आई विल शो यू बार्ड. हम कुछ इंटरेस्टिंग चीजें पूछेंगे एंड यू टेल मी द प्रॉम्प्ट. आई विल आस्क. अभी ये एक्सेस बाहर नहीं है, कुछ बड़े लोग हैं यहाँ पे जिनने VPN से US से एक्सेस लिया है, विच इज गुड. आप उनसे पूछ लेना, देयर इज अ वे ऑफ डूइंग इट. एक बार हाथ खड़े करो जिनने US से VPN से एक्सेस किया है. आई एम नॉट गोना रिपोर्ट बट आई एम जस्ट सेइंग कि देख लो, दे नो हाउ टू डू. तो अगर आपको चाहिए वो एक्सेस तो आप उन लोगों से बात कर लेना. ठीक है. सो एंड अगेन प्लीज मेक श्योर आप फोटो वीडियो कुछ नहीं ले रहे हो. कुछ मैं देख रहा हूँ पीछे लोग ले रहे हैं, प्लीज मत लो. अगेन आई एम ट्राइंग टू मेक श्योर कि आप टेक्नोलॉजीज देखो क्या हो रही है. ये बहुत ट्रांसफॉर्मेशनल टेक्नोलॉजी है. आप सब देख चुके हो चैट जीपीटी में कि वो क्या कर रहा है. बहुत लोगों को तो यही डर है. एंड आई कैन टेल यू, मैं बहुत सारे फोर्थ से इंटरेक्ट करता हूँ मेंटरशिप प्रोग्राम्स में. सब बहुत परेशान हैं, डरे हुए इन दैट सेंस, क्योंकि उनको लग रहा है कि यार हम सीखें क्या जब सारे आंसर चैट जीपीटी दे देता है, तो फिर हमें लोग हायर क्यों करेंगे. Added the issues that we are seeing in recession, हर जगह जॉब्स आ रही हैं and all of that, लोग बड़ा परेशान हैं. तो हमें परेशान नहीं होना है. हमें क्या ध्यान रखना है कि ये टेक्नोलॉजी है, ये अभी हो सकता है. आपको सीखना है ये टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज करना, टू मेक श्योर दैट आप जो चीजें कर रहे हो वो अच्छे से कैसे करो. ठीक है, तो आपकी जॉब्स नहीं जा रही हैं, आपकी जॉब्स अब 30-40% improve हो जाएंगी फास्टर. राइट, चलो, गिव मी अ गुड प्रॉम्प्ट, समथिंग विच इज वर्थ. और हम सॉरी, जस्ट टू गिव अ क्विक थिंग, वी आर नॉट गोइंग टू टॉक अबाउट क्रिएटिव प्रॉम्प्ट्स की पोएम लिखो एंड ऑल. मैं डेवलपर प्रॉम्प्ट्स पूछ रहा हूँ. सो गिव मी अ प्रॉम्प्ट. मैं एक बताता हूँ, लेट मी सी इफ आई कैन डू. ठीक है, सो मैंने एक बहुत सिंपल सा लिखा, राइट अ पाइथन स्क्रिप्ट दैट कैन रीड न्यूज़ फ्रॉम एप्पल वेबसाइट एंड देन डाउनलोड द स्टॉक डेटा फॉर एप्पल. सिंपल सा है, लेट्स सी. Wait, so sometimes it blocks you because you're trying to get information which you should not. So जैसे for example, if you see this also, why do you think this is blocked? So ऐसा नहीं है, इसका आंसर नहीं है, but this is being blocked. Why? हाँ? नहीं, but are you supposed to download news of any company through script? Ideally not, right? But unless you have an API for that, correct? So sometimes you will be blocked. The reason being कि you will not be able to access that news directly. So कई बार ऐसा होता है, and again, like I said, this is a very experimental setup. This is not something that you will see finally, and the access that most of the people have outside is also a very different product. So there are things that we have to keep in mind. So let me reset that. So for example, explain why large language models sometimes make mistakes. So you can see that it sort of gives you bunch of things. In fact, you can sort of Google it as well, just in case if you want to. So इसमें हैं बहुत सारी चीजें that you can play out. And again, like I said, I don't have to give too many examples because you've done that experiment with ChatGPT at this point. So most of the things that you can do with ChatGPT, you should be able to do it here. Only except the things which you're not supposed to do. So the difference between Bard and the ChatGPT is very simple, which is things which you're not supposed to do, वो आप यहाँ पे block हो जाएगा. For the reason being कि वो information is not out there, right? So now, would you be able to do anything with this? आप as a developer सोचो तो आपको ये interface चाहिए या आपको कुछ और interface की जरूरत पड़ेगी? Anybody? Do you think this is the interface that is good enough for you to do anything? Yeah, you need something else. आप चैट पे कोई ऐप बना सकते हो या आपको एपीआई चाहिए होगी? एपीआई चाहिए, जस्ट लाइक ओपन एआई में भी आपके पास मेंबर सेइंग कि हमने कुछ बिल्ड किया है उसको यूज। तो अगेन लाइक आई सेड, एज अ डेवलपर टेक्नोलॉजी कुछ भी हो सकती है, बट आप एज अ डेवलपर सीखते क्या हो? एपीआई एक्सेस। सो व्हाट आई एम गोना शो यू नाउ is couple of videos of how this API sort of works, क्योंकि आपका मेन फोकस ये है कि आप ये चीजें यूज कैसे करो एज अ डेवलपर। सॉरी, one last thing for those of you who are interested in getting a certification, there's a professional ML engineer certificate from GCP. उसकी पूरी पढ़ाई होती है, there's a whole video, there's a whole course that you can go through. वो आपको बिल्कुल बेसिक से एडवांस लेके जाता है, all these different stages, बिल्कुल फ्री है except the certificate part. उसके लिए आपको you have to pay to appear for the certificate, and I think $200 or something. But it's a very important certificate if you're trying to get into the other part. So now we'll quickly see 2 videos and then I'll shut up.
And AI Summit. We're at the start of a new era of AI innovation. To bring generative AI to enterprises, we introduced 2 platforms. GenApp Builder is a brand new offering that brings together foundation model with the power of search and conversation AI to enable enterprises to develop new generative AI apps. And Vertex AI is our end-to-end unified ML development and deployment platform, now with its biggest update yet with generative AI support. A range of foundation models are made available to developers and data scientists. Developers benefit from easy API access, and data scientists have a full suite of tuning options for customizing these foundation models. Let's recap the 3 categories of use cases we saw today. First, when we think about how to make online interaction more conversational, more human-like, and helpful, the potential for improving customer experiences, engagement, and loyalty is immense. Second, the ability to intuitively interact with complex data across sources means you can better enable your teams with business and industry insights. Third, content generation gives people the ability to turn their creative ideas into targeted content rapidly. This is all made possible by bringing together foundation models, conversation AI, and enterprise search. Our partners are ready to support generative AI at every layer of the stack. Since our launch 2 weeks ago, we have seen such incredible demand from our customers. We ensure enterprise needs are met by providing choices and control, including data isolation and privacy. Private data is kept private. We can't wait to see what Gen app you're going to build with Google Cloud.
So that's all. The other video is something you can go on YouTube and search, which is Build, Tune, and Deploy Foundation Model with Generative AI Support. I'll probably share the link, but you can go ahead and watch this. This is a longer one. In this, you actually see the product demo, but what we saw in the previous slide is something which is right now available to very selected testers commercially. But मैं ये चीज़ इसलिए बता रहा था कि फ्यूचर में ऑल ऑफ यू माइट हैव टू वर्क ऑन दीज टेक्नोलॉजीज। ये बहुत एक्सपेरिमेंटल हैं, अभी बहुत चीज़ें चलती हैं, नहीं चलती हैं, बट इवेंचुअली जब आप लोग यू विल कम टू द एंटरप्राइज वर्ल्ड, यू विल बी वर्किंग विद दीज टेक्नोलॉजीज। सो इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट that you start exploring and investing these in these technologies, और आप सीखना शुरू करो इन सब चीज़ों के बारे में, right? So that's all from my end. Any question, let me know. Good. अच्छा, क्वेश्चन है कि डीएस से सीखते सीखते टाइम निकल जाता है, तो
Yes, sir.
एमएलऑप्स कैसे सीखे हैं?
Yes, sir.
स्टूडेंट में तो करना पड़ेगा. There's no option. We did the same thing. So for example, if I tell you my personal experience, I've studied both when I applied for Google, so I had to go through the whole DSA plus the MLOps. अब बस फर्क ये पड़ता है कि because I was working with MLOps in my previous, easy for me in that sense, but देखो करना पड़ता है, मतलब उसका कुछ नहीं कर सकते, कॉम्पिटिटिव है एनवायरनमेंट, वी कांट डू मच. बट मैं ये नहीं कह रहा कि MLOps एकदम एक्सपर्ट बन जाओ तुम 10 दिन में या 1 साल में. एटलीस्ट नो फ्यू बिट्स एंड पीसेस जो तुमको इजीली समझ आते हो. दैट्स ऑल आई एम सेइंग. DSA मत भूलना इज ऑल आई से, बिकॉज MLOps में DSA बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. ये मैं फिर सबको बता दूं, जितने लोग यहाँ मशीन लर्निंग में घुसना चाहते हैं, DSA, डेटा स्ट्रक्चर्स एंड ऑल, एल्गोरिथम्स एंड सिस्टम डिजाइन बिल्कुल मत छोड़ना, क्योंकि उसके बिना आप MLOps में तो बहुत मुश्किल होती है जाने में. एटलीस्ट जब आप प्रोडक्शन से पे काम करते हो तो फोकस ऑन दैट 70%.
थैंक यू सर.
So I'll take one last question and then I'll take questions outside.
Sir, as we already know that the ChatGPT type technology is already existent, what kind of things Google Bard do, especially because the thing is already existing.
अब दो तो नहीं कर पाया, which is my failure in that sense. देखो कोई भी LLM मॉडल जितने भी हैं, चाहे सो Amazon also publish there, Facebook का लामा है, सबके काम एक ही है, because the foundation of the data are same except 20-30%. आप एक साल में देखोगे कि सब जितने भी मॉडल्स हैं वो सब एग्जैक्टली वही कर रहे हैं जो सब कर रहे हैं. तो ऐसा डिफरेंस नहीं है. बट मैं हाई लेवल पे बता देता हूँ, टेक्स्ट जनरेशन में आपकी बहुत चीजें होती हैं. समराइजेशन होती है, राइटिंग ऑफ द ईमेल्स एंड कोड जनरेशन होता है, क्लासिफिकेशन होता है, सेंटिमेंट क्लासिफिकेशन होता है. बार्ड में भी ये सारी चीजें हैं. आई डिड द वेरी बैड डेमो क्योंकि वो नहीं चल रहा फॉर सम रीजन. But you can actually go online and check a couple of videos on YouTube jahan pe they have shown the implementation of it. But like I said, within few months or years, most of the LLMs that are there in the market, kudos to ChatGPT ki wo pehle aa gaya, but all the others will give you roughly the same input and output kyunki wo foundation same hi hai. Matlab wo, if you read about it, you will understand ki eventually all of them will give the same answer.
But something new. So our expectations are very high to Google, that Google made a AI system that beat ChatGPT, because our expectation from Google is very high.
ये तुम सुंदर को पूछो भाई. ये अपना काम नहीं. नहीं, so I just wait. That's all I'll say. There are a lot of things which are coming up. Google I/O में there's a lot of announcements which are happening. Just wait. Like I said, देखो, kudos to ChatGPT. They came first. We didn't. उसका reason बहुत simple है, because we know that there are a lot of things that hallucinates when the models are being predicted. So we don't want to take that risk. क्योंकि आप देख रहे हो ChatGPT bring integration की problems. All of you, if you are experienced in that, आप देख रहे हो वहाँ कितनी issues आते हैं, problems आती हैं. So we never wanted to do that in the first place. So that's a separate discussion, but just you'll see.
Thank you, sir. It's been a wonderful session, especially the part where, you can encapsulate the audience after lunch. And as I can see and notice that the mission is accomplished right here. So there's that. Now I take the pleasure to introduce Mr. Jitendra Gupta. He's from Wipro, and his topic of discussion would be Google Cloud Landing Zone design and the best practices. We're glad to have you on board, sir. Thank you.
Hello. Okay, so just for myself, Jitendra Gupta. I'm currently working for Wipro, and you can find me over in Medium and YouTube. And you can also scan the code for getting a large profile, like I'm present in multiple other places as well. Okay, so yeah. Okay. So far we have, learned or even talked about DevOps, Kubernetes, ML operations, right? But the topic that I'm going to discuss now, that is on the foundation, right? So it is going to be on the landing zone and when to build it, the elements of landing zone, and the best practices that you follow on the landing zone. But before that, about what is landing zone? Like, anyone has any idea what is landing zone? In general, any, like, not specific to Google Cloud, but in general also, what is landing zone? Anyone? Yes. Okay. Right. Yeah, absolutely right. So landing zone is nothing but it's a foundation on which you are going to develop your resources or create your resources, right? Okay. So talking about this landing zone, it's like building a blueprint. So whenever you build a house, you are going to create a blueprint. You are going to go to the architect, and they are going to suggest you some recommendations. This is the best way you should be building based on the size or the kind of plot that you have, right? So according to similar approach, you actually also create a landing zone on any of the cloud provider or any environment that you are going to work on. Okay. Okay. So here, I hope it's visual. Okay. So I'm going to take an example of a reference architecture to explain what is a landing zone or how it looks like when you are working on a Google Cloud environment. Okay. So if you see in this particular page, pointer, yeah. Okay, so let me see. Okay, in this reference architecture, if you see, here we have the on-premises environment. Okay, it is going to make a connection to the Google Cloud environment, right? This is your Google Cloud infrastructure, complete infrastructure that you build on which the applications or any Kubernetes or any of those DevOps practices, any applications are installed, right? So here, if you see, it has multiple components, okay, and those components is what going to build the overall architecture here. Okay. Are we getting that pointer? Okay, so here, if just take example of this particular square, you can say, okay. So here, Google Cloud environment here is have a shared VPC. There, if you see the option, the yellow one, so that's a shared VPC, and in that you will have the projects which you are going to create, and in those projects the actual resources are created. Any of those resources like the compute engine or the Kubernetes, the Cloud Run, the multiple resources that we are talking about so far, right? So, okay. And apart from that, so we have a project in that you got the resources, but to connect those resources together, you need a network, right? Anyone knows what is network? In general, very much in general, like what is a network? Why you need it? Anyone? No one? Network किसी को नहीं पता है? Okay. system within environment or outside also? बस बाहर फिर कनेक्ट कैसे करेगा? Okay, so wireless do not yeah, here you see in this particular reference architecture also you have two networks or the two connections that you are going to make, cloud interconnect and you have cloud VPN, right? You see that? Okay, and you have an internal network as well, like you don't want to allow any of your resources that you are creating within your environment that should be accessible to everyone freely. That should not be the case, right? So that is where you see shared VPC approach, the VPC, virtual private cloud. Okay, so that is where we create those VPCs, and around that you are going to also have multiple other resources. Those resources are nothing but you see the cloud identity. Okay, then you have the logging aspect also covered here, and the monitoring, right? So multiple resources all together makes the right set of blueprint for creating your resources on the platform. So whenever you are working on any of those projects, you have to actually take care of all those components, so that and that should be designed so well. It should I mean, whenever you are trying to scale your environments, it should not be impacted. Like none of the these services, the integration should not fail, right? So there you have to take care of at the very basic level. Okay, so before I so far all the resources that is involved here, it's a shared VPC, the VPC firewall rules. Anyone know what is firewall? Firewall, anyone? No? Yes, tell me. Okay, so it's a, yes, it's kind of software, you can say. Earlier, like when we were on premises, mostly it was a box, right? That was helping you to segregate the connections, how you are allowing anything, right? You are going to have a cloud firewall rules. So these firewalls rules are nothing but a traffic, or you can say a traffic barrier, right? So it is going to allow or disallow any of the communication that can happen between this Google or from the outside world. Similar to that, we have the other service, that is cloud DNS, then cloud monitoring for monitoring all the communication happening, the cloud logging, collecting the logs, and then the cloud audit logs, firewall logging, VPC firewall logs. Okay, so these multiple components make a architecture here, and this is a design which can be suitable for one use case, but for a different use case you have to come up with another design, because it cannot be pretty much standard for any kind of scenario. So you have to keep on enhancing, customizing on the user needs. Like we have seen, whenever we go for any building a house for our own, right? So we will have a specific requirements for us. So based on that, we will suggest the architect, okay, this is the things that I want to get built. Okay. Okay. Hello. Yeah, the next question is when to build these landing zones. Okay. So landing zone, in the hello. So it's a basic infrastructure that you create on the Google Cloud platform for deployment of secure, scalable environment for your organization workload, right? Did we understand the definition here? Okay. and it typically includes the components that I talked about. It includes the networks, security, governance components, and that are pretty much pre-configured and ready to use. So that whenever you are growing your, it should be actually be. So here are the regions. So these are the regions that for which you are going to create any landing zone. The first one is multi-environment deployments. So suppose you are going to create hello. Okay. So here you see the multiple regions for which we are going to create this the landing zone. The one requirement could be multi-environment deployments. So suppose whenever you are working on any of this application, you have a development environment, then you will move it to staging and then the production, right? So we are not going to actually keep on creating new and new things without having a template. So you are going to have a template, right? So those templates could be your blueprint that you create. So in this particular region, you create a blueprint and make it very much modularized or a template, right? And then reuse it for the other environment, like you can be in staging, production, or any other environment that you are going to deploy. Now, there can be a requirement like whenever we are working with the clients, we'll see that there are some compliance requirement, right? Whenever we work with any of the financial sector, they will have sensitive data to process, right? And when you are working in with the credit cards, you can see they have some sort of compliance like PCI, DSS, right? So on those sets, if you see, they have a compliance to be followed, and to maintain that, to maintain those compliance, you need to have such blueprints ready in place, and that comes under security aspect. Now, also whenever you have a large scale deployment, in that scenario, you should go for a landing zone. And the last one is okay. Okay, so the last one is shared services. In this case, the shared services would be the IAM, the identity, logging, monitoring, all those. If I go to previous slide, here is right. So all those components also should be very much taken care, maybe in a separate project somewhere, right? So for that, you should have a blueprint ready in place. Okay. Okay. So now let's take an example of like you have a retail company planning to deploy a large number of e-commerce workloads on the Google Cloud platform. So here in this scenario, they want to scale maybe in down the line, right? So in this scenario, they have to have a blueprint very much ready. And for that, the landing zone has to be taken care or created very much on priority. Okay. Now let's talk about the various elements involved in landing zone creation. The first one is identity provisioning. So yeah, so far are you with me? Doesn't look like, I mean, लग रहा है अभी सब नींद में है. Okay, ठीक है. So anyone can tell me what is identity provisioning? Identity provisioning. कॉलेज में आईडी कार्ड बढ़ता है ना आपको, right? Someone should take charge of it, right? So what could be identity provisioning here? Any idea? Yes? Right. Okay, so when you say conditional access, partially you are true. So even before giving the any sort of permission, you need to create those identities, right? So whenever you are opting for like any of courses, you enroll for it, and someone is going to create those identity.
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Okay, so that is where I'm talking about the identity provisioning. So whenever we start working on any of this cloud platform, you see first the identity has to be created. Okay, so and that should be taken charge like the identity should be created based on like what kind of requirement we have. If you have hundreds of just users to be created, I will just create it on the Google Cloud platform like the Google Workspace, right? You have you get access to the Gmail or other sort of like you get access to the Google Meet. So different plans will be there. Based on that, the access is provided, right? Okay, so that would be something provisioning. And once the identity is created, the users are created on the platform, they will be then later provided the access, the sort of access for able to perform the task, right? And then later comes the resource hierarchy. Now, here we have seen whenever you are going to actually, I mean, anyone try to access the Google console anytime? Anyone? किसी ने ट्राई किया है गूगल क्लाउड का कंसोल? Yes. Okay. So can you tell how you
Sir, first I used to work at one place. So there we were using Google Cloud directly.
Right.
Actually, we were working on the virtual machine. So that's why I need to access it again and again to like starting it or like increasing the CPU power of it. So that's why at that time I was using it.
Okay. So
Yeah.
before that you created your account, right?
Exactly.
Okay. And when you create your account, you will either create a project inside it, and then
Yeah.
you will create a resources out of it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Now, just, so whenever you are actually going to create a project, either you can create it directly or you have to create an organization. Then inside that you will create it, right? You will have
Yes.
some DNS name and like the website name, which will be linked with those IDs, right? Yes. Now, that is where this resource hierarchy will occur. So whenever you are working on the Google Cloud environment, you will have an organization. Within the organization, there will be some folders you create, and inside those folders, the projects will be created, right? Now, that also should be very much taken into consideration whenever you are creating those hierarchies, because it is going to be for very longer time, right? You are going to work with multiple clients. They are going to have they can be a global client, right? So this particular, on the right hand side, if you see, this is a decision tree which is going to define how to create those resources, right? So here in this particular hierarchy, if you see, suppose you have a client who is present in business in multiple regions. The resource should be created maybe in India, in Singapore. So regions they will have a requirement, right? So for that you have to ensure that you are going to create those hierarchy based on the region specific. Okay, so you have to create multiple resources, multiple regions, like the Cloud Run. If I take an example, so you have to create those Cloud Run in multiple. Okay. So similar to that, there can be the autonomy, the resource hierarchies. Like if suppose some of accounts, some of the projects which is going to actually work for any specific project, for that, if you see, they are going to be accountable for whatever policies, sort of resources they want to create in their environment. So that will fall under the accountability framework. So we will give them a project access. Within that, they create whatever sort of resource they want to create, right? So that will come under accountability framework. If nothing, either of two is not true, in that scenario, we will just follow a standard approach. You create a project for development, staging, and the production, all like different environments that you create, right? So that's very much standard procedure that you follow. Okay. Now the next element is network. Okay. So here again comes the networking part. Now in the network also, like I saw in this reference architecture, there was a cloud interconnect, right? Anyone remember that cloud interconnect and cloud VPN that I showed in reference architecture, right? In that, if you see, the cloud interconnect is more of creating a communication from the on-premise. On-premise, when I say, it's a data center. Okay, so data center, like you can have your own small PC or maybe multiple servers you may have installed. Your if once you get an opportunity to work for any organization, so there also they will have a small data center. Now you want to establish a connection from those data center to the GCP. Okay, so there you use a cloud interconnect kind of scenario, or you can have a cloud VPN for sort of things. Now here what I'm trying to showcase is for how you should be creating the architecture of those networks. Like whenever they are going to have a communication from on-premises to the Google Cloud environment, so there you have again a decision tree which you can follow, and in those decision tree, if you see, it can be a hub and spoke model. So like you can have a connectivity from on-premises to the Google Cloud environment, just one project. In that project, you created a network, the VPC that I talked about. Can you relate it? About that VPC network, right? Shared VPC network. So you premises to the VPC network. From that VPC network, again you have an internal communication that becomes a hub and spoke model. And later, if that is not a requirement for you, like you don't have a lot of communication from the internal or maybe from the data center, then you can go with the other approaches. You can also have a network, just one network is created with multiple other projects. So that can be done with the sub-networks. Okay. And the last one is for the security aspect. So far we discussed about identity provisioning, resource hierarchy, networks. The last one is security. Okay. So you got the users created, you got a list of resources that can be created on the environment. You created a network so that the communication can happen. Okay. So you got all those sort of things done. The last is security, that how you are going to ensure whenever the user is going to access or the applications are going to communicate, the communication are going to be just between them, right? Or the permissions are only allowed only set of so that no one else want to ensure the confidentiality and also the security of environment. So now again you see this reference architecture again for the security aspect only. Okay. So in okay, so here if you see, I have a project. Okay, in that project I am going to collect all the logs from multiple other projects. Okay, so I have Kubernetes or the Cloud Run or maybe app engine or compute engine running in multiple other projects. Those projects, whatever sort of logs they are generating, right? So that log I am going to collect in a separate project so that I can analyze it, right? So I am going to perform all the analysis to it, and then based on that I am going to take some decisions, right? So that is a kind of one architecture I am producing here for security aspect. Like I am going to see if it is not going to leak any of the secrets. Okay, before any of these logs or the information is going to be delivered outside the world. So this is within the Google Cloud environment. And okay, so apart from those core elements, we do have multiple other important elements, that is monitoring and logging, backup and disaster recovery, okay. So we have monitoring and logging part, backup and disaster recovery, compliance, cost efficiency, control, API management, and the cluster management. Okay, so these are some of the other important elements that has to be talked about whenever we are working on a landing zone. Okay. Now let's talk about some of the best practices that followed. Okay, so here the first or the foremost important aspect is the team building part. So here team building would be something like you are going to create a team who is going to work on these requirements, someone who is GCP expert, okay, who can lead the team. Also, you have to take care of the management of the landing zone project, so a manager has to be assigned for it, because it is going to run for multiple sprints, maybe like multiple weeks, maybe a few months, right, for creation of this landing zone itself. And then, so you see, you have to define and communicate the project goals to all stakeholders, okay, and set regular checkpoints. And apart from the team building, the project management part, the important aspect on the technical side is like you have to follow some of the technical best practices, like the IX, such as the Terraform modules. Terraform is a tool or soft application, you can say, which helps you to create a code for configuration of or installation of any of the infrastructure that I'm talking about, or the all of those services I talked about, right? So everything can be created, modularized with the Terraform modules. And just follow the CI/CD pipeline with GitOps. Apart from this, Abhishek had talked about the Google architecture, how to architect about that, right? So those frameworks are actually available, the best practices that can be followed. In the first session you saw, so those architecting best practices you can see in the documentation, that has to be followed whenever we are working on any of these kind of sort of projects. Okay, so yeah, this is almost the end of this presentation. So I'll talk about these two maybe repo. Okay, so that is one for the security foundation blueprint, which Google best practices, and also the Terraform blueprints, okay, which can be used whenever you start working on any of these projects. See, I understand like you may not be able to relate it very much what I'm really trying to explain here, because this is not very much like interest to people. They do not realize in very much initial stage, because this is something that you, whenever if you have tried with working on the maybe a quick labs, or if you have tried any labs on with the GCP, so here this you don't get to see. Anyone know what is quick labs? Quick labs, किसने किया है? Yes, tell me. Can we get a mic?
सर, गूगल क्लाउड की लैब्स दिए जाते हैं, गूगल प्रोवाइडेड करता है क्विक लैब्स के थ्रू रिसोर्सेज वगैरह और भी सब, तो लैब्स दिए जाते हैं उसके थ्रू, उससे लर्निंग वगैरह और भी मतलब बहुत सारी चीजें होती है, जैसे गूगल करियर प्रैक्टिशनर प्रोग्राम वगैरह था, और भी लैब्स वगैरह.
So why I asked that question, I'll tell you. Quick Labs, जब भी आप काम करोगे ना Quick Labs पे, you will get all this environment set up. You don't realize that it has to be created by someone, right? Understand? So you don't get really chance to see how that is being created and how it is going to work. So that is where I'm talking all this concept. So वो जितने भी architect वाला part है, like how this is going to create an environment, how the resources are going to work very perfectly. Quick Labs पे आप कभी भी काम करोगे, एक भी आपका command fail नहीं होता है, just because you got this setup already, right? So I'm talking about those foundations, nothing apart from that, right? Whenever you are working on these requirements, so you get a really a repo on the GitHub for the security foundation blueprint and the Terraform blueprint, which you can easily use and deploy it in your projects. Okay, so let me see if I can take that. Okay, anyway. Okay, so just to conclude, landing zone, the best practices for designing. Okay, so it's nothing but best practices for designing and deploying landing zone on GCP involves building a team, managing the projects, aligning with business requirement, and following the technical best, right? So this is the concrete of this particular talk. And before I leave, I just want to recommend these two books. Okay, so I understand that you are very much, I mean, most of the population is like, so you are in second year, right? So you may not be able to really understand why these topics are very important, right? So here I am recommending these two books. This first one, Google Cloud All-in-One Guide. Okay, one of my friend wrote it, and even I have contributed a bit to it. This is going to be help you for very basics of it, right? All of those services that in general we work, and this is really good for the college going students for sure. Okay, the other one is from Priyanka Vogadia ma'am, and that gives you more of the visualization of all those services very much on very high level. So that for professionals it is even better, but for college going this would be better. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Any questions?
Anybody who haven't taken the lunch yet can go now, because in 15 minutes we'll be closing the buffet. Thank you, sir, for shedding the light on such a significant topic. The second last speaker for the day is here. Let's welcome together Mr. Vishal Chalotre. He's from Zensar Technologies and wouldn't be shedding light on data fusion and other big data services. We welcome you, sir.
Yes.
Sir, just a minute. He had to change the battery of the mic.
Hello everyone. Please keep patience. I'll be covering these topics like very soon, okay? So, yeah, please change. So let me introduce myself. My name is Vishal Chalotre. I am from Bhopal and I'm a GCP certified data engineer. I am working with Zensar technology right now. Before that, I was working with TCS. So I have completed almost 3 years in GCP technologies. So today we'll be talking about so what is data engineering first. If you don't know about like what is data engineering, so data engineering is all about practices for designing and building a system for collecting, transforming and storing. Also it is used for analyzing the data. So basically we'll be talking about like raw data. So data engineer is the only one who get to touch with the raw data first. So he's the one who going to collect it, transform it and give it to the other people like data scientists or data analytics for take some insights so that company can take the decisions. Okay, please. So today agenda is like what are all the big data services available in GCP. So there are majorly 4 big data services available in GCP: data flow, data proc, data prep and data fusion. So after that we will be talking about data fusion, like what are all the components of the data fusion and UI view. We will be building a pipeline and exploring the data using Wrangler tool. Okay. So these are the 3 services I have mentioned here: data flow, data proc and data prep. So yeah. So data flow is like unified for batch and stream both. So what is mean by unified? Unified means like you can use a single code for both stream and batch. This feature is not available in any other of the GCP services or any of the cloud. Okay. So this is like Apache Airflow Beam. So if you have Apache Beam, you can use data flow directly with your old codes. And the next one is data proc. Data proc is fully managed and highly scalable. So it means like you can scale at any point. Okay. And this service is used for Apache Hadoop, Apache Spark, Apache Flink. Like this, like we have 30 other services, open source services, which can use data proc in the Google Cloud ecosystem. Another one is Terifactor. Terifactor, provided by Terifactor, there we have a data prep. Data prep is not a cloud native, but we can use for exploring, cleaning and preparing the data. The next thing is like data fusion. Data fusion is like fully managed cloud native, which is UI based, and we can manage ETL and ELT data pipelines. I think you guys know about ETL and ELT. We'll be talking about more in ELT and ETL. So it also provide like pre-built transformation and plugins. We'll be see like what are the plugins and what are the transformation. And this is powered by CDAP. CDAP is nothing as an open source project, task application which run on Hadoop. Please. So what are all the benefits? If you can see the screenshot, and the screenshot is like a UI of the data fusion. And I guess this is pretty much good. If you can, if you are comparing with the code, this is like a UI based thing. So it will be more interesting to work with data fusion. So these are the benefits, like it integrate rich graphic interface, code-free visualization. There are 1,000+ transformations already available here. You can test and debug the pipeline within the data fusion. Please. So this is the ETL pipeline, a basic ETL pipeline where we have extract, transform and load. So in the extract phase, we are reading the data from other data sets. Like here we are reading from the flight and airlines. In the transformation, we are transforming the data. Suppose we are parsing and we are removing the unwanted columns. We are joining it. We are grouping it. All the transformation we'll do in the transformation phase. Then we will be loading it to the database. Database can be on any kind of clouds. So today we'll be deploying it into the GCP. This is the architecture by using the data fusion. So if you can see in the left hand side, we have on-premises databases, on-premises files. So you need to get those files into the GCP ecosystem using data transfer services. After landing into the GCP, you will be using the data cloud. Data cloud is like a landing zone. where you have all the files. And then by using the transformation, by using the data fusion, you can do a kind of transformation. After doing the transformation, you can save all the data into the BigQuery. From the BigQuery, you can use Google Cloud Studio and any other visualization tool to visualize this and to get the insights from the data. You can orchestrate those things using Cloud Composer. Cloud Composer is nothing, it's an Apache Airflow. If you heard about Apache Airflow, so Apache Airflow is Cloud Composer here. Then you can also log and monitor. Next slide, please. So this is the home page of Data Fusion. If you can see, there are approx 5 different tools in the Data Fusion. First one is Wrangler. It is used to transform the data, clean the data. Another one is integration. This is the most important one, because by using integration, we will be creating the pipeline, we will be deploying the pipeline. Another one is governance and discovery. It is just used for what is the root cause of the pipeline, if pipeline is failing, where is the data, what is the bad data, what is the good data. Another one is monitor. Monitor, you all know, like after creating the pipeline, we need to monitor it, okay? Then there is manage. Suppose we have like thousands of pipeline. You wanted to group it. So there is like namespace. So if you want to manage the namespace and other system services, you can use the manage. So this is the first Wrangler component by which we will be using the transformation. If you can see the screenshot, in the screenshot, this is the one of the CSV file which I passed using the data Wrangler. So data Wrangler can be used for preparing the new data sets. It is used for applying the transformation. And after the applying the transformation, you can see the visual effects just within a second. Please. This is the another screenshot from the Wrangler. So if you can see, like Wrangler is a code-free visual environment for transforming the data pipelines. This is the overview of the Wrangler. If you can see, I have marked the captions here, like what is what. Here we have connections. Another within this connections, how many files are there? You can select the file from here. After selecting the file, you can make a table here within a second. After making the tables, you can put the recipe or directives. Both are like a small part of code by which we can going to transform the data. After doing all the transformation, you can just click on the create pipeline. It will create the automatically pipelines, okay? Another one is, suppose you have a big pipeline. So you can't create from here, okay? So if you are creating a big pipeline and you wanted to transform a small part of it, so you can go directly here, select the file, create the transformation, copy the transformation, go back to the previous biggest data pipeline and paste it there. So this is kind of testing scenarios. You can test it, the transformation, before applying to the actual pipeline. Another one is Studio. If you can see the screenshot, this is the Studio, or we can say the canvas where we are creating the pipelines. Is it interesting or not? I guess it is interesting because it is a code-free tool. You no need to use any kind of code. You just have to drag it and drop it. For the transformation, you need to type code. But before that, no need to do it. You just have to drag the code, drag the plugins and paste it in the canvas, and you need to connect those. Yeah. So data pipeline is also called as DAG. DAG is nothing a directed acyclic graph. It means like it should not contain any kind of cycle. It should be a one way of the pipeline. But if you can see the screenshot, in the screenshot, like input of a particular plugin can be can be coming from one or two nodes. In the same way, output of one plugin can be input of 2 or more nodes. This is the overview of Studio. We can see, like this is the canvas. In the left hand side, there are plugins available, which is categorized into source, transformation, analytics. And if you can see in the upper part, like pipeline actions, you can save, schedule, preview, and deploy it. You can also export it and import it. So after creating the pipeline, you can export those pipelines in the JSON format, and you can upload it to the GitHub for versioning. You can also monitor the health of the entire pipeline, or even you can also monitor the particular plugin. So after creating the pipeline, you need to monitor also, like it is behaving in a correct way or not. Suppose I have created one pipeline and it is running for 24 hours. So what is the benefit of creating the pipeline? It's of no use. So we need to monitor the pipeline after creating it. Now there are other services also, integration metadata. As we all know about like what is metadata. So metadata is nothing. It's just about the metadata. If you have a table, then what are the primary keys and all tags? What is the lineage, like what are all the fields available in the particular table? So these are the things you can easily manage or see by using integration metadata. Then there is one of the part is hub where you can find the pre-built pipelines. If your use case is very small, you can go there and search for a particular pipeline and create it within a clicks. There are use cases, there are plugins. You can create your own plugins also. These are the entities. Here you can create your own plugins, pipelines, libraries. You can also upload your own transformations, user-defined transformations. You can schedule your pipelines by using this one. So in this one, if you can see, you can schedule it like on daily basis, on monthly basis, whatever you wanted to do. I just wanted to show you one of the pipelines which I have just created here, and if you can see, this is succeeded. This is created here. Please guys pay attention. This is the last part, 1 minute slide only. Okay. So this is like a demo of the pipeline. I have just created this pipeline. So this pipeline contains or plugins, and this is the input of our pipeline. So if you heard about like GCS bucket, GCS bucket is one of the services, or you can see a data lake, where we are going to upload or dump the data from on-premises. This is a GCS bucket. So after GCS bucket, we are attaching it to the Wrangler. In the Wrangler, we have code for the transformation. After the transformation, so if the code as per the transformation, then it will go back to the, it will dump to the BigQuery. If the code is not correct, or it will throw an error, or if it is bad data, it will collect by the error corrector and it will be dumped into the different table. So if you can see here, there are 100 rows in the GCS bucket. The input of the file is 100 bucket. After the transformation, the output of Wrangler is 42. Then what are all the good data is again 42, and it's stored into the BigQuery. And this pipeline ran in 6 minutes. So 6 minutes contain like provisioning, running, and all the things. It contains 6 minutes. In those 6 minutes, it transforms the data. I know 6 minutes is very too much, but it depends on the compute to compute. When we are working on a company, 6 minutes is nothing. Okay, in 6 minutes, you can run this pipeline for billions of records. Okay. So after the transformation, you can see like it is dumping into the BigQuery with the 2 different tables. The first one is good data, another one is bad data. I'll show you the properties of these plugins. So these are the plugin. If you can see, I have given here the path of my CSV file. The CSV file is data_updated.csv. Here is the schema. You can import and export the schema. Then this is the Wrangler. This is the main part to do the transformation. So in this Wrangler, we have a properties like recipes or directives. If you can see here, I have pasted like one of the first is one is find and replace. So what it is going to find and replace in the name column, which is the first column, which is the second column, I guess. Yeah, third column. So in the name column, it will be find hyphen, and it will be replaced by space. Okay. So the name contain is hyphen. We don't want that. So that's why we are just finding the hyphen and we are replacing it by space. In the similar way, you can see like send to error. Okay. If the website column is this one. Website column doesn't contain HTTPS. Okay. So we are watching here for HTTP. If it is containing the HTTP, we don't want that. It is a bad data. Okay. So we wanted to send to error. From send to error, it will be go into the different table, which is a bad table. Okay. In a similar way, when we go to the BigQuery, here we just have to give the what is the table name. Table name is organization and data set name data fusion tables. So I'll show you the BigQuery one where it is actually saving the data. So this is our bucket, GCS bucket. Here we have upload. You have these functions. You can upload the file. So I uploaded this file, and this is the only file which I am calling from the GCS bucket. So this is the GCS bucket, and we have uploaded the file. Now where is the output? So output of the file is in the BigQuery. If you go to the BigQuery, have you ever seen this kind of this landing page? I guess nobody. Okay, there is one guy who already did this or watched this one. So if you can see, this is the BigQuery. BigQuery is like a database, or you can say a data warehouse where we can contain all the tables, and it's a very powerful tool. This is the data fusion, which is the data set. So in the data set, if you can see, there are two tables. One is organization bad records and another one is organization. So if you remember from the previous slides, I have like put it two big queries. One is for good data, another one is for bad data. So this is the first one. The second one is the organization. So these are the fields we are getting here. If you go to the preview, this is the good data which we have. So this is the good data. How many good data are? 42. If you go back to the pipeline and see what are the good data are the 42. So these 42 data are go and save to the BigQuery, okay? In the similar way, if you go back to the organization bad data, so in organization bad data we have fields, but we have three more fields, like why it is failing, why the record is bad, why this came into this path, why it doesn't go for the correct path. So these are the three records. This contain the actual failing of these records, okay? So if I click again from the BigQuery and go to the preview, so here are like 53 records which are bad. So if I go here, like it will show you like what is the why this is like a bad record, because it doesn't contain HTTPS, it contain HTTP. In a similar way, if you go to the down, this is the another reason why this one is failed, the row number 50, because it contain number of employees is 0. We don't want that number of employees is 0, because every company should have at least one employees, okay? So like this, you can create a pipeline and you can run it. So I guess this session is for useful, and you can use this UI thing and create a pipeline, okay? So at the last, pipeline is ready. Let's party. If you want, we can take a question for 1 minute if anyone is having any questions, or we can go with the next session, okay? Thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir, for giving amazing insights of the respective domain. For the last speaker session of the day, we welcome Mr. Sanket Bisne, Cloud Engineer at CRS and a Google Cloud Champion Innovator in Modern Architecture. He will be discussing the implementation of DevOps practices with GCP. Please give him a warm welcome.
There is some technical glitch and we are trying to sort this out. Until then, I would request everyone to kindly maintain the decorum of the room. Thank you for your patience. Thank you.
Hello, hello.
Hello guys, hello. I'm audible? Till there? Hello? Yeah, this is the last session. Please take five minutes break, or let's say just drink water or whatever you want to do. It is the last session and I will not be boring you. It will be much entertaining and you will be learning 5 most important things for CI/CD. I will be promised you. Okay. So please take your attention here and let's start the session. Okay. So, myself, Sanket Bisne, I'm working as a cloud engineer at Sears, which is a Google Cloud partner company, and I'm also a champion innovator from Google in the modern architecture domain. Okay, so today, this is the last session. We will be taking 5 major concepts from this. So, I will be teaching you the CI/CD concept, which is be used in the Google Cloud world. Okay, there are 5 services which is very, very much important whenever you go for a job interview. Whenever you go for any of the sessions, you will be encountering with this five domains. Okay, 5 GCP services. Okay, so yeah, so let's start with the agenda. First one, as you have already, many of the speakers have already told you what is DevOps, what are the services associated with it, how to use it. They have implemented in DevOps, MLOps. They have built so many pipelines, right? So this is the last session. I'll be wrapping up all the things that all the speakers have said, and you will be getting a high level 1000 feet overview architecture of it. Okay, so yeah, so first basically I will be giving you introduction to DevOps with GCP. What are the services available in GCP? Then we will be going to CI/CD products of the GCP. Then there will be a customer use cases that we solve as a part of employees every day. Okay. Then the real world examples, and at the last, we can connect for the Q&A sessions for offline. Okay. So yeah, please hold on, don't claps. Okay. So yeah, okay. So this is time for DevOps. Okay. not working. Yeah. Okay. So what is CI? Okay, first. So as we can see, there are 5 things. This is plan, release, code, test, and build. So this is the CI flower. Okay. Then there's a CD flower also in the upcoming slide, which will be talking about the continuous integration and continuous deployment. There's a common misconception here. So many things, many people get confused in CI and CD. Okay. So continuous delivery, continuous deployment are the 2 separate entities. Okay. Continuous delivery means basically you are without any manual intervention. You are just pushing your code to the pipeline and it will automatically deploy. Okay. But continuous deployment means what? Actually, it is having a manual step in between where you go and just deploy and click ops kind of thing. So whenever you click on that things, automatically a new feature gets automatically deployed in a pipeline. Okay. So yeah, not working. Slide. Yeah. So basically, we can see deploy, collect feedback, operate, release, and monitor. These are the 5 P's of CD. Okay. So basically, what actually I will be talking about 5 principles, 5 services that will be integrated within in the upcoming session. Okay. Yeah. Please go ahead. So as we can see in the first flower, we can see plan, code, build, and test. Right. So first one is the plan. Right. What actually, whenever we are building any product, we have to plan that product in such a way that we have to just code it, plan it, right? After that, these things are done. Basically, we have to just deploy it into the another release. Okay. So as we can see, for planning, we should have a Google project with us, right? We have to create a first project, and then basically we can go ahead with the billing kind of thing. Whenever we create a project, we attach a billing ID associated with it, right? That takes care about the what are the bills associated with the Google Cloud account, what are the organization's billing, right kind of stuff. So basically in the code, so anyone use about GitHub, GitLab, or any repository, just take your hands up. Don't answer it, just take your hands up. Okay, many of the things. Like your GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket, we have a source repository here. So it is an alternative for all this repository, which we have a Google source repository, in which it is a private repository where we keep code, and it is not we can't make it public, but it is a private one. So again, I will be giving you a brief about all those things in the upcoming slides. Okay. And for building, what exactly we mean by building is that we are just compiling the code, right? Whenever we build any code, just like JavaScript, Python, okay? So we build it, compile it. Let's say example, Python 3app.py. This is the method, the Python code, right? So basically, it is nothing but a building kind of thing. Testing means what? After building of the code, just like whenever you compile it, we have some test cases associated with it, right? So let's say I have some 3 test cases. Anyone has code in CodeChef or any HackerRank platform till date? Anyone? Yeah, many, right? So just like the test cases we execute in those particular code, right? Just like that, we have our production test cases also in our basically any building of any particular product. Okay, yeah, let's. So after this, we have CD. Basically in CD, what actually does, after your building process is over, we have a CD concept here. CD concept is what? Basically, whenever we are deploying particular things. Okay. In CD, basically we are having release on the basis of environments. In the industry, basically, we have many environments. Just to take an example, quality assurance, or let's say staging or production. So whenever a new feature goes roll out in production, it should pass to specific, let's say, stages, just like QA, staging, etc. Right? Okay. Then basically, we have a deploy. After building this specifically, test cases, all those things, we have an environment to deploy this. Let's say App Engine, Cloud Run, virtual machines, and Google Kubernetes Engine. For example, these are the 4 specific that environments I can say, or the products of CICD for which you are using for this particular domain. Okay. Then monitor. After these particular things you have built it, you have a monitor section where you monitor actually application. Who did what on which resource? Let's say have deleted anything in your production environment. To just take a post-mortem report of who exactly deleted that particular resource, right? With the help of logging, you can identify that which employees have deleted this particular resource and who did what on which resource specifically. Yeah, next. Okay, so basically these are the 5 CI/CD principles, or let's say products I will be walking you through, and it will be very easy. Don't worry about it. So don't go for the definition, it is so long. Okay, so just like source code repository, cloud build, okay, then your container registry, artifact registry, and cloud deploy. This last cloud deploy is a recently introduced service from Google that is used for continuous deployment or delivery, you can say. This is the latest service which is launched in the January, I think. So I will be walking through this one. Yeah, please go ahead. So this is the first product for CI/CD. Just like you use GitHub, GitLab, or any repository to host your application, we have a cloud source repository. Okay, in cloud source repository, these are the private GitHub repository or kind of thing. Okay, so basically, again, 3 sections in it. First one, let's say I have to give viewer access to anyone so that he can only view the cloud source repository. Okay, so for this particular thing, I have a permission called viewer permission, which is source repository reader. So let's say a user, let's say yuraj@gmail.com. I have given this particular Gmail ID a permission to only view that particular repository. Only he will be able to only read that particularly content which is present in the repository. Okay, so for this we have to give him a user role, that is source repository reader. Okay, then another thing, let's say 10 of the developers are working on the project. Okay, so I have to give individual members a source repository writer. So for that particularly thing, so what they will be using, they will be deploying the code actually, they will be contributing to it, they will be pushing the changes, they will be committing to the code. So basically, with the help of this second source repository writer, they would be able to do that stuff. Okay, and the last one, that is source repository administrator. Okay, so the basic difference between this role and this role is, in specifically source repository writer, the individual member can't create the repository. Okay, but with the help of administrator, he have whole control of all the repositories. Okay, next slide. Cloud build. So basically this is the service which is for building the code. Once you have pushed your code into GitHub, GitLab, or any repository, right? You have to build it actually. You have to basically create a pipeline out of it, and you have to create that, particularly build that code, whatever you have written, right? Let's say you have written your code in Node.js. Okay, so basically you have to basically whenever we do install the Node.js, we'll do node v-v npm install. Basically these are the test cases that it goes through the building stages, right? So basically for building the code, we have a product called Cloud Build, which is responsible for building the code. Okay, then basically we have many machine types available in the Cloud Build. Basically we can choose from all those things. Yeah, and we can deploy in serverless, virtual machines, Kubernetes engine, and all of those things. Please go ahead. Okay, so this is the container registry. Okay, so what is exactly means? So whenever you builded that code, it has to have push into a storage kind of thing, right? Let's say you have to store your Docker images. Anyone have heard about Docker here? Docker. Okay, so can anyone give me mic, please? Yeah. Just explain us what is Docker right
now. Sir, Docker is basically container type platform.
Exactly.
Where we can deploy service with a form of images.
Exactly.
We create image first, then we build it, and we directly deploy it on the containers.
Cool. Thank you. Yeah, that's a right answer, basically. Yeah. So as you have mentioned that Docker is a containerization tool which is used to build the images. So who don't know what image is just a packaging of your application. Okay. So whenever we interact with any containerization tool, okay, so we have a Docker in place. There are also many container tools just like Rocket. Okay. So the majorly used is Docker. Okay. So the major difference between container registry and the artifact registry is that container registry only supports Docker, and artifact registry supports the images which are having Docker and non-Docker images as well. Yeah. So the artifact registry, as you can see, this is used to store, manage, and secure your build artifacts. Okay. So basically, the major difference between artifact registry and container registry is that in container registry, you will be able to only push the Docker images, but in artifact registry, you can push your Docker images or non-Docker images as well. Okay, so the container images like Docker, Helm, you can also push the Java packages as well, or let's say Python, Node.js, any OS packages like Debian, anything you can push. Okay. Okay, so this is the majorly recently launched service from Google Cloud, which is known as Google Cloud Deploy. So previously, when I have learned this CI/CD pipeline, I have used Cloud Build. Okay, Cloud Build for building the code, testing the code, and deploying the code into the production environment. Okay, but Google has came with a new service which is known as Google Cloud Deploy. It means, okay, let's say you are having multiple environments, just like stage, production, QA. Okay, so now you have to just build it, test it, deploy it into multiple repository in the one go fashion. Okay, so this is the parallel release deployment of this feature, which is canary and parallel deployment support. It gives us the visualization form on how the pipeline is behaving, how much percentage it got failed, how much percentage it got succeed. Okay, so this is the best newly launched feature from Google Cloud, which is responsible for canary and parallel deployments. So basically, yeah, just go ahead. Yeah. So this is the how it looks like. Basically, as you can see, there are three basically versions or environments. Okay, let's say we are using a gaming service kind of thing. Okay, let's say we are playing a game, and the backend we have many of the environments provision to it, just like stage, QA, section. Okay, so as we can see, the failure rate here, right? It is 0% failure rate last 30 days. This is the beauty of your visualization tool of your products of CI/CD. So as you can see, in the India, there are many regions of cloud, just like Asia East one, Europe West one, and your US Central one. So this is the basically multi-pipeline we can say, or multi-stages you can say. Okay. So as you can see here, this is the monthly averaging day 1.1. This is a visualization tool. It is basically just launched by Google. So as you can see, these are pipelines anywhere. Okay. Yeah. So the real world use cases, I will be giving you three real use cases that we have used for many of the customers. Okay. So that will be much helpful for you, I'm sure. Okay. In your upcoming future, or whenever you are interviewing with another companies, or it will be much more beneficial for this specific. So first one is the modern CI/CD flow for cloud build and cloud deploy. Okay. Then another one is migration of Jenkins. Anyone have heard Jenkins here? Jenkins. Thank you. Okay. So basically we have had a scenario where the machines were provisioned on the EC2 servers. Okay. So the basically challenge was to migrate the pipelines from to Google Compute Engines. So basically we have to decide a flow, how it works, how it looks like, right? What will be the particular flow of it? Okay. So basically just there are two things here. First one is your monolithic application, and another one is your microservices. Anyone have heard about monolithic or microservices ever? Fine. Okay. Can you give mic to that person? Just tell me the difference between the microservices and your monolithic application. Just a simple definition would be fine.
Actually, monolithic is a traditional making softwares, but microservices is a new way of making softwares and designing.
Exactly. So microservices is a traditional deployment, and now the companies are moving to the microservices, right? So yeah, exactly. So basically, whenever we create a pipelines, we have two scenarios. Either we have to decide whether that application will be monolithic or the application will be microservices. Okay. So let's say if it is a monolithic, so where we will go to compute engines. If suppose it is microservices, where we will go? Either we will go to Cloud Run or GKE, right? Okay. So yeah, next slide. Okay. So basically we have heard about majorly services. Now we will be taking the Avenger assembling kind of thing here. Yeah. Right. Yeah. So as we can see, the first, that is your alternative, the GitHub, GitLab, anything. So first is your whenever a code is built, it is pushed to the source repository or a GitHub repository or a GitLab repository. This is the first step. Another step will be cloud build. Whenever we have pushed your code, we have to build that code, right? After building, we have a container registry. Now, the container registry archiving into the artifact registry. It is being provisioning into the artifact registry now. Okay. As soon as you push your code, builded your code, then it has pushed to the GCR. Okay. Then we have to cloud deploy here. So what is scaffold? Scaffold, it is a basically tool to render your images. We don't have to do Kubernetes kubectl apply -f every time, right? We have an automated flow. So basically we have a scaffold in place which will do your kubectl apply -, commands across your multiple environments. Okay. Then this is your cluster. Let's say your manager is with you and basically he wants you to roll out the new application and changes. Before it is going to go into production, you require an approval from your manager. Okay. So to approve that changes, we have a require manual approval thing over here. So basically your basically manager will approve the changes, and basically your cluster, you go to the production cluster and your deployment happens. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Yeah. So this is the example of the first use case, that is migration of Jenkins pipeline to the GCP compute engines for monolithic applications. Okay, I have already told you there are two ways to define any application. First one is your monolithic, another one is on microservices. Okay, so as you can see, go back. Yeah. So in the AWS, what we were doing, we are having a tag of Jenkins app. So what is this? So let's say there are many virtual machines in your project, and you have to pick up a specific one. Okay, so in that case, what we will do, we will be going to the tag kind of thing. So let's say मेरे पास बहुत सारे वर्चुअल मशीन्स हैं और मुझे ऐसी वर्चुअल मशीन सिलेक्ट करनी है जिसमें पर्टिकुलर एक टैग लगा हो, तो उस केस में मैं जेनकिंस वाला एक ऐप पर्टिकुलर कोई भी नाम दे दूंगा अपने टैग का, ठीक है, तो वैसे ही वो चूज कर लेगा वहां से. ठीक है, जैसे ही टैग सिलेक्ट हो गया, स्पेसिफिक वर्चुअल मशीन सिलेक्ट हो गई, उसके बाद हम लोग एक कमांड चलाएंगे जो उस वर्चुअल मशीन पे चलेगी जो पर्टिकुलर टैग में एसोसिएटेड है. ठीक है, तो ये पहली पाइपलाइन का फ्लो था जो हमारा AWS कस्टमर यूज कर रहा था. ठीक है, नेक्स्ट लाइन. तो हम लोगों ने जीसीपी में उसको कैसे किया, सेम सब कुछ सेम था, जेनकिंस भी सेम था, बट एक चीज का डिफरेंस था कि एसएसएस का जो कमांड होता है वो, और ये जो पोस्ट फाइल दिख रहा है ना इधर, वो बेसिकली हमारे पास ऑथेंटिकेशन करने का तरीका नहीं था जिसके थ्रू हम कोई ऑथेंटिकेशन कर पाए. तो हम लोगों ने एक अलग मेथड यूज किया. इसको बेसिकली आप ब्लैक होल से भी संबंधित कर सकते हो, डेव नल. आप सर्च कर सकते हो व्हाट इज डेव नल इन लिनक्स. सो बेसिकली यू विल बी गेटिंग एन हाई लेवल ओवरव्यू ऑफ इट. ओके, नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. This is the basically a good example that I have created for one of the customer. So आप देख पा रहे हो जैसे कोई भी वेबसाइट होती है, जैसे लाइक फ्लिपकार्ट, अमेजोन या कोई भी वेबसाइट, जैसे ही उस पर लोड बढ़ता है तो सबसे पहले क्या होता है कि आपका जो बेसिकली जो अपना जो ऑटो स्केलिंग होता है वो आपके सर्वर्स पे डिपेंड करता है. ठीक है, तो ये ऑटो स्केल हो रही है वर्चुअल मशीन्स. ओके, पहले लोड बैलेंसर पे रिक्वेस्ट जाएगा, उसके बाद ऑटो स्केल होगा मशीन्स, और फिर वो सीक्रेट मैनेजर, एक हम लोगों ने एक तरीका बनाया था सीक्रेट मैनेजर का. तो बेसिकली हम लोग सिक्योर्ड वे में सारी चीजें करना चाहते थे. ओके, सो वी हैव डिफाइंड अ सीक्रेट मैनेजर वेयर वी हैव कीप्ट अ टोकन. From that token, wherever a new scale, whenever a new machine get auto scale, so that token is picked up from that secret manager and it goes to the load balancer. Yeah, go slide. So basically we can cover this. I will be sharing you the slides as well. So you can take a look for this blog. I have created a blog. Basically what it do, it is represented for the microservices. Earlier example was related to monolithic applications, and this is the example that is related to your microservices. You can build a project out of it. Let's say you have to containerize an application, you have to deploy into Kubernetes, after you have to deploy also pipeline also. So for that case, we have an architecture that represents the same. Developer pushes his code to GitLab. GitLab automatically close to this repository, and then the whole flow happens. Okay, next slide. So, wait. Okay, so basically, this is the last one. This is the last one. The last use case basically. Okay, so let's say I'm having two environments, just like dev, stage. Okay, and I have to do Kubernetes deployment basically. Okay, so for that I have a different tool that is customized. This is the use. You can learn about customize. Basically, it is for rendering the Kubernetes file, let's say for multiple across environments. Yeah, that is a code actually. Don't get too confused of this code. Basically, just focus on these steps basically. So this is a builder of customize. Basically, you can just take a look on the GitHub repository or anything. Okay. Then, as you can see, there are two containers, clusters, Sanket staging cluster and Sanket production cluster. So basically, what we will be doing, first we will be deploying your code into staging cluster. Automatically, just one click, it will be deployed to the Kubernetes cluster 2 also. That is a production cluster. So this is the basic example of using customize for your third use case. And that's the end. Anyone have any question or answer? You can connect offline for this. Okay. Now go ahead. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you, Sanket, for an insightful session. There's an announcement. There is a spare phone. Yeah. So coming next, now we're heading towards the brainstorming panel discussion on the role of technical education in driving innovation and entrepreneurship, covering the insights from educators, industry experts, and startup founders. So we have 4 panelists for today's session. I'd briefly introduce the panelists to the audience. We have with us Dr. Kalpana Rai, Professor and HOD, AIML and Cybersecurity, Sagar Institute of Research and Technology, Bhopal. Next in line, we have Mr. Amir, Service Design plus UX UI designer with Startup Incubator, creating meaningful and delightful experiences, and who's passionate about innovation and user-centered design. Then we have Mr. Vijay Anand Saxena from the Vyas Group. Next in line, we have Mr. Piyush Shah and Ms. Chavi Shah, who are the founders of Align Together. Piyush has 23 plus years of IT experience and is an MBA from IIM Lucknow and engineering from Manet Bhopal. Chavi has done her B.Ed and BA, and they both are the founders of Align Together Solutions Private Limited. We are glad to have you all on board today. I'd request all of you to kindly come up on the stage for the panel discussion. Can we have a round of applause to welcome our guest here? Thank you. Mr. Mayur Rathi, who is the organizer of CCD Bhopal, would be moderating this panel discussion. So we welcome him here as well. Thank you.
Hello. Hi everyone. Am I audible? Everyone? Okay. So my name is Mayur Rathi. As we have already discussed earlier, and I have mentioned that the purpose of the CCD is to make you aware with the cloud technology, specifically Google Cloud. Additionally, I want you all to upskill yourself, being as I see most of you are undergraduate students in Bhopal. So the topic for our panel discussion today is more focused on technical education. So we would be discussing and have a panel discussion on the role of technical education in driving innovations and entrepreneurship. So we have our guest with us. So let me introduce them to you. We have Ameya. So he has already been community organizer, also leading incubation Architect Bhopal previously. Now he is working with Appointee. You all have heard of, yes or no? And we have Dr. Kalpana ma'am. She is leading and head of the Department of AI and ML branch in Sagar Group. Then we have Piyush Jain sir. He is also the startup founder of AlignTogether.live. You all should explore this startup. It is very innovative. You eventually would get to learn and you yourself can earn parallel income also. Okay. So just explore that website. Then we have our startup community organizer. He is leading I Am Startup Group, which is having 700 plus startups in Bhopal. Okay. So if you are a startup, you should get in touch with him. Okay. And he can help you with it to grow your startups. So let's start our panel discussion. So I would start by asking one question with each, and then we can take the further. So to start with, let me ask Dr. Kalpana ma'am, like how can technical education be made more inclusive and accessible to students from diverse backgrounds? From your own experiences of education sector, leading different computer science department with different universities, what is your experience and thoughts on it?
Hello, all of you. Before answering to this particular question, as a teacher, I understand your feeling that all of you are sitting here from 10 o'clock in the morning. So I just seeing the clapping and all these things while the speakers delivering their sessions. But be with us because this is a very good opportunity for you to learn the things. Okay. Now turning toward the question, as Mayur asked, what are the opportunities we should give? As per my knowledge, first of all, we can give the outreach education to diversify the students, because when we outreach programs can be set to encourage students like online program, and so that they can use that. Then we also can give the financial support to the students by mentoring and delivering the knowledge, whatever the skills that we have. So as per what I think, this we can do. The universities may have the tie-up with the the industries, so that they upbring the skills and knowledge to the students. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now let me go to Vijay sir. So what motivates you to start your own startup? Additionally, what motivated you to host and become the organizer of this startup community? And what challenges did you face during this initial stage? Like at the initial stage of creating your startup and also about the community, can you draw some light?
Yeah, sure. Hello, my name is Vijay Anand Saxena. I have a SaaS product, Accountant Lalaji. You have heard about it. So in 2017, if you have heard, government has imposed GST in India. So many people are what we can say कि क्या करेंगे अब GST आ गया इंडिया में, कैसे manage होता है. So we have took this as an opportunity. So that time we have developed our product like GST billing solution. It's a complete ERP solution. So from till then to till now, I have faced many challenges as a startup founder. So I have seen there is a big, like we can say, there is a big gap between the technologies and networking. So filling in that, I have started, I am startup community. In this community, we have around 700 plus startups. We are helping each other, like in many ways, like sharing businesses, giving knowledges, sharing resources even. So during this complete time, I have found many difficulties to doing this. But as we are also connected with the GDG community, and we'll do more better for the startup ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you, Anil. Now let me go to Piyush sir, who is the founder of AlignTogether.live. My question to you is, what motivates you to start your own startup again, and what challenges did you face again in the initial stage? Same question to you.
Sure, Mayur. Thanks for the question. It will be a long answer from my side, guys. Before that, I would like to introduce what is Align Together Solutions. AlignTogether.live is a product, is not a company name. Company name is Align Together Solutions Private Limited, which was incorporated way back in August 2016. So the company has, has been in this business for last 6 years now. Company provide services to various domestic and international clients. We provide software development. We work on all kind of technologies, especially web development and mobile development, React, Node, Java, Python, Django, React Native, and various things. Some of you probably already have been associated with Align Together Solutions for some time. AlignTogether.live is a product which was launched in this year, in January 2023. I will definitely encourage you to go through the product and use it. Some of the panelists are here, like Jitendra, Abhishek. I just found that they are using TopMate. We are a competition to TopMate. We are a competition to YouTube. We are a competition to Fiverr. We are a competition to Calendly scheduling system. We are a competition to Appointee also to some extent. So we are, AlignTogether.live is world's first marketplace for freelancer services, for live interactive services, where people can book all kind of live courses, workshop, interactions, and we also provide an all-in-one business management software. Coming back to the question, what prompted me to come up with this company way back in 2016? So guys, I hope I'm audible to the people out in the balcony. They are having a good time there, but please focus on some discussions here. So guys, कुछ तो मजबूरियाँ रहती हैं कि आपको शुरू करना है और कुछ encouragement रहता है. I mean, I spent close to 16 years before I started this in 2016. I worked with in various countries, almost 10 countries I worked in. US में मैंने करीब 3 साल काम किया, Sweden में 3 साल किया, एक साथ जर्मनी में किया, कई कंपनीज में किया. Infosys was the first time they came to Bhopal in 98. जब मैंने REC भोपाल से इंजीनियरिंग किया था इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स एंड टेलीकम्युनिकेशन में, तब Infosys फर्स्ट टाइम आई थी भोपाल और हम लोग Infosys चले गए. 2 साल Infosys में काम किया, कुछ समय US में किया, कुछ समय बेंगलोर में किया. उसके बाद I did my MBA from IIM Lucknow. So post MBA worked with various IT majors including TCS, Capgemini, Cognizant in the US, Sweden, other countries में काम किया. कुछ फैमिली रीजंस थे कि भोपाल आना था और कुछ अपना था कि भाई खुद अपना कुछ का शुरू करना है. जब शुरू करना था तब SaaS की इतनी पावर पता नहीं थी. So in fact I was talking to Nimesh during pre-lunch session. He was one of the person whom I interact with कि भाई SaaS की कितनी पावर है. And I would say that guys, you are very blessed who are there in this hall. At least आप एक cloud के बारे में जान रहे हो, blessed हो. Year 2016 तक working with various companies, I didn't know the power of software. आज Kubernetes का सेशन में देख रहा हूँ, आप लोग सुन रहे हैं, लेकिन शायद उस चीज़ की पावर को नहीं समझ रहे हैं. मेरे पास Kubernetes की पोजीशंस आती हैं Align Together Solutions में कि मुझे 5 साल का बंदा एक्सपीरियंस चाहिए, Kubernetes में चाहिए, हम 1.5 लाख रुपए तक का बजट रखते हैं और मुझे एक बंदा नहीं मिलता भोपाल में. गाइस, तो ये रियलिटी है. ये रियलिटी मैं 6 साल से फेस कर रहा हूँ. जो मयूर का सेकंड पार्ट ऑफ द क्वेश्चन है कि क्या चैलेंजेस आते हैं. हमें चैलेंजेस आते हैं कि हमारे पास क्लाइंट नहीं आता और क्लाइंट आता है तो बंदे नहीं आते हैं. AlignTogether.live है, प्लेटफॉर्म है. There are people who are using it in Australia, they are using it in Pakistan, they are using it in Bangladesh. पर भोपाल के लोग AlignTogether.live यूज नहीं करेंगे क्योंकि वो क्यूरियस नहीं है, क्योंकि वो कुछ जानना नहीं चाहते. चैलेंजेस ये वाले आते हैं कि चैलेंजेस हैं, हम ही लोग आपस में चैलेंज है, हम ही लोग आपस में एक अपॉर्चुनिटी है. और प्रॉम्प्ट क्या था? प्रॉम्प्ट ये है, देखिए भाई, भोपाल में रह के मजबूरी आती है, हम सेल्स नहीं कर सकते. हम जैसे एंटरप्रेन्योर है, चाहे विजय आनंद जी हैं, चाहे निमेश हैं, अपॉइंटी में, चाहे कोई हो, हमें सेल्स नहीं कर सकते क्योंकि हम Tier 2 सिटी में, पर हम मार्केटिंग कर सकते हैं. अगर फिलिप कॉटलर को हम डिफाइन करें कि फिलिप कॉटलर ने सेल्स मार्केटिंग कैसे डिफाइन किया है, तो उसने कहा कि मार्केटिंग का एंटायर ऑब्जेक्टिव होता है सेल्स को जीरो करना. तो सेल्स को हम जीरो करने में लगे हैं कि हम जाके लोगों से मिल नहीं सकते, सेल नहीं कर सकते, लेकिन हम लोगों को अट्रैक्ट कर सकते हैं। गुड़ पे जैसे मक्खियां आती हैं, मक्खियों को बुला सकते हैं, हम लोगों को, क्लाइंट को बुला सकते हैं। तो ये मार्केटिंग है। मार्केटिंग हम भोपाल में रह के कर सकते हैं। तो अगर कुछ कर सकते हैं तो वो मार्केटिंग वाला काम है। हम एक SaaS प्रोडक्ट बना सकते हैं और उसको चला सकते हैं।
Thank you, Piyush ji. Guys, we would only take 10 more minutes, okay? So please be seated. Later we will do the facilitation and we would give the trophies to our chief guest and all our speakers and panelists. Please be with us for next 15 minutes and then we would be concluding our today's event. Thank you. Yeah. So to add to Piyush ji, what I have understood, that you are getting an opportunity to be part of this developer ecosystem which was not there previously. Secondly, we have startups in Bhopal. Do not aspire to go into big MNCs. I would suggest start with the startups. There you get to learn a lot. Okay, look for local startups. We have Anilji with us. He is mentioning we have 700 plus startups in Bhopal. Can you clap for them, everyone? So this is not a joke. Like, it takes a lot of courage and efforts to leave your high-paying job and to start from zero. Am I right? Now let me come to Amay, who is the service design lead and UI UX designer with Appointee. So he, with his startup background, he has been an community manager at Incubation. So let me ask you a question, like how do you approach designing meaningful and delightful user experiences for startups?
Thank you, Mayur, for having me. And thank you, everyone, for having the patience. I think a big round of applause to everyone who have seated here. And I think it's a big round of applause to self कि भैया इतने देर absorb कर रहे हो. So really nice. Thank you. So coming to back to the question. Designing ना यार बहुत मजेदार एक बहुत ही interesting field है. आप जितना absorb कर सको, जितना सुन सको, जितना समझ सको, उससे you get to understand कि problem क्या है. Once you get to understand the problem, you understand कि आना क्या है, design क्या करना है.
Absolutely.
उसको जब correct brief आता है, exactly correct brief आता है, then you get to उसमें getting into iterations कि अच्छा इस तरीके से बना सकते हैं और इसके variation कर सकते हैं. Probably then, after reiterating, after listening to the users, taking feedback कि हाँ अच्छा है नहीं है, मजा आ रहा है नहीं आ रहा है, कुछ समझ आ रहा है नहीं आ रहा है, then you get to a place कि हाँ यार पहला experience is out, हाँ ठीक है, and then you iterate. जब याद करो सबसे पहली बार जब नोकिया सो यूज किया था किसी ने यहाँ पे, नोकिया कीपैड यूजर्स, yes एक्सपीरियंस याद है, उसमें स्नेक खेलते थे अपन,
yes
याद है. उसके बाद अपन ने एंग्री बर्ड्स खेला अपने नए स्मार्टफोन पे, वो एक्सपीरियंस याद है, yes. क्यों वो याद है? अलग था, राइट? मजा आता था, सिग्निफिकेंट टाइम नहीं आ रहा है. दैट इज ग्रेट एक्सपीरियंस. So that's my 2 cents. Yes.
So, thank you. So I would have another question for Kalpana ma'am. I would like a short answer from you, brief answer maybe.
Yes.
So in your opinion, what are some of the key skills and competencies that students should acquire in order to succeed in the field of AI ML, being a HOD of this domain? Yeah.
There are many skills that the students should know. But what I think the first more important is probability and statistics. As all of you know, the machine learning contains all the statistical data and algorithms. So many algorithms are there. So all of you must know statistical and probability. And the second skill is just अभी किसी ने पूछा था कि ML Ops पढ़ना है लेकिन DSA से उभर ही नहीं पा रहे हैं. Though, but the DSA is the second most important skill that you should know to learn the machine learning. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anil ji, in your experience, what are some of the challenges that you have seen that the startups are typically facing when it comes to building and scaling cloud-based products specifically? Yeah.
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल जब भी हम कोई क्लाउड बेस्ड प्रोडक्ट या वी कैन से SaaS प्रोडक्ट बनाते हैं तो एज एन फाउंडिंग मेंबर एक सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज होता है टीम के लिए कि हम लोग टीम को ढूंढते हैं. सबसे पहले हमारे पास एक टीम होनी चाहिए, फिर हमारे पास प्रोडक्ट नॉलेज होना चाहिए और उसके बाद हमारे पास इस तरह के स्केलेबल प्लेटफॉर्म होना चाहिए लाइक गूगल इज गिविंग अस लाइक गूगल क्लाउड और समथिंग, क्योंकि विदाउट स्केलेबल प्लेटफॉर्म यू कैन नॉट बिल्ड अ SaaS प्रोडक्ट बिकॉज SaaS की पावर यही है कि वो जितने लोग आते जाते हैं वो बढ़ता जाता है और इन प्रीवियस मोड पहले सॉफ्टवेयर्स को या प्रोडक्ट्स को संभालना बहुत मुश्किल होता था. यूजिंग द क्लाउड सर्विसेज इट इज वेरी मच इजी कि आप अपने क्लाउड प्रोडक्ट को इजीली एक छोटे से इंफ्रा में एक कम कॉस्ट में भी मैनेज कर सकते हैं. सो आई थिंक क्लाउड इज द बेस्ट सॉल्यूशन फॉर देम.
Okay. Piyush, what advice would you give to all our aspiring entrepreneurs we have in this hall with a technical background? Yeah.
Bayur, I will say a couple of two things only. One, I will say the problem solving skills. देखिए गाइस, प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग स्किल्स अगर आप लोग इंप्रूव करेंगे किसी भी एरिया में, ऐसा नहीं कि डीएसए करना है, लीड कोड ही करना है, उसमें 650 पजल्स हैं तो वही करूंगा मैं डीएसए के लिए. प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग कहीं डेटा आपकी प्रोबेबिलिटी में भी आ सकती है, स्टैटिस्टिक्स में आ सकती है, कहीं भी आ सकती है, आपकी नॉर्मल डे टू डे लाइफ में आती है. प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग इज वन. एंड सेकंड, आई वुड से क्यूरियोसिटी. गाइस, क्यूरियस रहिए, हल पल जीने की कोशिश करिए कि आप कुछ जानने की कोशिश करिए. ये अगर दो चीजें कर लेते हैं, दीज आर द बिगेस्ट टू थिंग्स व्हिच आई थिंक आर इंपॉर्टेंट.
Thank you. I believe this is the very key advice you should take away from this conference, that there are two things you should be learning: being curious and keep learning. Yeah. And problem solving. Okay. And finally, Ameya, can you draw some light on some of the key challenges that startup typically face when it comes to designing user experiences? And how do you suggest that, how do you address them with your own experience? Yeah.
So I'll put it in two perspectives.
Okay.
जब initial stage में हम startup कर रहे होते हैं, तब जितने भी as a incubator, previous incubator experience, जब student startups देखे थे, तो एक idea आया, अच्छा लगा, चले गए उसको implement करने के लिए, without actually talking to users. टॉकिंग टू रियल यूजर्स कि हाँ यार वैलिडेट करो कि हाँ यार ये यूजर है, ये मुझे पैसा देगा. yes. ये हम ऐसे ही चले गए कि हाँ बनाते हैं, बढ़िया टीम बनाते हैं, फंडिंग मिल जाएगी एंड वी विल गेट टू समथिंग. सो मिथ ब्रेकर है, नहीं होता ऐसे अनफॉर्चुनेटली. डिजाइन यहाँ पे बहुत एक फाउंडर के लिए आई थिंक बहुत क्रूशियल है, जहां पे उसको डिजाइन की समझ होनी चाहिए. व्हाई आई से डिजाइन इज कि यूजर की समझ होनी चाहिए कि कौन ऐसा यूजर है जो मुझे पैसा देगा ताकि मैं सरवाइव करूंगा, बिकॉज इट इज ऑन स्टार्टअप्स, राइट?
एब्सोल्युटली, या.
ताकि वी विल सरवाइव, जिस भी तरीके से सरवाइव करना है, बूटस्ट्रैप करना है, आगे फंड भी रेज करना है, बट यू विल हैव गुड यूजर्स, पेइंग यूजर्स ऑन योर प्लेटफॉर्म. मे बी फ्री में भी करना है तो दैट इज ओके, बाद में पे करेंगे, लेकिन देयर आर यूजर्स ऑन योर प्लेटफॉर्म. अंडरस्टैंडिंग द राइट पेन पॉइंट इज एक्सट्रीमली इंपॉर्टेंट कि ये पेन पॉइंट है, ये इसको हम ढंग से सॉल्व कर सकते हैं विथ वट एवर टेक्नोलॉजी दैट वी कैन हैव. एक बुक है द मॉम टेस्ट, कि जब भी आपकी मम्मी आपसे कुछ सवाल पूछती है, बिल्कुल पीछे लग जाती है, राइट? एंड विल गेट टू द बॉटम पार्ट कि अच्छा दिक्कत क्या है. वो एक बार पढ़िए जाके, अंडरस्टैंड दैट. स्मॉल बुक, इंटरेस्टिंग बुक. तब उसमें आई थिंक दैट कस्टमर इंटरव्यूज किस तरीके से लेने हैं, अपने प्रॉब्लम को कैसे वैलिडेट करना है, हेल्प्स. So that is one of the crucial point. And that's I see in multiple startups, not only छोटे startups, but in medium-sized companies as well. Design is not just visual, it is all in the experience. So I hope I did answer the question. Yeah.
Thank you. So thank you, Ameya, and all the panelists. So this with this, we comes to an end with of this panel discussion. Uh, let's conclude this. I just want to mention very specific point to you, like the purpose of this event and for this panel discussion is to give you some light on what industry is actually in need of. And being a student as you are, you should learn, you should be curious, keep learning, and try to get involved in the communities you see around. Not only GDG Cloud, but there are many open source communities such as WordPress, which again my co-founder is leading, Aditya. Additionally, you have CNCF, you have GDG Bhopal, you have many more communities. Okay, get involved into this. Secondly, we have a growing startup ecosystem. So that is again very much important. You should try to get internships in these startups, local startups. Try to upskill as much as you can. By the end of your 4th year, you should be at a pace, at a level with the people and the students of other cities, I would say. Additionally, we are pushing hard. We have discussed with the government representatives also, like how we can include this key trending skills into your curriculum itself. If that happens, then eventually it will be a great help to you yourself also. Okay, thank you. Thank you. No, not. Can we have a huge round of applause for all the panelists?
Thank you for an immensely informative panel discussion, sir and ma'am. I'm sure that this is going to help the attendees one way or another. Thank you. As we're towards the end of Cloud Community Days Bhopal 2023, it's time to take a moment to express our sincere gratitude to all the speakers and panelists who have delivered an address and shared their insights and knowledge to the attendees present here, as well as the ones present online. To express our appreciation, we would like to present each of our speakers and guests with a small memento as a token of our gratitude. We hope that this memento would serve as a reminder of the great contribution that you have made to the success of this event. For the same, I'd request Mr. Lavi Nigam, Mr. Jitendra Gupta, Mr. Vishal, Mr. Sanket, Dr. Kalpana, Mr. Amya, Mr. Vijay, Mr. Piyush, to kindly come up on the stage along with our organizers, Mr. Aditya and Mr. Mayur Rathi. I'd request Mr. Aditya Okay. I'd request Mr. Mayur to kindly present the memento to Mr. Jitendra Gupta. I'd request Mr. I'd request Mr. Aditya to please present the memento to Mr. Vishal. I request Mr. Aditya to kindly present the memento to Mr. Sanket. Thank you. I request Mr. Mayur to kindly present the memento to Mr. Vishal. Thank you. I'd request Mr. Mayur Rathi to kindly present the memento to Dr. Kalpana Rai. Thank you. I'd request Mr. Aditya to kindly present the memento to Mr. Amaya. Thank you. I'd request Mr. Mayur to kindly present the memento to Mr. Vijay Anand Saxena. Thank you. Last but not the least, I'd request Mr. Aditya to kindly present the memento to Mr. Piyush Sahu. Thank you. Sir and ma'am, your presence and contributions have made Cloud Community Day Bhopal 2023 an enriching experience for all of us. Once again, we thank you to all the speakers and the guests for making this Cloud Community Day 2023 an event to remember. We hope that you have enjoyed the day as much as we have, and we look forward to seeing you all in the future. Thank you.
नहीं भैया आपने ये पूछा ये आप सबके लिए ना
I now request Mr. Aditya Shah, organizer, GDG Cloud Bhopal, to kindly deliver the vote of thanks.
हाय, मजा आया? किसको नहीं आया? किसको नहीं आया? सबको आया ऐसा लग रहा है. चलो, nice. So now that we are around the end of the event, it's time to thank everyone's effort to make Cloud Community Days a grand success. I would want to thank all of our attendees for coming to this event. I would also like to thank our chief guest, Mr. Manu Srivastav, Additional Chief Secretary, Technical Education. I would also like to thank our guest of honor who couldn't really join us this time, but he was about to, Mr. Sunil Jain, National Informatics Center, Deputy Director General. I would like to thank all of our speakers, Mr. Abhishek Sharma, Ashok Vishwakarma, Anubhav Singh, Lavi Nigam, Harsh Dattani, Ankit Patel, Sanket Visne, Vishal Chalotre, and Jitendra Gupta. Thank you. I would also like to thank all of our panelists, Dr. Kalpana Rai, Vijay Anand Saxena, Mr. Ame Piyush Shah. Last but not the least, I would like to thank whole of my team for day and night efforts for months. Like we have been planning this event for months, like 2 to 3 months. And I think that we have made a lot of contributions and a lot of efforts. So I would like to mention everyone. First of all, let me mention my co-organizer, Mr. Mayur Rathi. Join me on stage. Astha Jain, Sumit Yadav, Dipali, Akshita, Rishish, Vansh, Arpit, Aman, Shruti, Shivam, बहुत थक गया है नो, आजा फटाफट. प्रणय, not to forget, आपने वो टिकट देखा होगा ना एनिमेशन वाला, बढ़िया सा. Pranay was the one who made it. And Parv, जो इतने अच्छे अच्छे डिजाइन देख रहे थे ना, पोस्टर्स देख रहे थे, एंड आपने बहुत सारी डिजाइन इधर देखे होंगे, ये बैनर्स एंड लाइक व्हाट ऑल ब्रांडिंग दैट वी डिड. दिस इज द गाय. सारे सोशल मीडिया जो हैंडल कर रही थी अक्षिता. आर कंटेंट राइटर दीपाली. अमान फॉर द लास्ट, सो हमने एक वीडियो पोस्ट किया था, इफ यू हैव सीन. अमान वाज द गाय. सुबह सुबह आप लोगों ने रंगोली देखी होगी. अक्षिता वाज वन. Dipali also. Shruti and Astha, not to forget, have made immense effort to make this great. Like every time जब हम stuck हो जाते थे किसी जगह पे, या फिर हम कभी ढूंढ रहे होते थे कि इसको कैसे अच्छे से बोलें या किसको अपन जो हमको ग्रामर समझ में नहीं आती थी, जब हमारे सेंटेंस फॉर्म नहीं हो रहे होते थे, या हमको कुछ वेरीफाई करना होता था. एवरीथिंग डन बाय आस्था. बाय द वे, शी इज माय सिस्टर. एंड वे शशांक. शशांक जो अभी तक स्टेज पे भी नहीं आया है. बिहाइंड द स्टेज, बिहाइंड द लेंस. सो आप लोगों के जो फोटोज वगैरह, वो आ गया कैमरे के साथ. शशांक, ग्रेट वर्क शशांक. किसी को मैं भूला हूं क्या? वंश भाई, वंश ने बहुत एफर्ट्स किए कि हमारे इवेंट के लिए एक स्पॉन्सर्स लाए, एंड एक्चुअली ही गॉट सम, बट देन हमारे पास टाइम की इतनी कमी थी ना कि हम अच्छे से कुछ प्लान कर ही नहीं पाए को लेके. So yeah, इसलिए आपको स्पॉन्सर्स नहीं दिखे, but he actually made lot of efforts. So claps for him. और किसी को नहीं बोल रहा हूँ. All good. And Shivam, not to forget him. Everything that I wanted, आधी रात को 2 बजे मैं उसको फोन करता था, भाई मेरे को ये चाहिए, I don't know how. ये भोपाल में भी नहीं था बहुत दिन, और इसने सारे काम मुझे 2 बजे रात को करवा के दिए. Thank you. And where is Ranjit? Not to forget Ranjit. He was also there, roaming here and there. Actually, Sumit also. Sumit Vidani. So, हम लोगों को लास्ट क्लास में ना इतनी सारी प्रॉब्लम्स हुई थी ना कि भाई ये फ्लेक्स उठाना है, इधर से ये करना है, उधर से वो करना है, ये अरेंजमेंट वो अरेंजमेंट. उसके बीच में भाई ने अपना एक्सीडेंट भी कर लिया, बट ये उसके बाद भी तुरंत आया. उसने अपनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी छोड़ी नहीं. ग्रेट एफर्ट्स. थैंक यू. So I would like to thank each and every one. I guess I have thanked almost everyone. If I forget, and thank you all for coming.
And thanks to Aditya, जो website तुमने experience किया end to end. All the efforts were of Aditya and Shivam. पूरा event का नहीं, specifically website, like the experience we wanted to give you. I think you are having a great experience. Yes or no? मैंने माना कि थोड़ा ग्लिच हो गया था टिकट में, रिफंड आ जाएगा, नहीं आया है तो टेंशन मत लेना, पैसा मिलेगा. But the experience we wanted to give you as a undergraduate student of Bhopal. We were also student once, but we wanted to experience what are technical events, क्या होता है सोसाइटी में, कैसे कॉन्फ्रेंसेस होते हैं आपके आसपास. You should always keep checking. Instagram चलाओ लेकिन LinkedIn भी चलाओ. You got my point? Twitter भी चलाना है और वेबसाइट्स भी सर्च करना है कि कहाँ पे क्या टेक्निकल चीज होने वाली है. We were having 3000 plus registration interest, but हमारे पास भी एक कैप था. शायद ये आधे लोगों का इवेंट होता, but we insisted our DevRel team at Google, who really supported us, and we were able to convince them कि हमको 600 people का ही कराना है. And we are planning a great event in near future. So please be in touch. हमारे सारे सोशल मीडिया चैनल पे कनेक्टेड रहना. ठीक है? So we will keep you updated and rest assured we will be hosting regular meetups. तो उसमें भी आपको सबको आना है. Yes or no? And we will be continuously releasing polls also कि आपको किस topics पे technical session चाहिए. We can call upon guest experts, तो वो भी manageable है.
Last thing that I want to mention is that ये community हमारी है, हम सबकी है, सिर्फ हम दोनों की नहीं है. हम दोनों organizers हैं, leads हैं, जो इसको manage कर रहे हैं, but ये community आप सबकी भी है. So what I want कि आप लोग भी you come forward, take initiatives कि भाई हमको ये करना है या हमको इस चीज की need है. We want expert lectures on this. We want workshops on this. We want hackathons on this. Or can I organize this? We appreciate if you come forward to do something.
And we have people right here. She was sitting in the audience last year. Now she is a volunteer. Maybe she will become organizer next year. Who knows?
I think that ends our event. Thank you all. Thank you very much. Let's take a group. Not to forget, a group photo करते हैं. And if you remember, we had quizzes, we had social media campaigns. So let's just take a group photo and then we'll proceed to the gifts.
Without further ado, I request the crew to kindly So as promised, there are certain surprises awaiting for some people in the audience. We have the names here and we have the swags besides. So I'm going to call upon the stage the winners. Yeah. Apurv Baghel. Do we have Apurv Baghel here? Next in line we have Abhishek Malviya. Please come near the stage. Abhishek Malviya, kindly come near the stage. I request the organizers to be here to felicitate, to provide the swags to the award winner. Yeah. Congratulations, Apurv. Abhishek Malviya. Do we have Abhishek Malviya here? Okay. Till the time Abhishek is here, I would like to call upon Aviral Gupta. Do we have Aviral Gupta here? Next in line we have Kushagra Srivastav. Kushagra Srivastav. Next in line we have Sudhanshu Ranjan. Sudhanshu Ranjan. Do we have Sudhanshu here? I just repeat the names. If anybody is here, kindly come near the stage. Abhishek Malviya, Aviral Gupta, Kushagra Srivastav, Sudhanshu Ranjan. Congratulations, Abhishek. I would like to call upon the stage Mehak Rathi. Mehak Rathi. Kindly come upon the stage. Congratulations, Mehak. Before we proceed further, there's a small activity. It's just the winner announcement, the winner finalization for that matter. Just wait for a moment.
Okay. So if you remember, we had a social media campaign that we announced earlier, right? Remember? So we were posting on social media, making our hashtags trend. So now what we're gonna do is we'll be running through all of the posts and we'll be picking up the posts randomly. So let's see who is the lucky one. Cool. Let's do it. सबके पोस्ट दिख रहे हैं? कोई है जिसका नहीं दिख रहा है? One, two, three, go. What is it doing? This one? No. Rohit? No. Aman? No. Athar? No. Purvi? No. Athar? What's that? Aftade. Who's the one? Athar. Do we have Athar in the house? Not Kulkarni. Not so lucky. Next one. Urvi? No. Pratap? No. Abhishek? Who's the one? सब निकल गए. Next one. Last one. Last. Are you the lucky one? Pratap Pawar. जितने सिलेक्ट हो रहे हैं कोई है नहीं यहाँ? यार आने की तैयारी करो, उठो. रोहित राथिया.
Finally, we have our social media influencer.
So finally, we have Aviral Gupta here. I just request the organizers to kindly present him with the award. Congratulations, Aviral. As we come to an end, there are certain things which I would like to tell the audience. Number one, there is a feedback form that has been circulated to you all. Kindly fill it. Then we have the swags for all the attendees, which would be available in the reception outside. Kindly, before leaving, collect the swags, but please maintain your patience while you're collecting the swags, considering the number of people we have here. Apart from that, there are snacks. There are snacks upstairs. So before again leaving, kindly proceed to have your snacks. So again, I have an idea for you all. You all may, divide yourselves, and some of you can collect the swags first, and others may go on to have the snacks first. Your discretion. Apart from it, before leaving, thank you for joining. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Hope you had a good time here. Thank you.